changing shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all of you guys today. Thank you all for being here. I think I have an echo. Hold on. Might just be on my end. Okay. I'm still working on the sound and everything. I'm sorry I didn't come on last night, guys. I was so exhausted. I was spent yesterday, and I thought, you know, with the title and the thumbnail that I put up, I really needed to be up here with the gusto that I want to be with, the energy I want to come with. And so I got some sleep and I decided to do some research, even more so into what other people were saying on the streets, right? Just kind of going over other people's lives. I was over watching Betty in the Bushes just now. Great show, great information on Apple products. So shout out to Bullhorn Betty. Hey Kiki, good to see you. I'm so glad to see you. Wild Wolf and Leslie, keep it real. Also, good to see our other Kiki and Town Chat Cafe and Lisa King. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. Thank you very, very, very much. Dawn Emery, good to see you. Trying to go through. I hope I get everyone because I appreciate you all being here with me. Doing 2 shows a week really kicked my butt last week. So, but I love being here with you guys, and I love being able to kind of talk about things as they're coming out, right? Breaking news, what have you. So there we go. Let me turn that off. I hope that helps a little bit with the sound. I'm catching mad feedback here. So let's see. Today, I wanted to share a couple of things. Let's see here. One is our friend Jenny Machete, right? She is going through a really tough time right now. She just lost her father. She was in another chat Saturday. I was in chats. So I really want to share that out with you guys today. If you decide to help out with the expenses of the funeral, thank you in advance. And I just like to share these things out because I find it to be important. We all need to help each other out, right? Hey, Mama, good to see you. And if you can, please do. If you can't, you know, that's understandable too. Did I just really screw something up? I'm sorry, guys. Here, I'll do this. Let me share this. And this is all of the information that you'll see. There, that's probably better. And it's on my page. It's on my community tab. I put everything. I repost over there. I share things from other creators that I find to be, you know, interesting, important to learn, and things like that. So always check out my community wall. Hey, Show Poodles, good to see you. Thank you, Leslie, keeping it real. I was getting the echo as well. I'm trying to do different things. I need to get this set up. Good morning, Cece. Good morning. Thank you for being here. So just bear with me, guys. I'm trying to do it the best, the best I can. I'm not the best with like setting up even like a new TV or something like that. Like I'm not the best with it, but you know, we'll get it figured out. So a few things I wanted to talk about. Of course, you all could see from the title, you know, it's very frustrating, and it's frustrating to those maybe that don't have an understanding, but I think I have a pretty good grasp on the case as a whole, going back to the very beginning, right? Because I remember people sharing out Sebastian's information when I was following a different case altogether, right? Riley Strain, because Riley Strain is from a place that I lived, right? He's from Springfield, Missouri. I was living there at the time. My daughter was set to graduate college the exact same time, May of that year, right? And so, of course, I was following it. And I was very active in Pascal's chats and his groups because he was following it. He also had the spokesperson for the family calling in, you know, speaking about Riley. So, of course, I wanted to find out all of the information. Unbeknownst to myself, I mean, I have common Facebook friends with Chris Dingman. And so it was funny because I'm sitting here trying to get information from Pascal when I probably could have been, you know, calling my friends or, you know, maybe even contacting him directly. I'm not really too much for that. Now, if someone wants to contact me about a case and they want to talk with me, or if they want a chance to be on the platform, right, to speak their mind or to bring awareness about a loved one, I'm all for it, you know. And I have my email. It's in the description of my channel, ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com, right? It's just the channel name. no apostrophe at Gmail. So always want to do that for families. I have done that for my friend Jana. Now, my friend Jana, you guys know Jana, she's been on the show. When I first decided to look at Jana's sister Crystal's case, I was very nervous. I wasn't only nervous because that was the first time that someone had asked me to actually take a look at their family's case. But I was nervous because, oh, bonjour, seclusion works. Good to see you. I was nervous because I really liked Jana as a person. I thought she was a very sweet person who really just wanted to spread awareness about her sister. And so she was asking a lot of different creators for help. And I was one of them. And so I was just like, I felt very indebted to bring the truth, to do her justice, to help out, right? Hey, Holly, yes, good to see you. And so I know, Mimi Ma, you're having trouble. Mimi Ma, if you could get a hold of me on Facebook, I'm also on Facebook, guys, Instagram, and I'm on X too. I'm on all the socials. So TikTok, I'm on there, but I'm not really on there. Okay, I need to get better about that. But yeah, try to get a hold of me on Facebook Messenger, Mama, or excuse me, Mimi Ma, and we'll see if we can't connect that way, because I don't know why I am not getting your emails. Girl, I'm getting everybody else's emails. I've been trying to get to a lot of emails, but I haven't gotten yours. Good morning, Magic Star. Thank you for being here. So I don't know what is going on there. It's the weirdest thing ever, because I've been corresponding. As a matter of fact, that's how Jenny and I connected as well, too. So I don't know what's going on with that. I'm so sorry. Either way, I was so scared. I was so afraid that I was going to have to go to Jana, this person that I liked as a person, right? I think she's a wonderful person. Look, she is super educated, guys. She is a social worker. She is extremely intelligent. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. And yeah, see, Kelly's from Missouri. She knows. But like, I was so frightened to have to tell her, like, I really think that maybe your sister had done this to herself, right? That was my biggest fear going into it, that I was going to have to tell her that I disagreed with her, right? But I still decided that no matter what the conclusion I came to was that this person just wanted to find out really what happened to her sister, and she didn't care. She gave me every bit of information and research. I didn't even really have to do any of my own if I was really just strictly looking and sticking to the facts of the case, right? But then when I decided that I was going to go a little bit further into some of the other things like Facebook posts, going back to that time period, looking into the officers involved. Guys, I cannot believe that an officer of the law would have put some of the things on the Facebook page. I still have all of it in screenshots that they put on their Facebook page, like knowing that they're a professional, knowing that they have a duty to uphold the law, knowing that they are in a position where people look up to them, right? Because even I knew that as a real estate agent, that you don't put, like, you wouldn't see me on, Thirsty Thursday at the bar, like having a ball on my Facebook page, because I don't want people to see me like that, right? But this guy was okay with putting himself and his mistress in a hot tub, okay? on a picture, on his post. He posted it on Facebook. Okay, so these are the people that we deal with, right? I look at people as just people. People are people to me. I like people, and it's one thing that, yeah, you could rub me the wrong way. You say something, you rub me the wrong way. Sure. But does that mean that I hate you for life? No, because that's not realistic. And there may be other things that you can bring to the table. So that's kind of where I'm at with just people in general. I try not to judge people too harshly because, look, I'm a person too. I make mistakes, all of it. I might be wrong about some of the things that I think. But nevertheless, I was willing to do that. And I went into it and I found out that there was a lot of corruption, that there were a lot of things that didn't add up and didn't make sense. And I was fully behind Jana, still am to this day, always going to be fully behind Jana and Crystal, because I've seen the crime scene. I've seen the staged crime scene, in my opinion. So with that being said, I will always stand up for what is right, what I believe to be what is right. And that's why I stand with Seth for Sebastian, because I stand for Sebastian. I'm not worried about what everybody thinks, or if somebody's upset with me because I might say something. Look, I've done a lot of things on this channel in terms of comparing, right, different statements in the case, different photos with people involved, right? And I put Seth right up there, right? And the reason why is because I am trying to find out the truth. Now, a few things that I want to say about Seth and why I stand behind him. One, he took a polygraph with a world-renowned polygraphist, and that was given by Nancy Grace. He sat through a grueling 3 hours with one of the best that the FBI uses, right? One of the best. Another thing is that Seth is an officer of the law. He was caught on camera, and he was badged into every location that night. And so I think that Davidson County would have absolutely thrown Seth under the bus had he not been at work that night, or if there was any time that he was unaccounted for, okay? We're dealing with officers of the law. We're dealing with officers of the law. So you would have to be very corrupt and very screwed up to stick up for Seth when Sebastian's missing. And that's why I just can't stand with Katie. She's refusing to talk to anybody. Not only does she refuse to talk to anybody, but she would only talk to drama channels, right? To start drama in this crime case with her son missing. You wouldn't catch me over there. I'd be 100% serious. If my daughter was missing, it would be no joke to me. It's not a friggin' game. Where is this child? Period. Where's my child? Period. The fact that we're all up in arms even worse than they are should tell us all something right there. And, you know, I also spent some time researching the crime case from 1967 that they decided to reopen 3 years ago, and got new evidence on in 2023. The TBI. New evidence to the effect that they exhumed Pauline Pusser's body, who had been laid to rest for decades. I came up with a couple of things, and without going too far into my research, there is a high level of corruption that has existed since the 60s. Whether Pusser is the one that was the corrupt one and he got the Hollywood deal or not, I don't know. I wasn't even born in 1967, right? I wasn't even a thought in anybody's mind at that time. Maybe only God's, that's it. Okay? So I don't know. But I had a lot of people in here that were telling me, oh my gosh, I watched that movie with my dad, or hey, I watched, you know, this movie growing up, and I always thought this guy was a local legend, and now he's a murderer of his wife, his beautiful wife, Pauline. She's just a doll. If you see pictures of her, you know, and it breaks my heart, because if there was domestic violence and all of that, and that is the truth, I have not read this 1,000-page document. I don't even know if I can get my hands on this 1,000-page document, because instead of them opening it up to everyone, they're putting it over in a university in Tennessee where it can only be viewed there. That bothers me. That bothers me a lot. That shows me a level of corruption. That shows me what I need to know. Ice and Fire, good to see you. Adam Forever 21, thank you for being here. So I'm going to have opinions that are, hey, Miss Ann Reynolds. I'm going to have opinions that are not always going to align with everyone's opinion, right? That just goes without saying. But it's my understanding that corruption existed. Either this guy tried to stop it and he's being drugged, or he was the corruption, right? Either way, corruption exists everywhere. That is one thing that is undeniable. Leslie says she was 9 in 67. Mimima says, I was born in 1967, but that was the one thing that was big that year. So it's in my baby book. Really, Mimima? See what I mean? Like, this is what you guys were telling me. Like, there's a lot of nostalgia behind this, right? I did watch the movie from 1973. I watched it. I sure did. And it's 2 hours long, so I watched a little bit of it, and then I went to sleep and watched the rest of it, right? It was a good movie. It was a good movie. It's hard for me to decipher what was what. So, you know, Seclusion says I wasn't born yet. Neither was I. So it's hard to decipher it, right? But I will say that I do think that there is a high level of corruption involved in the Sebastian Rogers case. I think it's very horrible that a father is sitting out there and he's getting Snickers from the officers that are coming out there. I think they should have at least went out and said hello or had been cordial. I get that he is demonstrating and standing up against, right, their investigation. And of course, that's going to seem perhaps not argumentative, but maybe confrontational, right? But if I'm a sheriff that only wants this boy to be found, then I'm going to understand that this father is upset, right? And I might even start to internalize it a little bit, knowing that it's been 18 months and I haven't done anything to advance the case, right? That's just what it comes down to. And I'm sorry that that's the fact of the matter. Hey, look, when somebody puts up a mirror in front of me, I don't like it either very much. But, you know, I have enough wherewithal to kind of look within then, right? Because maybe they're seeing something that I'm not, since I'm in the situation and they're looking in on it. So it's a little bit of a different perspective. Hey, Nano, good to see you. And so, you know, I just want to put it out there that, you know, I don't have a dog in the fight besides finding Sebastian. But my problem is that I've heard all of the interviews. I've compared all of the interviews. I've watched Chris Proudfoot lie over and over and over again, and Katie lie over and over and over again. I've watched Seth be honest to a fault. And Seth, I say that about myself too sometimes. Like, I might just say it, right? I wear my heart on my sleeve. I just say it. I'm very straightforward. If you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. I'm not going to dance around the subject or, you know, play little games and little word games. If you ask me specifically, I'm not going to play semantics with you, because I don't like to play semantics. It's very straightforward. Katie, where's Sebastian? There's something you're not telling us. There's something that you haven't told the police. There's something missing, right? And again, I point us back to when we hear a statement from a true victim, there is no lapses in time from this point to this point. Excuse me, there are no lapses of time. It's very vivid most of the time. If it's traumatic, it's very vivid. Sometimes people have trouble remembering certain details, sure. Sometimes it's very detailed, again, because it's so traumatic. So they can tell you certain smells, certain sounds, right, to the T. There is no, oh, this happened and then I don't know. There was no Ola punch, I don't know what happened, right? That's bullshit right off the bat. We know it. We can all see it. We could all smell it, you know, even though, yeah, this lady looked terrified. When she's speaking, she looked terrified. Was it because she was remembering something else, but she was telling us something different? I think so. I think she was there when Emmanuel took his last breath. That poor little baby. That poor little baby. And I can't imagine the horror she experienced, but she went along with it. So let's make no mistake about that. She is yet to come forward and tell the truth. And it's sad. This is a mother, guys. This is a teeny tiny little infant child, 7 months old, 8 months old, however old this baby is, because we don't even still know. And I'm not even comfortable speculating on that yet, because who knows? Hey, Grace Paris, good morning. Good morning, Ebony. Hello. Good to see you guys. Thank you for coming in, guys. Welcome into everybody. Mima, are you yelling at me in the chat? No, she says, if you see something, say something. Help us help Sebastian. Right, Mima. That's what it's gonna take. We need to have that. We do. And I know it's, people might say, well, what's Seth doing? Hey, Angel of Light. You know, what's Seth doing outside of the police department? You know, why is he out there? But you know why? It's because he wants answers. He wants answers. And he wants to find Sebastian. That's all he cares about. And so I'm going to tell you, I probably would be doing the same thing. You know, I wouldn't be able to focus. I wouldn't be able to do anything without knowing where my child is, right? That they're safe, that they're okay. Heaven forbid that they're not here anymore. I mean, think about it. Those are the things that he has to think about every single day. Hey, Tina. Tina says, we all know Tennessee is corrupt, just like the prick feets. Poor Sebastian had to live through that. Sure, he's seen and heard too much. At his age, he could speak up and tell. They could let him tell. Right. And this is the thing too. I agree with you, Tina. I do. I think that as we get older, right, and if there is turmoil in the house, we start being more vocal about it, right? Because we realize that we're getting older, that we can use our voice. We're not afraid to use our voice anymore, right? As a child, you know, you're little and the world is so big, and you know, you're afraid to say anything, right? Or you might have been raised like me, like respect your elders, don't ever, you know, speak ill of your elders, or, you know, heaven forbid, talk back to them, things like that. Happy Labor Day, Carla. Good to see you. You know, so I mean, we all kind of grew up like that a little bit, right? And then you realize, like, and too, with your hormones raging and things like that, you know, you're like, I'm big, you know, and I know everything. Then we go through the I know everything phase, right, as a teenager. So I think it's very likely that Sebastian started to speak up about what was going on. I think that he was telling what was happening to him, and I think he was upset. Now, these beautiful smiles up here are drastically different than this right here. This is Sebastian's school picture. This is Sebastian on a day of a morning, or whenever this photograph was taken. Usually, you know, Life Touch comes to the school and they do it in the morning. You know, everybody's hair is all, you know, ready for mom doing it in the morning, or themselves. And they take the picture. Sebastian was not having a good morning, you guys. Sebastian has, in my opinion, it looks like, and it could be a shadow, but it looks like he had a little bit of a shiner healing up there. Also, you can see something on his lips, right? Whether it's chocolate milk like Katie says it was, or whether it was because, again, he had something healing on his mouth. I can only speculate. But this isn't the only photo where we see that Sebastian has marks on him. Right? And he didn't have an older brother that they were wrestling around. You know, I've given different scenarios where kids could get hurt, right? You have a really rough and tumble boy. He gets up in a tree and he decides he's going to, you know, fly off like you saw in the, you know, wrestling match or something like that, right? We're not dealing with a child like this. We're just not. We're not dealing with other older siblings in the home. We're dealing with Katie Proudfoot being in the home. Chris wasn't home, right? We're to believe Chris wasn't home. Chris wasn't home. All right, Katie, stand by your man. Chris wasn't home. He was all safe and sound in Memphis. That leaves you, Katie. Who put the marks on him if we're to believe that the, let me pull it in. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have it on that one. Hold on one second. I'll look for it in one of the videos because I'm going to show you guys a couple of videos too. Mama Grace. I love Mama Grace. I always say hi to Mama Grace in Kiki's chat because I go over there and mod for her. And that was another thing too because I was modding for everybody. You guys were all putting out really like Kiki put out so much great content. I was over in everybody's chats too. Also, Crime Time Buzz was another one too. And I still have to go back because I was in the chat. I was talking with everybody, reading comments, and then I want to go back and just watch her, do her thing without me being in the comments, because it's like, it's so much different. It really is when you're conversating with everybody and when you're really paying attention to what's being presented. So I'm going to go back and do that. Well, yeah, poor little Faith. And that's the thing, Carla, Nina's interview is very tough for me to go over, especially publicly, like right here. Like if I was to play it and we watch it and we stop to comment, right? Because I mean, I could probably do it. I just want to do it maybe of a time where I don't have to be on camera, because I'm going to tell you that is so triggering for me to listen to that. It is absolutely triggering. I've absolutely been in the same situation. I've absolutely had to deal with someone like Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion, a malignant narcissist, and the sadistic actions that we see him take with Nina. It's one thing to break up with somebody and you're angry and hurt. Of course, that's going to happen. You're going to be angry and hurt. You might even say, oh shit, what did I do wrong or something? Like you might be confused. You might be a whole lot of emotions, right? But none of them is like, oh, I'm going to go destroy this person, right? That's unhealthy. That is so unhealthy. And that's what we see with Chris. And not only does he want to destroy the person, he gets his family members to go out on and try to destroy this person too. AKA a smear campaign. That's what flying monkeys are. Go look up narcissism. We talk about it all the time at this channel. I post things about narcissism. Just go look into it. And then you can go to the DSM-5, which is the diagnostic manual for these diagnoses of these personality disorders. And then you can go and look and literally match them up with Chris to a T. To a T. Good afternoon, SI officer. See, it's afternoon for me too. It's afternoon, but then I say good morning, and I know we got lots of people from all over. Nina is so strong, Carla. Nina's the only one that came forward against Chris Proudfoot. The only one. The other ones were too scared. And Rachel, look, I have the paperwork on Rachel. Okay? I have the paperwork. I don't want to share it because I know that she's scared, and I know that she doesn't want to be involved, and I know that it's dangerous. So that's why we don't share that. But I'm here to tell you, he did horrible things to Rachel where Rachel was in the hospital. And God only knows what psychological damage, right? Grace Paris says, I can spot a narcissist right away. Yeah, and once you know what to look for. Look, when my ex-husband was diagnosed, I had no idea, like, what to really look for, And then so I start looking into it because we have a daughter together. So I say, what is narcissism? What causes it? Is there a cure for narcissism? How can you help a narcissist? All of that, right? Had nothing to do with, oh, let me see how much I could hurt him. No, quite the contrary. Then I started feeling sorry for him. Right? I'm like, oh God, he's got a mental illness. Well, that explains it. I always thought he might have been bipolar. right? But once you can identify it and understand it, it's so much better. And then especially for the person who is a survivor of the narcissistic abuse, because then you're like, wow, it wasn't just me. Like, there's nothing I could have done. He's got to go get the help on his own. Like, there you go. Bob's your uncle. Thank God. Here we go. Hey, BMW Coop, good to see you. So yeah, Holly S says the same thing. And once you deal with it, Leslie says, Grace, me too. I don't take flack off of anyone. And you learn not to, even if it's your family, even if it's a whole family. That's the thing, asset officer. And it's that dynamic too that the narcissist creates as well. It really is. It's what the narcissist creates. Feel sorry for me. I was wronged. Well, you should feel sorry for everybody in a relationship when they're getting divorced. I mean, it's like everybody's hurting. You think anybody's feeling good? No, they're not. It's very hurtful. It's horrible. Even if you're not married and you get you break up, right? And you have kids. It's horrible for the kids, everybody, because their family is, broken then. And it's sad. It's so textbook, Holly S. We talk about that all the time here too. I'm like, they're not original. There's some tired little MFers out there, because I mean, they are textbook. And once you read it, you're like, oh my gosh. And sorry guys, somebody tried to call me. And then you feel stupid. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm like a statistic, right? Like, I'm reading my life in a friggin' book right now. And how could I have not saw this before, right? You get kind of hard on yourself. You're like, why didn't I see this? But there it is. Clear as day. Hey, his eyes. With KP's stance in the Navy, yeah, she bows down to an abusive man. But then again, in my opinion, KP is just as abusive and bullying with her past involvement with Nina. Is KP also a narcissist? His eyes, this is what I think about Katie. And I base it solely on kind of some of the behaviors that I watched during the Amber Heard and the Johnny Depp trial. And it really shows very well. Oh, good, Kiki. I'm glad you're back. It really shows really well how a person with histrionic personality disorder acts. And I think that witnessing those behaviors and understanding that Katie herself too is a very toxic personality. Look, poor Katie. I will just say this. I do feel sorry for the way that Katie was brought up. I do. Anybody that was brought up in such an unsafe and unloving environment, to me, my heart goes out to them, right? Like, I'm like, I can't imagine what it must have been like for her. I can't imagine how hard it would have been to identify toxic traits in a different relationship when that's all that you know, right? And we all have trauma. None of us can say, oh, my family was completely 100% perfect. If you can, then that's great. I'm glad for you, because we need less toxicity in the world, right? Because I always say, if your kids are misbehaving or your family's all crazy, look at yourselves. Look at yourself first. And say, like, why is my family like this, right? Or are my kids being, like, who are my kids around, right? And if they're at, like, Boy Scouts or something, I mean, come on, hello, look at the BTK killer. He was a Boy Scout leader. Literally a sadistic, bind, torture, kill, serial killer, right? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But look, your child might be exhibiting things because of who they're with. Even a church setting, it doesn't matter. You look at who your children are around. If it's you, you're the problem. You need to change something. You need to talk to your kids. You need to get them into some counseling, something, right? If everything's perfect there. So, sorry, my daughter just texted me. So, SI officer says, I find it so unacceptable, people ignoring the footage of their actions, faces, people, and evil doings. FBI better be investigating. I agree, SI officer. It's terrible. It is terrible that we have this footage and it's being ignored. Like, look the other way. Don't look over here. Just like Betty pointed out in her video earlier today in her live. The sheriff's office is under lock and key to the public. You cannot walk into their sheriff's office without buzzing in. Right? Why is that? Why is that? Do they not have protection within their office? Because if I go up to our sheriff's office up here in Lee County, Florida, they're under protection, right? There's a window, you slide your ID in there, you talk to the officers, right? They give you the forms, you fill them out, whatever it is, right? I was there picking up police reports because I had 2 stalkers here in Florida, and I have a lifetime protection order against the 2 of them. So I've dealt with Florida here in the court system in the short time that I've lived here. I was able to just walk right into the Lee County Sheriff's Office and speak with the officers, who were very kind and caring and compassionate in my situation. So I really appreciated that. I did. And I still do. But why is it that they're under lock and key? You know? Grace says, Holly, they wouldn't have made it to the cops if it had been me. Well, I know, and that's the thing. Like, we start thinking about it, like, I mean, I would be at the police station all the time. They would be like, here comes a crazy little one. Here she is. We're going to have to deal with her today. They'd probably hide. They'd probably be hiding from me too. Because I would be like, what are we doing? What are we doing with this? This needs to happen. You will do that for your child when you don't know where they are. When you sit back and relax and live your best life, that's when you know where your child is, right? That's when you have that luxury, in my opinion. Carla says, Grace, exactly. Age gave me more power, and at 16, married to a man like Chris, he knew I didn't have the strength to fight him. But age and dealing with a man like that gives one strength. I agree with that, Carla, too. Yes, and I got together with my ex-husband when we were 16. We were both 16. Yes, it's different, right? It's a lot different. And it's a lot different, too, when you have that bond of being young and, you know, high school sweethearts and having all the pictures to all the dances and riding in limos to get there and all of that kind of stuff is all memories. Being popular, having all your friends. Yes, it's completely different. It's completely different. There's an awful lot of shame that goes along with it as well. Nobody's in a good spot when they're getting divorced, in my opinion. It pisses me off too. Adam Forever 21 says it pisses me off that they're so guilty. I'm sorry. No, I know. Believe me. And being in this position, right, where we're at now, I know, BMW Coupe. That's what I'm saying. I was mad at Johnny. I'm going to tell you what. I've always been a fan of Johnny Depp ever since I was little, and I was like, he beats women? What the heck? You know? And I was so mad, and I was like, let me find out that he did this. But I also kept an open mind, and I thought, okay, let me watch the case, right? You know how I knew she was lying was because of the makeup palette. I knew she was lying because of the makeup palette. Town Chat Cafe says, and I'm not saying of when the year was that the makeup palette came out, it's because of what she was saying and how she hid the bruises. That's how I knew, because I've had to use makeup to cover up bruises and black eyes and know that the greens are neutralizers, things like that. And for her to lie about something like that made me so sick, right? And then you see her, and again, just her story, a lot of similarities to Katie, but I think that Katie is a very toxic personality. I think that Katie knows exactly what she's doing, and I think that she plays meek. In my opinion, she's just playing meek. You know, like oh no, no, because here let's just, I'll back it up too, because I didn't finish my thought. Katie had a lot of trauma growing up, right? Obviously, we know that. It's come out. Then she went into the Navy, right? Like she bettered herself. She got into cooking, and that's another thing that is great for people who have trauma. Cooking is wonderful, in my opinion, for people who have trauma because it takes your mind off of things. It gives you a purpose of something to create something different, right? And it can be comforting. Food can be comforting, right? So I think that is great for her what she did. Then she went into the Navy, right? Which makes you really tough. Like they'll break your ass down and then they'll build your ass back up. And then once you get to that point, it's very hard, right? I'm not saying that an abusive relationship can't take down somebody that's in the Navy. That's not what I'm saying. And we all know how Chris can be. Narcissistic abuse is not only emotional, it is oftentimes physical, and it is psychological, right? So it messes with you big time. But I don't think that she is perfect in this either. Because look, she's okay with going to another woman, the mother of his only child, and video recording her and laughing at her and putting it all over Facebook Live. And no marriage is perfect, Grace Paris. Exactly. No marriage is perfect. And it takes two to tango, in my opinion. Because I can look back and see the things that I was doing that weren't so healthy either. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten back into it again and again and again. Right? I wouldn't have went back. So, because I left, but I'd go back. And a lot of that was due to like fear and the fact that he would stalk me and that sort of thing. But it still doesn't matter. There's still things that I could have been doing that I had no idea that I should have been doing. Right? And that's another thing. If you don't know, you don't know. SI officer says the image that we have may be pixelated, but and may be blurry. You know how long parchment has much better than we have. What the hell are they doing being corrupt? That's all. Well, and I think that they have way better systems than we have. I agree, SI officer. I don't know why they're playing it off like it's no big deal. I don't. Kiki says BMW, it's true the mayor was at the Proudfoot home during the investigation at the beginning. Or is it true? Sorry, she's asking a question. Is it true? I don't know if he was at the house. I'd like to know that too. Okay. Yeah, BMW says she's not sure about that either. But here's the thing. He was a part of the press conferences. He was all up in the investigation. He was at the command center, right? Shackle Island Fire Department is where they have the command center. He was also telling people how to search, that they need to be searching in pairs. And I'm going to show you guys that too. I made him sound like the Lollipop Kid because that's what he reminded me of. I didn't like that guy. I thought it was fishy as all get out. I know Dog had mentioned that in the chat yesterday. Dog, go watch my old videos. They're not very good, right? Because I was a very new creator, brand new creator. I talked about the mayor and how weird that was. And I put his name up there too, John Isbell. Mayor John Isbell. I put everybody's name that was at the press conference up there. Because I said, who is that little guy? I know that I haven't talked about it a lot lately, but I definitely noticed it. Absolutely. Dog said he was in the kitchen, and he certainly was. And it wasn't only just at the press conferences. It was being interviewed by news stations and him saying, oh, make sure you're doing it like this if you're going to search. He was halting search efforts, and he was commenting on search efforts. Last time I checked, he does not have any qualifications to do that. Why wasn't he doing his mayoral duties instead? It's fishy, to say the least. BMW Cube says, Kiki, I haven't heard anything about that. I'm sure it's hearsay, so I won't believe that up front unless there was some proof to back it up. Absolutely, like 150,000% BMW Cube. I'm there with you. Now, if I see a picture like where he's there, because I know that I know that there are some photos of that day, right? Like aerial views, different things like that. Now, if we can put his vehicle at the house, hell's yeah. But otherwise, I don't want to do it, you know? Yeah, Kiki, I was reading things and was like, what? Yeah. I mean, and sometimes people will put stuff out there like that. I mean, we saw that in Emmanuel Haro's case. We saw that in Jack and Lily's case as well. That's why I was so hesitant to keep on covering Jack and Lily's case to the degree that I would have, because there was way too much stuff that was coming out, and I'm not Canadian, right? I don't have access to certain things like that. I know Daniel and Malaya are super sketchy. I never believe their timeline. I believe that they know something, and I know that they did something with Jack and Lily. In my opinion, that is what I think. But, you know, it's just too convoluted, and I don't want to report on things as fact or even speculate on, you know, something if it's not true, because that could put somebody, you know, that doesn't have anything to do with it, you know. SI officer, I hope it doesn't come to that point, but I think, you know, like in terms of what happened in Gabby Petito's case, that's the only way they were able to get any semblance of truth out of those two laundry parents, was to have them deposed and take them civilly, you know. Hey, Peggy, good to see you. Hey, Brenda, nice to see you. Wonder if any LE associates have a car like the 3 a.m. car. I don't know. I'll show you guys the 3 a.m. car. This is evidence, guys. This is evidence right here. 3 a.m. car. Okay. This isn't Lady Freedom making shit up. This is called the 3 a.m. car. This is called the neighbor's lights getting tripped off in the middle of the night. This is called a flashlight in your upper corner. You know, that's what frustrates the hell out of me. And I'm right there with you, SI officer. Yeah, well, look at all the accents she was pulling out. But I think that's highly manipulative. I think that falls under the histrionic personality. I really do, SI officer, oh, I'm a sweet Southern belle. I can do that too. The only one that I'm really bad at is like an Irish accent. I wish I could get that down pat. It'd be hilarious. You know, like our friend Willie in the beginning. You know, I love accents, so I identify them. And when Katie was doing that with Duchess, and then she was kind of a little bit like that, right, in the Holly Thompson interview, and then we see her again, and she's not like that again in the Only Hands, and then we see her again, and she's not like that really. I mean, it's weird. Grace says, Mama Grace over here, she says, let's see if I can pop it up over here. It's not letting me pop it up. It likes SI officer's response here. Why won't it let me pop up Grace's comment? What in the world? Will it let me do it over here? No, let me do it over there. I'm telling you, working overtime over here. Well, Grace Paris says if you work in the court system for 30 years, you will spot it all. I bet you've seen all of that. There we go. Thank you. Finally, it popped it in there for me. But yeah, you see it all. You identify it, right? And then you probably hear these terms too, like narcissist, and you know, you hear all the jumbled up stuff, right? What do they call it? The jargon, psychological jargon. Adam Forever 21 says, I think that POS Jake threatened her on her life and her family with gang violence. If she didn't go along, my guess, she fought him for after what he did to the baby. Why else the black eye in the time frame? I agree with that, Adam Forever 21. Oh, I definitely always spotted the abuse there, you know, always because of that black eye and because of how terrified she looked. Like she was recalling something, right? She was recalling an event, but what was coming out of her mouth was different, right? Her story was coming out of her mouth, but she was recalling the event in terror. Her eyes, you know, she wasn't crying. She was scared to death, right? And I think she was threatened by him. No doubt in my mind. I just, you know, I would have so much more compassion for her if she would come out and tell the truth, right? Because I'm a little angry that she hasn't, just as a mother. And again, I look at it from that perspective. I do know how to look it up on their website and things like that, but maybe I'll be a little bit more specific if there's more that I could be looking into, because I will. Yeah, DOJ or Homeland Security. Yeah, Kiki, absolutely. Like, these are all resources. A lot about her. Holly S. says, I think we can tell a lot about Katie from the Texas Roadhouse video. That was a woman on a mission. Yes. And I mean, she was very dismissive of Sebastian. We can definitely witness a lot of traits that we don't need any sound. We don't need to hear the conversation to know when somebody is going like this, and moving their head back and forth. It's aggressive, right? It's stern, and it's a mother saying this is how it's going to be. In my opinion, we see Sebastian this. Nervous, worried, the conversation wasn't going well, right? What was the dinner really about? Because it seemed to be about that conversation. Katie was also snapping pictures of Sebastian without his knowledge. Very strange. I think about the last birthday, my daughter and I went out for my birthday, and we were sitting there eating, and I did take a picture of her eating her burger. She's going like this, right? We went to this place called Black Sheep in Springfield, and they have really, really good burgers, and they have truffle french fries, so that's what we did. And we went to go see the Hunger Games prequel, right? And I have a picture of her eating, right? But she knew that I was doing it. And then she's going like this, like, Mom. And I'm like, haha, right? But she knew I was taking a picture of her while she's eating. Nobody likes to get their picture taken while they're eating, right? Especially girls, but it's funny. And she was laughing in the picture with me, but we were aware, and yes, we were sitting across from each other, because I really don't like to sit, really next to a person. I like to look at the person, right? But, and take pictures of them while they're eating. No, I'm just teasing. But I mean, I did that as a mom. I can identify with that, right? But I wouldn't have snuck a picture of her. No, she knew I was taking it. So it always gets me too, SI officer, the autocorrect. Hey, Peggy. Seclusion Works says, lady, before I become too ill, I would like to lay out my theory on what went down with Sebastian. Go ahead, Seclusion Works. I just ask that people don't be graphic about it, right? We could say we think, foul play was involved, or, there's been times where people have been kind of graphic or something, or Sebastian's not here anymore. And I'm like, okay. I don't like to hear it like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be told that. Believe me. I know that that's a possibility. I know that. Kylie's Nail Candy says, I remember in the beginning of the first interview, Chris said he was not in his truck when he came home. He was fixing a workmate's car. Pretty sure said it was white. I do remember that as well. That was in the Duchess interview. Good to see you, Kylie's Nail Candy. Holly S., it's like they started to investigate Sebastian's case, and then someone somewhere shut it down. Well, I mean, I can attest to that from some of the things that I've been told in private conversations. It seems like Sonny Weatherford wanted to get the case solved, and then all of a sudden he had an accident, untimely death. I still keep that in the back of my mind, although I try not to, harp on it or anything like that, because I don't know. And I just don't want to say, oh, well, somebody off, poor Sonny Weatherford, and, this is what, happened, and here goes my narrative, right? Because I try to keep a narrative of truth and accuracy, because otherwise we're operating under the wrong subjects, right? Or under false pretenses. I don't want to do that. I'm really interested in figuring out what happened, right? I really want to know what happened. I want to know what happened and how we can find Sebastian. That's all I care about. That's all I'm worried about. Town Chat says, in my opinion, I'm wondering if someone walked down to the pond with his shoes on to trick the dogs. Yeah, but here's the thing. Town Chat. There was a footprint right, of his foot. So that would be, you know, our toes and everything. No. It had to have been someone's. Sorry, guys. Someone tried to call me. I forgot to put it on do not disturb mode. So I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, it had to be shoes, Town Chat Cafe, in order for them. And the dispatch says that they have a footprint, which is, you know, our feet, right? Bare feet, a bare footprint. We've never seen any pictures of that or anything. And they said that that led to nowhere, you know? So it's interesting. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. And who shut her up about the car? His eyes 7. Yeah, that's a good question. Why was Crime Time Buzz told to be quiet about that car? See, I didn't know she was told to be quiet about the car. Interesting. Very interesting. Kiki says, in my opinion, dispatch alone tells conflict of interest. And Carla, I don't know, but I'm doing a live on this. Yeah, I think there's a major conflict of interest, right? And I even talked about that in the beginning as well. You know, are the naval or military ties more important than backing the blue, right? Backing each other as a law enforcement officer, as Seth is, right? It's very strange to me that they would do that, because usually it's back the blue. And, you know, seen a lot of narcissistic behaviors in the 30 years working in the prison system too. I bet you have, Brenda. I bet, because, you know, those guys think that what they do, you know, they think, excuse me, they think that what they do is right. They think that they're justified in doing it, right? Especially, you know, they're proud of it. They're proud of it. They're proud of themselves. Look what I did. I'm a badass. Really, you would be more of a badass if you did right. Holly S says, hope these ladies who have been brutalized by CP have gone to the FBI. I don't think TBI or Sumner County will even care. Well, I mean, when we have someone saying snuggle struggle, you know, and I call them snugs drugs, you know, yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable going to them. I would think they're going to, you know, probably make fun of me or poo-poo my statements, right? That mentality just simply doesn't work, right? That's what's perpetuated domestic violence and allowed for it in our society, in my opinion, is people who think it doesn't exist, or that it's funny, or, you know, oh, she deserved it, she better keep her mouth shut, whatever. That's not a way a real man acts. A real man sees a strong woman, wants his woman to be strong and confident and secure in who she is. A man doesn't want to break a woman down. That's called a little pee wrinkle. Right? Just a little pee wrinkle. Pam says dog needs to get all the videos, especially the one they're watching on the morning of. I would like to see all of them. I want to see the whole raw video of the Texas Roadhouse. You know, I've said that a lot here, Pam. Good to have you too. I've said that a lot. I'm like, I want to see the whole thing. I want to see it from beginning to end. I also want to see the different angles in the parking lot. I'd also like to know who all was there. Right. I also would like to know what Katie was doing. I want to see her iWatch data. There's like so much that I would love to see. Just raw, before anybody even touches it. You know, I just want to see it for myself. Bobby says, I was so disappointed that so few people were standing out there with Seth. Yeah, Bobby, me too. But here's the thing. I think it's something that we needed to see. And that's another reason why I commend Seth for getting out there and doing that, because we really don't know what's going on until there's a camera across the street, a sleepy police station. They really could be dedicating more time and manpower towards finding Sebastian, and they're not. They're not. People are afraid to go help and stand out there and support because of retaliation. I apologize, because of retaliation, right? They don't want to be targeted. They don't want to be harassed. They don't want people stalking them. They just don't, right? I don't want people to do it to me either, but I don't care. I'm still going to stand up for what I believe in. I still will. That's, you know, if they want to do that, then I just go get a restraining order. I handle it with the law. I call the law. The law comes, they help me out. They do a report. If they don't want to do a report, I make them do a report. I'm like, I need this reported. If they don't want to make a report, you get their badge number, you get their friggin' card. If they don't want to give you their card, you take a picture of their police cruiser. I'm serious. Make sure you document everything. And if people were there and you're getting harassed, go to the police, right? In your own jurisdiction. Preferably not there. You won't be able to, get into the police station, allegedly, right? Without being buzzed in. Internal affairs is another place that you can make a report if you're not being treated fairly. SA officer says there are images reflecting off of all those vehicles that night. Movement takes place that if you have a good eye, you can see. Yeah, and it's difficult to see some of them, but to be pointed out, and like you said too, you do have to take it millisecond by millisecond, right? Slow down all the way, right? I know everybody likes to speed things up. I do it too. But I also like to slow it down. That's why we slow jam the news here. That's why we slow jam the statements, because slowing it down and watching the micro expressions, you see so much more than if it's sped up. If it's sped up, it's still, how can you understand any of that, let alone analyze it, right? Slow it down and analyze it. Slow it down. So that's what we have to do, SI officer, with those in order to see them. And I've studied them. Relentlessly studied them. Oh, I missed something, I think. Yeah, they were laughing at him, Grace, in my opinion. They were ignoring him. They were laughing at him. They were walking by. They were dismissing him. A father who is just looking for his son. That's bothersome to me. And this is why we are feeling the contempt that we are. Just like it says on my thumbnail, silence breeds contempt. When people are quiet and they don't want to say anything and they're being hush-hush about it, it's of course going to enrage the people who are trying to get the truth out there. It always will. It's sad. It's sad. Oh, and America's Most Wanted. Horrible. Yeah. Let me do this. We'll show it. And I had high hopes for this, guys. I really did. I had high hopes. All right, let me turn my sound off here and I'm going to
Wu-Tang Killer, the one killer bee, and he ain't for the kill now. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Drop that down, pass it all around. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take a wood.
This is when it gets serious. This is raw.
Yeah, baby, I like it raw. I get biggie, diggy, raw.
Bring missing loved ones home. Every person you'll see on this screen tonight has someone waiting for them. A parent, a child, a friend, a community that refuses to give up, and neither will we. We've assembled a team of experts who dedicated their lives to solving cases and helping others. Derek Levasseur, you may know him from Big Brother, but he also has worked undercover with the FBI, DEA, and Secret Service. Elizabeth Smart, a survivor and advocate, whose abduction recovery was made possible through America's Most Wanted. Payne Lindsay, whose investigative true crime podcast, Up and Vanished, has brought cold cases back into the national spotlight. And tonight's special guest, Callahan Walsh, a familiar face to America's Most Wanted. Callahan does incredible work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us. Let's get to our first case now. A missing child, Sebastian Rogers. On February 25th, 2024, Sebastian's mother said goodnight to her 15-year-old son. The next morning, Sebastian was gone.
I didn't receive you out. Yeah, right now, really blonde hair, much like I said, I'm gonna try down. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. You know, the type of color the
Sebastian is tall and skinny, has a contagious smile, loves video games, loves cats.
Boundless amounts of energy. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods, you know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things. That's my son.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, we laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you gotta knock it off and you gotta go to bed. And he answered, you know, yes ma'am. I said, okay. And that was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian. The next morning, when I went in his room, he wasn't in his bed. After a minute or two, when I couldn't find him, I called Chris and I said, I can't find Sebastian. He's not in the house.
I got off work and I had a text message from Sebastian's stepfather.
I said, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but Sebastian is missing.
I headed straight over to their house.
I started driving through the neighborhood. I was panicking. I was looking everywhere. Like, where is he? What happened? Did he go with someone? Did someone take him? By the time I pulled into the school, Christopher was already telling me to turn around because the authorities were on their way.
They used helicopters. They used drones.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in here really quick, and I want to say that Katie said that she was on a three-way call with Christopher Proudfoot that morning, right? So she was on a three-way call with law enforcement. Why was Chris telling her to head back to the house? Guys, I mean, in Seclusion, if you want to come up, I'll drop the link. Guys, nobody else gets this link besides Seclusion. And please watch out for trolls because they'll probably be in here. But yeah, if I drop this link, this is only for Seclusion. I don't like to drop links often. I don't, because there's too many crazy little ones out there. But I will drop this for Seclusion to come up. But please just hold off until we're finished with this, because I want to show everybody that America's Most Wanted failed to show the end of the lights video. Okay, so that's the link for you to come up, Seclusion. I'd be happy to have you, but let's just watch the rest of this really quick. But I just want to point that out, that she said they were on a three-way call. So how is Chris telling her to go back to the house? She should be able to hear that from the three-way call, right? She's on the call with them, according to her. She's a lying sack of crap, you guys. I'm sorry. You know, it just really infuriates me.
Use ATVs, horseback.
An extensive search didn't yield one significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video. Days later, investigators called to a landfill, still saying they had found nothing.
We have nothing. We just have speculations. We get criticized. The father gets criticized. Law enforcement's been criticized.
Online sleuths are really analyzing videos and creating their own theories.
Sebastian is putting something in his pocket.
Surveillance footage from a neighbor shows two people outside of Sebastian's house that night. Something happened.
Tonight marks 1 year since Sebastian Rogers disappeared near Beach High School in Sumner County.
My life is not the same without my son. He's not here. He's somewhere. Someone has him.
This year has been the worst nightmare I could have imagined to come alive.
Just was whoever has him. Just give him back. It's my son.
Wow, that dad. You can feel it. So we want to talk about theories now, Payne, and what might have happened with Sebastian. What are your thoughts?
I mean, here's his house. They searched miles outside of that neighborhood for days. Helicopters on the ground. They even drained a lake. He's nowhere. I don't think Sebastian would have gone outside on his own. There's someone else involved here. Somebody who was familiar to him, but a stranger to everyone else.
We also have to consider he could have left on his own volition. We know children on the autism spectrum tend to wander. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, nearly half of all children on the autism spectrum will go missing at some point from their environment.
Wow.
But I think something caused him to flee his home. Was that into the open arms of a predator? Or was there a roaming predator that just happened to see Sebastian walking down through the neighborhood?
And to me, one thing that stands out is his shoes. He always wore his shoes according to his mom.
Yeah, she shared a story that as a younger boy, he walked through a pile of dirt, turned out to be a bed of fire ants, and he had a thing about always wearing his socks and shoes. I can't think that a 15-year-old child would get up in the middle of the night and leave without his shoes in February. It's cold. So for me, that says that someone has come and taken him, or someone else is involved. Someone knows something. And as easy as it is to be like, oh, that could never happen, like your bedroom is the safest place in the world. Well, no, bedrooms are not the safest place in the world. I was taken from my bedroom. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah.
So when you consider what you just said, Elizabeth, and according to Katie, that night, she goes to bed, he goes to bed, then around 10 p.m., there's a bump or a thud. She calls out to him. He said,
just want to pop in right here again. Look, Elizabeth Smart, I want to point out her mother was making dinner that night, right? They had just lost her father, and she was making dinner that night, forgot to close the window, which left the screen exposed. When the police came to, surveil the crime scene, there was a cut made in the screen, which enabled the intruder to come in and take Elizabeth from her bed, right? That's the big difference here. There is no evidence that a window was open, that a door was unlocked. This is according to Chris and Katie and their statements. Okay? I just need to point that out.
I'm fine. Yes, ma'am. I'll stop moving. And then that's the end of it. And according to her, when she went to bed, the doors were locked. And when she woke up, the doors were locked. Were the windows locked? That's a big question. Were they secure? Because if they weren't, it could mean one of two things. That thud, him responding, was someone else in there with him?
Or someone was with him and going.
Exactly.
So I do want to bring up this home security camera footage. This looks like foot traffic right in here.
Yeah, if you look at the footage here, you can see subject number 1 allegedly, right? It looks like something that's illuminated, which, by the way, we haven't mentioned it yet. According to Katie, there was a flashlight that Sebastian liked using that was missing. So you consider that, it does look like two people holding flashlights.
Yes, that paints a picture that is foul play.
Yes.
So I want to help the public now. We want to find Sebastian. What do you say to people, Elizabeth?
First of all, to the 16-year-olds of the country, the high school age, really, if you know someone who looks like Sebastian, if you know something about Sebastian, tell your parents.
Now, they failed to put the rest of the video in. They failed to put the rest of the video in, you guys. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? It's completely unacceptable. There's nothing okay about leaving that piece out because it shows the subject going back to Katie's house, going back to where it came from, right? They just made it look like Sebastian walked out of the house on his own. That's not what happened. That's not the whole footage. Context matters, especially here. Context matters. So, let me go back to my channel. And I'm going to pull in the whole entire video. Because they didn't show the whole video. Now, I can't make heads or tails of why they wouldn't have showed the whole video. But they didn't. They didn't show the whole video. The whole flashlight video will show you that the subjects went to the house, came from the house, and went back to the house. And I guess Snuggle Struggle took his comment down. Well, that's okay. If you want to see what he said, it's on my page. He can take it down all he wants. I'm glad he did, actually. It's about damn time he did. It's ridiculous for him to say something like that and to be a sheriff and someone have to come to him when they have that, when they have something traumatic like that happen to them. No. Here, we'll watch this one while I look for this other one. And just bear with me, guys. If Seclusion's still in the chat, please, Seclusion, feel free to click that link, girlfriend.
For the last 9 months, law enforcement has scaled back searches for Sebastian Rogers to an investigative format. The FBI has also offered a reward for information. Recently, Dog the Bounty Hunter joined the search and raised the reward amount, all while Sebastian's biological father continues his search efforts. News 2's Audrey Mayer speaks exclusively with his father and tells us where the investigation stands.
On December 7th, Sebastian Rogers' 16th birthday, his father Seth says a recent meeting with law enforcement has restored his confidence in their case.
Today, they have renewed my faith that they are definitely focusing on bringing my son home.
Seth didn't give any details on what was said in their meeting.
The Amber Alert remains active, and now nearly 10 months after Sebastian Rogers disappeared, those leading the search effort say no one is giving up.
It's not a cold case. It's an active and ongoing investigation.
I thank the public for the support that they're giving me, and they continue to. Keep your eyes open. You could be the next person that might see him.
Seth says he won't ever stop searching and saying his son's name. Until he's found, the pain of not knowing where Sebastian is fills Seth with grief.
Today is a lot of sadness. It's a lot of sadness every day. It's hard to wrap your head around it. All right. Every day, it's like that phone call, waiting for that picture, waiting for information that my son has been found.
Sumner County Sheriff Eric Craddock has been on the case since Sebastian disappeared from his Hendersonville home back on February 26th. Since then, hundreds of tips have been investigated, and to date, there still have been no confirmed sightings. In that vacuum, rumors continue to run rampant online from less than credible sources.
Well, it's real easy to sit on social media and make those comments.
Sheriff Craddock says investigators deal with facts, seeking evidence and hard leads.
Hey, Seclusion Works, can you hear me?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry if I sound a little faint. They gave me a new pain medication. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. Today it's deciding I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Okay, I am a researcher and I have access to some pretty high tech equipment. I took this particular stretch of footage and as well as the other footage we have seen into the simulator late at night. I then put it on a thumb drive, uploaded it, bought the guard 2 dozen donuts, said a bunch of what he wanted to leave me alone. I went in, and the first thing I uploaded was, of course, a Texas Roadhouse video.
Mm-hmm.
We have huge screens. I mean, they literally surround us. So I blew up this footage and I examined it very carefully. Although I have poor vision, I also decided to put the visor on to make sure I didn't miss anything. As I watched this footage, when Katie is first speaking to him, she is saying, "You will comply with what I want." And as you see him lean forward and lean back, I caught a glimpse. "Sebastian, are you listening to me?" is what she said. I went back, watched this again. All right. That made me watch this even closer. If you see the footage where Katie puts her hand up, as a parent or as a person, when you are saying you will listen to me or else, you put your hand up, that is what she's saying. When he starts to shake his head, what she did when she turned her head for that second, and we got a glimpse of the camera, when she looked up and looked around and said that, what she said is, you will apologize. What do you see Sebastian do? Lean back, starts to bite his nails and look down. He's scared. She looks up again. She's looking for someone. Okay. This says someone was in that restaurant. I, in my humble opinion, believe it was Chris Proudfoot who was supposed to come to that table and Sebastian was going to apologize verbally. Okay. Either he was not there or she did not see where he was seated. When Sebastian gets up and goes to the bathroom by himself, when he comes back, he looks even more agitated, scared. All right? Soon after that, they get up and leave. Now, this is my theory. There was an argument sometime earlier in the evening that triggered that conversation at Texas Roadhouse. It started there. It started on that fateful day. Katie may have said, you either apologize to Chris or else, as an ultimatum. Timeline says that they left Texas Roadhouse. As they're walking out, there are people. First, I discarded the green hoodie theory, but then I looked a little closer and I took off my visor and looked. That's familiarity. She recognized that individual. Body shape could have been a young female, could have been someone else. Sebastian also recognized that individual. Look what he did. He stopped and he looked at the person. And if you see a flash of recognition on his face, he knew who that person was. Okay, she passed something to them. The question is, what was it? I don't think it was drugs. I think it was a passcode written on a piece of paper. You know, she did say they had passcodes, correct? Am I right? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah, my voice is a little weak.
You're doing
That
great.
piece of
You
paper.
might have to turn off maybe the background because I think we're getting a
What
little
do I
bit
have?
of an echo.
I don't have anything
I
open.
think there might be just a little bit of an echo.
I don't have anything open. I closed everything. I closed my YouTube. This is the only screen open. What's going on?
Okay. It might be on my end too. But no, go ahead, Seclusion. You're doing great. I just am listening.
All right, as this progresses, when he walks out and sees that individual, that's familiarity. Okay. The argument must have continued in the car on the way home. We don't know what transpired.
I'm so sorry, Seclusion. I don't want to interrupt, but I can now barely hear you.
Barely hear me. What is going on? Is that better?
That's better.
It's my voice. Sorry. I'm
Go ahead,
weak.
my friend. You're doing great. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can speak louder. He settles in, but I think the argument continued in that house. That argument commenced. Katie must have either lost her temper or he refused to bow down. All right? This is the critical unknown. That is approximately later in the evening, 9:30, 8 o'clock. She says she heard a thud. We don't know this. What if in a fit of rage struck him? Too scared, too frightened. She gets on the phone with Chris. You know, Chris, this is what's going on. You got to get down here, that type of thing. Later on, this progresses. That's the unknown. That's the big block. But here's the evidence. 3 o'clock in the morning, the lights turn on. People go into shock when they do things they're not expected to do. We see the mysterious flashlights. Now, here's the thing. Sebastian could not have left that house on his own accord. There's no way. All right? I think what possibly potentially happened is they got the flashlights, carried him out. And they say to each other, where is that waiting car? Where's that waiting car? That would explain the car going back and forth, back and forth. They're looking for these two. Excuse me. I'm sorry. They're looking for it. Ah, there's the car. Go back and get Sebastian. In the Navy, you are taught to carry an individual with a certain hold. If they're injured, you put them over your shoulder. Now, this is where the photographic evidence backs up that theory. The larger the figures is holding something over their shoulders. If you look, the left side is leaning to the left. That indicates weight, a weight disparity. Now, when I tried to blow that up on the screens, it became too pixelated. As they're walking, they get tired. They lay the body on the ground. You get tired. That hold is not meant to carry long distances. This is what we call a short-term carry hold. They lay the person on the floor. In the overhead footage, you see an individual that looks like they're injured or, as a person. Put the body down, they regain their strength. Pick them back up. As they pick them back up, what happens? Oh my God, we forgot to disperse the mist. They throw the mist in little canisters. Boom. They have a way out. Confuse the cameras. but what they neglected to understand it does not conceal all of the evidence. Now, the timeline says a strange car was seen circulating. That could have been a co-conspirator. Who was Chris Proudfoot's family? Very well connected. They would have the means and the money and, of course, the method to conceal a potential body. We don't know if Sebastian's alive at this point. We don't know. He's taken to that car. The car, of course, goes on its merry way. These two turn back around. Two people, I'm not saying it's Chris or Katie. They turn back around, and at the same time, one of them says, go back to the house, because you see the other flashlight just turn around and walk back. Later footage says that they have a carrying device, a wheelbarrow, perhaps a little tote thing where, you took kids and you towed them around, that type of thing. They took the evidence out of that room that they could possibly thought they could dispose of. So what happens? Katie, I'm going to disappear. You call me at this time. There's an alibi. Okay. Call me at this time. As Chris stated, she called me at 6:30. All right. Katie, leave the house. Come meet me. Alibi. Katie leaves the house. What happens? She's driving down the street. If you're looking for a kid, you're going to have that window down, screaming your head off. She made a mistake. She didn't roll down the window. She did not give any indication she was screaming or anything. Another mistake made during the night. Now, if Chris Proudfoot was indeed in the area and he was smart enough to ditch his phone and get another phone in operation, they may have committed a near perfect crime. But the evidence says otherwise. These two did not consider it. The timeline goes against their story compared to the photographic evidence. When the dogs were allowed to search, there was one thing in favor that was working for them. A freaking weather miracle happened. It rained. It washed away all of the scent from laying down the body to that footprint at the pond. The footprint at the pond is an anomaly. What I think they might have done is they might have stood him up and had him stand there to throw everybody off. These people were thinking. They were thinking. But they forgot one thing. They throw you off on a person throws you off enough on a crime scene, it's going to raise questions. Well, somebody paid off the police. Oh, we're just going to go in here. We're going to go with what you told us. No crime scene investigation. By the time they got in there, they cleansed that house from top to bottom. No evidence of a crime. They cleaned up Sebastian's room. That theory says that this was a conspiracy of quite a few people in the way, the police are acting indicates active participation. We've heard whispers of corruption. The Bower Sox literally looks like they run Sumner County. No one does anything without their permission. I've seen this myself, having been married to a powerful individual. It does happen. If that timeline is correct, Sebastian may have been injured as early as 9:45 to as late as maybe midnight. Now, I'm not going to go into gory details, but to carry a limp person, you only have a certain amount of time before the body does what it is. I'm not going to go into graphic details. That's not my point. But if Sebastian was struck and incapacitated, he would not have resisted. But here's the funny thing. There's evidence in video footage where Chris Proudfoot had indicative defense marks. The scratches. Could Sebastian have been awake enough to scratch and say, hey, put me down. What do you think you're doing? Don't do this to me. All the evidence points that despite what has been stated officially by Chris Proudfoot, it points at a very frightening, likely scenario. He was there. How would he have intimate details? Why? I did the math on the drive back. For him to come from Hendersonville to his job site in Memphis, I believe it took 3 hours and 15 minutes at normal speed rates. A car moving at approximately 85 to 90 miles an hour could reach another destination of that length in 1 hour and 27 minutes. He had time. He had time. Now, if we all put this all together, this all points to one thing: conspiracy. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in conspiracies. I believe in coincidences, but not theories that point towards conspiracy. All of this says, wherever they put him, I don't think he is among us. I'm sorry to say. Because no school would hold a missing child that is being looked for on a national scale would dare risk exposure to hide a child, regardless. Internationally, the heat would be even worse. If you take a child across state borders and that child is reported as missing or unknown and you are holding them in a foreign school and they find out about it, oh, the heat internationally would be horrible, would be terrible. On a national scale, that school would be swarmed so fast and investigated by the FBI for concealing a missing child. That's a crime. Now, if he's being held, say, in a remote location, maybe Alaska, but in order to cross the Alaskan border, you need a passport. That's the big thing. If he is alive, he's held overseas or nationally, the heat will be nuclear. So my theory holds that they plan to get rid of this guy, this young boy, because he had evidence that Chris did not want to get out there. Prevent him to getting his little girl back into his custody. All this is in my opinion. All this is in what I did simulations on, did my math, did my homework. But this is, in my humble opinion, and my sincere opinion, this is what happened to Sebastian. And the police will not move because the Bauer Sox may have enriched their coffers. I'm not accusing them of corruption, but this is the likely scenario. Look at their actions at the fair, Miss Lady. Why would they prevent a citizen who has the right to hang up flyers? That's a lot of power. A lot of power. So that's my theory, and I want to present it before I get too sick where I won't be able to talk. I'm throwing all my energy into my work, and I'm sorry that I have bothered you to take time away. That's my opinion, and I wanted to go with the record. And I hope we'll find out what happened to him. So thank you for giving me your time. Thank you, chat. And I am going to go lay down on my couch because I'm here at work. So I will talk to you wonderful people later. I will be listening. Thank you, Lady Freedom. May God bless
Thank you, Seclusion Works.
Thank you. Thank you. I will talk with you guys later. I'm going to bed. I will be listening. I need to rest. So talk to you later, okay? God bless you. God bless you.
Talk to you later. Thank you.
Bye now. Bye now.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry if we had a little bit of echo there, but I really encourage everyone to listen to what Seclusion is saying here. I agree with her a lot of what she's saying. Very, very well said as well. And in terms of, looking into the case factually, right? Because that's really where we're going to get our best answer, is looking at the facts of the case. Thank you, YouTuber. Yeah, Seclusion was awesome, right, Ebony? I mean, spot on. Thanks, Tay. Thanks for being here. And, if we just take everything that we know, right, and even if we believe one thing or another, right, even if we believe one thing or another, maybe we don't like Katie's actions, we don't like Chris's actions, but if we just take the events of the night and the facts of what happened, I think that we're going to come up with the best answer, right? Because we're looking for the truth. And I believe that we are seeing that there is a lot of pull from the Proud Feet Bower Sox, you know, maybe even mainly from the Bower Sox, right? Because they have a lot of pull in that town. It's something that I wish didn't exist, right? I wish I could say, no, guys, really, I don't believe that. I don't think so. I can't help but believe that or think that. And I think there's a big thing to say about the good old boy system. I do. And I'm not saying that I know better than how to raise a family, or I know better than how to reach a community, things like that, right? I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that it just doesn't seem like it's working out very well. And we have in Chris Proudfoot's history and in his past, just a very horrible way of treating women, right? And children. I mean, he took it upon himself to bust a child who had braces right in her face. Like, that shows that he doesn't care who sees it. It doesn't matter to him if people see that or not. That's very concerning, because a lot of times these people are bold, but they're not that bold. And a lot of times they'll do these things, but they're going to try to, you know, pop them someplace where somebody's not going to see it, like when it's on their face. That is very bold and brazen, in my opinion. Holly S. says, if he's being held, I don't think it's a great place for with caring people. Right. And that's what's scary. But I do agree with seclusion that is one thing that I, you know, mull over in my brain, like, okay, who would keep a child like that, right? Especially after all of this public attention. You know, who would still be harboring Sebastian, right? Holding him hostage of sorts, right? Because that would be holding him hostage. Thank you, Angel of Light. We love seclusion, and seclusion is a critical thinker, right? You know, not the person that's going to put on the tinfoil hat before she puts on her thinking cap, right? And that's why we love seclusion. And, you know, I think a lot of you guys are, and I think that's why it's so shocking to us, right? We're like, what is going on here? What in the world is happening? You know, because we don't think like that. We're not conspiracy theorists, and we can't even fathom people in this high position allowing for this or thinking it's okay or going along with it. You know, we really are trying to wrap our brains around it. It's difficult if you don't have that conspiracy mindset as it is. Hey, Kimberly, good to see you. You're welcome, Angel of Light. Yeah, and I mean, it's just, it's unbelievable to us. Cece says it's unbelievably easy to put your child into a facility. My son has been to rehabs, and it did not require my signature in any way. The only thing they may ask for is permission to get school records. Very interesting, Cece. Thank you. And, you know, that's one thing that does bother me, is how easy it is. And then also watching the movie, it's a documentary. It's a documentary style, that a young woman is doing the documentary in order to expose her and her friends' time at a school like this, where they do just take the child in the middle of the night. She showed how easy it is to make one phone call to have them pick up your child in the middle of the night. So that's one thing that I will say keeps me kind of open in terms of, could somebody have possibly done this? Another thing that really bothers me is that something bad could have happened to Sebastian at the school, and in order for them to keep their mouths quiet, because it happened in their care and not in Chris and Katie's, but Chris and Katie facilitated this, then I do start to think a little bit conspiracy minded, right? Because if Sebastian was at that school and he was hurt by one of those children, or even by the staff, that can cause an issue and be a reason why they would hide Sebastian there, right? But I don't know. I don't know about that theory. They claim to attend Freedom Church in Gallatin. Excuse me, most often. Freedom Church in Gallatin, but Chris says that they go to different churches, and he did say that. Carla says, I wonder if the red car man that has a lot of property may have an underground holding cell, like one I seen true story about in England. Airplane heat sensitive sonar found it 5 years later. Wow, that's very interesting, Carla. I haven't heard of that. SA officer says, I'm going to rewatch this again later, trying to keep up with the comments, responding, and then I didn't get to hear everything from seclusion. I'm interested in listening. I am too. I'm going to go back and listen again as well. Because, yes, I was doing comments and things back here, but and I just wanted to listen. That's why I put myself on mute. That way I could hear it. Because I do think what seclusion is saying is based on facts, and I think we really need to keep it there. Well, and the baby carrier with Faith, right? Because she was crying. You know, he has no patience. It shows that that's his own child. He's willing to do that to, you know. And thank you, Women's Warrior. Thank you so much. Women's Warrior says, we could also consider contacting news stations to announce we have been trying to contact the president, or we can try to find someone who has a connection to Trump, tell him for us. Thank you, Women's Warrior. I think that it's very important. And I know people were getting heated about the political conversation, but we do have to consider that those are the people that are going to ultimately be making decisions. And so, you know, I do think that whoever our president is, it's very worthwhile to reach out to them, you know, and to let them know what's going on. So I think anything that we can do is valuable. I really do. Gracie says, I agree with Cece. Yeah. I don't know that he is in a facility either. You know, some people do think that, and, you know, I might sway my decision a little and say, okay, yeah, I can consider that. So it's not something that I'm not willing to consider. I just don't know for sure. Right. I am a bit confused about it myself, and I would need more proof, but some of the proof is there. I mean, that they do exist. Right. And that's where I can't completely throw it out. Women's Warrior says, lady, in my opinion, we're not looking at normal people. We are possibly looking at a criminal networking, and there are millions of children moved undetected around the world every day. I agree with that too, Seclusion Works. That's why I can't always take off the trafficking aspect. So, you know, when At Night brought up the footage from Tel Aviv, and people were saying, well, I mean, what is that? Why are they looking for Sebastian there? You know, Katie said that Sebastian could be anywhere, and she's looking everywhere. So when I consider that statement, which I have to only consider what they've said, and that's what we've done on this channel, is we've gone back over the statements from Katie and Chris, right? Because those are what's important to me. I've gone over Seth's statements as well. When I go over Seth's statements, it just solidifies that he's always been straightforward and honest. Even though sometimes we didn't like the honesty that he brought forth, he still was being honest, right? When people are willing to just flat out say how it is without worrying about what other people think, I think that's way more respectable and commendable, because we are trying to just get down to the facts. We don't want any fluff. I could care less about any of that. I'm just concerned with what actually happened, right? So, and I can't forget that Facebook post. No, absolutely. From the young lady in the community that worked at a store or something. And she said he was rough with her. It goes on and on. And it's always with women too, Holly S. Like, he's so aggressive and hateful towards women in particular, you know? Grace Paris brings up a really important point. Nobody at Freedom Church knew about Sebastian, right? Because in my opinion, they were embarrassed of him because Sebastian's different. How boring would it be if we were all exactly alike? It'd be boring as hell. We would have no variety. We would have no new ideas. We would have no innovation. We would have no creativity. We would have nothing. SI officer says what the video footage shows, the compressed video, the ending is not good, and he's not being held, and he's not in a facility allegedly. I agree. Holly says, Grace, I agree. I don't think that they really even claimed him. They just wanted him to go away, and he was the scapegoat. Yeah, and guys, the scapegoated child is the abused child. The other children aren't abused quite like the scapegoat is, right? They focus their energy and their hatred towards one child. We saw this in James Hutchinson's case. We saw this in his case where he ended up dead, thrown over the Ohio River Bridge into the Ohio River with a cinder block attached to him. He's still never been found. The other children survived. But then again, I believe that little James was the scapegoat in that scenario. There wasn't any other children to choose from in the Proudfoot home. Arguably, thank God for that. But if I was to be guessing on something and Faith had been in the home or a part of the equation, I think that Sebastian still would have been the scapegoated child, in my opinion. But here's the thing that sucks, is that even though one child may not be there anymore, the next in line will be scapegoated. We watched this happen by David Peltzer, A Child Called It. It's a book that he wrote about his experience being the scapegoated child. When he was taken out of the home, his younger siblings bared the brunt of what the mother, the sick, twisted, disgusting mother, did to the children, right? They were the next one in line. Very unfortunate. And the abuse didn't stop. And the way that CPS looked at it, well, let's get David out of there. He was the one that was being scapegoated. It doesn't work that way. When there's sadistic abuse in the household, it doesn't matter. Whoever is there is going to experience it. They just choose one child or another, in my opinion. Carla thinks that Sebastian is alive and he's being held with horrible people. Chris has made statements he may return when he's 18, but would need mental help. By 18, CPS won't interfere. That's a good point, Carla. And he has said things to that effect about Sebastian returning when he's 18. And I don't know what to think of that. I think a lot of it probably has to do with Chris not wanting us on his back. Oh. Sorry, guys. I think I'm having a little bit of trouble with the stream today. I think a lot of it has to do with I think a lot of Chris's statements about Sebastian returning when he's 18 has a lot to do with Chris wanting us off of his back, in my opinion. I really do. I think he wants us to stop talking about it. Look at the fact that CP didn't care to hurt children, in my opinion. I mean, I can't deny that either, Grace. I can't. I cannot. I won't, Leslie says I know, right, Grace? I mean, Celine says need to contact the Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, USAG. She has the 100% authority to investigate and have the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service to take over a case and CPS cases. Thank you, Celine. We will definitely put that on our list. We will absolutely put that on our list. Wild Wolf says, amen, Grace. Grace, I think it was planned too. Now, the conversation at the Texas Roadhouse, there was something to that conversation. I absolutely agree, because you could see the difference in the demeanor, even with Sebastian. He seems a lot more calm when they first get there. Yeah, he's eating, right? He's eating. But his whole demeanor changed after whatever was said to him was said to him. He wanted his daughter, and that's all, in my opinion. Well, and you know, I think he had very nefarious reasons for wanting to have his daughter too. You know, just to take her away from, her mother. You know, Nina's not a bad or an unfit mother by any means. You know, she's not on drugs. She's not, selling herself on the road, side of the road or whatever, a street corner or whatever. She's not that way, right? Why would you want to take the child away from their mother? And another thing is why is Chris living in Tennessee and not in the same state as his daughter? If he wants her so bad, he should be there. He would have way more time with her if he was there. You know? Hope Floats, good to see you, says, hey guys, in my opinion, I think private homes with few kids in it. Well, and it could be something like that, and Kiki says, I think so too, Grace. Yeah, I mean, it's and this is why we have a mystery here to solve. Bobby, I don't know about that. I just believe it's a secret made solely for Sebastian, with just a couple people knowing about it. Well, and I do think that he must have recognized something. Katie looking around, super suspicious. In my opinion, CP says go to church. Let's dig into the church. They support a lot of nonprofits for foster homes and children. Yeah, I mean, I've been digging into that too, Kiki. I mean, because it does exist, right? Guys, I'm just going to put us on mute and put this video. This is the Lights video in its entirety. It was not cut up by America's Most Wanted.
Proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I mean, no, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking actual of him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out.
For the surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence.
Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show two people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see, 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know, there's not much to
Okay, guys, so I just wanted to point out that that was the full video, right? The full video, not something that they cut it off when one light source leaves, because that tells a completely different narrative, altogether. The proof is in the pudding, in my opinion. Grace Paris, well said. The proof is right there, right? A short time later, one light source moves towards the light source that's waiting in the common area, right? Then they go. Now, if that was all that happened, then I would say Sebastian left with a flashlight. Katie must not known he had it. Maybe it was something he took from the garage and they forgot that it was out there. Something. Maybe Sebastian got a flashlight from one of his buddies at school. I don't know, right? But no, that's not what this shows. And America's Most Wanted failed to show it. And shame on them for it. Shame on them for it. They should be ashamed of themselves. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Robini. What about some of the images Nisi Marie has pulled from the flashlight video? No one's talking about this. It's because they threw such a fit the first time, in my opinion. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Robini. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. You know, it's ridiculous. I think there's a lot to be said, and I had to think about this, so I'm sorry, I wasn't frozen, I was thinking. There is a lot to be said about a tiny little YouTuber like myself, 3,000 people that follow me, and I was drug harassed, doxxed, stalked, humiliated, broke down, said, oh, she doesn't have her real estate license, by their PI. By their PI. All because I showed a photo. All because I enhanced a photo. And I didn't even do the better enhancement is the one from Limelight Girl, Limelight Punk, right? She did the better one. But let's go after Lady Freedom. Are you kidding me? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. What could I possibly say that's so scary to you unless you have something to do with it? Because I put Seth up there too. I put Chris's face up there and I put Seth up there. Seth didn't care. He wasn't sending people after me. No. He was thankful that I was looking into his son's case and trying to figure out what happened. The proof is in the pudding, as our friend Grace says. The proof is in the pudding. Hey, Dawn Emery. Brenda, it had to be so. It had to be so. You know? Otherwise, they wouldn't care. They would say, oh, that stupid girl, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Look at her up there. She thinks she's big and bad. You know, she thinks she's enhancing photos, right? Look at, that's really cute. Look how cute she is, right? They certainly wouldn't be worried about it. Little old me, really? They're so afraid the truth will get out. They're terrified, and they should be. Look, if they did something to Sebastian, I hope they are worried about it. I hope they are. It's so hard to see everything, right, as an officer? But guess what? That's not the only view that we have in the neighborhood. That's not the only camera view, right? And I'm talking about this view right here. It's not like these people were the only ones that had camera capabilities or footage pulled from that night in the area. You know? Metadata doesn't lie. It's imprinted on the photos. Another thing that I learned in the Johnny Depp trial. Oh, really? So every single photo has its own specific data that's attached to it and shows the origins of where it came from. Very interesting. KJ Mac, I would have to agree. I couldn't believe the world of hurt that I put and brought onto myself because of a not so good, this isn't even the best enhancement that I did. Oh, you okay, Beagle? Beagle's coughing, guys. Yeah. Not even the best one. The other one's way better. They're so worried about it, though. Because they don't want the truth to come out. They don't want the truth to come out. That's why they ran to the Texas Roadhouse with this guy to grab the footage of them eating. Katie was there. She knows what happened. What happened, Katie? Where are you at, Katie? She certainly isn't going to talk to anybody now. She's real tight-lipped. She's keeping it all quiet. She's not talking to nobody. So you mean to tell me that she really wants her son to be found when she's not talking to nobody? She refuses to talk to people who are trying to help? But she'll go on Queen Bee's panel and have a couple beers and chill. Disgusting. Disgusting. They need to release all of it. Hey, Polly's Cookies. Polly's Cookie says, honestly, I tried, but I couldn't make heads or tails of Nisi Marie's work or any of the latest enhancements of the Lights video. Respectfully, it's probably my own limitations, but I was disappointed. Well, I will tell you, it's really hard to see it. And sometimes even when they sent me the photo, again, I'll show it. I know you guys know what I'm talking about, but I just, I'm a very visual person and I like to show receipts when I have them, right? But when I took this photo, and I put it through my own enhancements, right? And then I had tons of people enhancing it and sending it to me. But when I very first received that, I received it from one person, right? Which was Grace's Gavel. She's also known as Grace's Gavel 2.0, and she's also Krama Chronicles now, right? But she sent me this. I was working Crystal McCrory Jones's case, and I was pulling in all of the information from the Facebook, right? And I was doing research there on my own. Because like I said, she already had me all of the statements, all of the recorded conversations with Chuck Harris, everything. All of it. And so I was trying to do some independent research onto the people, the players in the game, right? The players that came into play in the case. And somebody sent me this. And I go, why are they sending me this, right? What is this? And then I get it from Minnie. Oh, scratch that. I believe Minnie sent it to me first. That's right. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Minnie sends it to me first, right? AKA Krama Crotch. I don't know what the hell their names are, right? Another Krama channel, right? Because they weren't making enough money or getting enough exposure with their shitty covering of these cases that they had to go to the Krama channels, right? And that's what they did. They ran to Queen Bee. Okay? This is the facts. This is the facts. And I don't care who knows it. I've done multiple videos on it. But they sent it to me twice, Polly's Cookies, and I was like, okay, why are they sending me this again, right? Why am I getting this again? So I look again and I went, oh shit, well that looks like a person carrying somebody, right? And I thought Sebastian's arm was over their shoulder and he was helping to be carried, right? You can kind of see it in there. And the skin tones don't change. Every single time I changed this photo and enhanced it, there were certain things that stayed the same. which was their skin color and the tone of their face. You can see it in both of these enhancements. Clear as day. Clear as day. And by the way, when I first put these up, I said, this is what I see. What do you see? I didn't accuse anybody. Quite the contrary. I said, this is what I see. What do you see? Because I always give you guys the right to say how you feel, what your opinions are in here. I don't shame you guys and tell you, get the hell out of here. I don't care if you unsubscribe from me. No, I don't do that. And I never will. Because I'd be shooting myself in the foot if I'm really, truly trying to find out what happened to Sebastian. But it's so hard to see Polly's cookies. And that's the thing. Even in some of the photos I was studying, I would have to ask the person, well, what do you see here? What are you seeing? And show me what you're trying to show me, right? Because it is difficult to see them. And sometimes you do have to look at it again or come back to it again. Like I did 5 days later. So Minnie sends it to me. 5 days later, Grace sends it to me. I see it. Oh, okay, this is why they're sending it to me again. I get it. I didn't get it to begin with. And again, I didn't give it a fair look over because I'm thinking I'm in the middle of someone else's case, right? I'm focusing my time and energy over here, and I try to focus all of it, right? I give all of my attention to Sebastian's case when I'm working his case. I do the same thing for anybody else's case. And I was in the middle of analyzing her case to the best of my ability, right? I wish Seth would come out and tell us what Brandon and Bobby said to CP and Seth. CP threatened Seth not to talk. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Kimberly. Yeah, he said that if he opens his mouth again, he won't do it. Yeah, he won't open it again, basically. I don't know what was said. SF has something. I'm sorry, I missed it. Mima says we want Sebastian. We don't care about y'all. Give Sebastian back. Exactly. I don't care. Because look, I know I'm not hurting Seth's feelings. If I say something that might be different or a difference of opinion, sure. It's just like it reminded me the McCoys. You guys brought up McCoys. Somebody, Mima. What do I think of Hatfield and McCoys? I think that they're trying to analyze the case from the beginning, right? I think they're trying to analyze things. And I did share what they said. It reminds me of in the beginning when At Night came on, right? I got timed out of one of theirs, or somebody blocked a comment that I had made because I used Katie and Chris in the comment. And I can't remember if I even put CPKP or if I wrote Chris or Katie, because for the longest time I was calling them by their names with that their mothers gave them, or their fathers, or whoever named them, right? Because I was trying to be respectful, and because I didn't understand the KKCPs, things like that. I mean, I knew who they were, but I mean, obviously people were getting threatened and I'm going to sue you and all this crap, right? So that was the reasoning behind that. But they had erased one of my comments or whatever because they had said, and then I watched their video, oh, that's why my comment was erased, because they said that they don't want to hear anybody referring to the parents in the comments at all, like not even CP, KP, SR, right? That sort of thing. And that was because in the beginning, they were trying to look at it from every single aspect, right? We even heard Tony Mathis was grilled by, I think it was Dog, because they're trying to figure out, right? If you don't know these people from anybody, right? You don't know them. You're going to try to get to know them, right? To establish a baseline about that person. Otherwise, you're not giving it a fair shot. Do I agree with everything they're saying? No, of course not. Do I care if they're looking into Seth? No, because I know that when they figure it out and when they go over and really analyze everything, they're going to come to the conclusion. It's my guess, it's my opinion, right? That Seth was at work, and so he does have an alibi, right? They're also going to see that Seth took his polygraph test. They're also going to see, well, I think they already know, actually. I think they already know this. That, that Chris told Nancy Grace, name the time and place, and then he never showed up. That's from what they said in their videos, right? But I think they're trying to figure out what happened here. I think they're trying to get an interview with Chris and Katie face to face in order for them to make a better assessment. And I think that's a more fair assessment than recording their phone calls, right, and just listening to them. They're giving them a chance to speak to them in person, because that's the best way to get to know someone, right? Like if you and I sat down for lunch, it would be a more personal experience than if we're just talking up here and you can see me. I mean, if I have my avatar up, and I just do this the whole time, you're just going to see one facial feature of me. You're not going to see anything that I'm doing back here. I could be, folding my laundry. You guys would never know, right? But that's why I like to keep it like this. I like to put myself small or whatever. So you can see me. All right, Lady Freedom put her face on, her war paint on today. She's up there. She's talking. She's making eye contact. She's, paying attention. All right, that's why I like to show myself. But even further than that, if you want to further get to know me, we would have a meet and greet. We would have a lunch. We would, get to know each other on a more personal level. Shake my hand. You can feel my hand, right? You can't do that when we're just talking like this. So even if they were to set up like a Zoom meeting, it wouldn't be the fair assessment that they would get face to face. And so I think more power to them. And hey, if they come to a different conclusion than I have, I'm not going to hate them for it. Because I believe that we're all entitled to come up with our own thoughts and theories. And there may be things in their theory that I say, I haven't thought about that before. That's interesting. I'm just not going to cut off anybody from talking about Sebastian. We need to talk about him. 18 months in, we can't let it get cold. We have to keep pushing. Some people will say, hey, Lady Freedom, I think that Sebastian's going to be found soon. I hope so. But I know that if we just sit there and we're all quiet and then, if one of us watches a video and there's certain things that we don't like and then we say, well, I'll never listen to them again. Well, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, right? If they're trying to give a fair analysis of the situation, I want to hear it, But do I agree with everything? No, of course not, because I still feel like they might be looking at it from the beginning and they're still trying to figure things out. And they've been transparent about that, right? I also think their approach was good. When it comes to Chris, you gotta go in there and be nice to somebody if you want information from them. If the minute that you go in there and say, well, I think you guys are guilty, they're going to be like, whoa, and they're going to hang up. They're never going to talk. They're going to shut down, right? That's the last thing that somebody wants. So, I mean, Hey, Wonderful Day says, if it was Faith, would CP and the BS turn their backs? No, I don't think so. No, I think Mama Socks would turn the world upside down if it was Faith. I do. And I also think Nina would too. I do. Do I think that Chris would give a crap? No, because he doesn't give a crap as it is. He said they're kidless. His words, not mine. Me and Katie are kidless. We could ride all the Harleys we want. Woohoo! Who says that? When your child's missing, we're kidless? That doesn't make me feel good about Sebastian coming back alive. At all. Quite the contrary. Because up until that interview, I had up until that phone conversation and them releasing that phone conversation, I had a lot more hope than I do now. Because Chris's words. Nobody else's besides his words. So no. And when people are attacked for putting out the facts, then, it detours people from putting the facts out. You guys are absolutely right. It does. KJ Max says, I have to use their initials so I don't run out of character spaces in my comments. It's still respectful. If I'm feeling sassy, then I call them footlings or soxes. Today I feel sassy. KJ Max, same. I mean, it's hard though, because it's like, this is a child. This is a young man who is out there, right? Just this young person. But I try to find out creative ways. SI officer says, Nisi Marie, her work is being showed on a computer, which shows the images as even more distorted. Every time that you share an image or a video, it becomes more distorted. Read it on TikTok. The explanation of view is on eyes 2C 111 educates you. Thank you, SI officer, for that. Yes, and that's the thing. Every single time we're sharing it, right, it gets more and more distorted. Another thing that we have to consider is that we're looking at a video that someone took from their cell phone of a video, right, which changes it completely. That's why I want the raw footage of all of this. It doesn't matter. I want all of it raw before anything was done to it, before the integrity was ruined. Even the Nick Barris video, the integrity is ruined, in my opinion. That's why I have a hard time with that, right? And when I received these photos, I was lied to. I said, where did this come from? And Grace goes, oh, well, it came from X. Bullshit, it didn't. It was from Justin. And I don't like being lied to at all. I'm honest with you. You could at least give me the same respect, or I won't deal with you. Mimima says that they always comment on Seth's history with CPS, that if he had anger, then he still has anger. Well, but see, they're going off of these accusations, but that they were only presenting the accusations because they did put another video out because they're going through everything again. And I've watched all of that. I've seen all the documents. I've looked all of them over, right? I mean, this is old kind of news to me. I just don't want to disrespect anybody because, that's not what I'm here for. And I appreciate them going over it again with a fine-tooth comb, because guess what? They could probably find some things that maybe we missed. By all means, please do it. But we're looking at accusations, and then we're looking at Seth's response to said accusations, and then we're seeing what happened in the family court, right? And usually if there's a divorce, they're going to wrap that all into family court, because that's who oversees situations dealing with families, is family court, right? So I think once they've gotten over all of their initial research, is what I'm trying to say. Not that they're like, oh, they're behind, they're doing day one stuff, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is once they're able to do their own research, which I always ask, you guys to do the same thing. Like, just don't take my word for it. Please look it up, fact check me, everything. If there's something that I see wrong or say wrong, tell me, please. Send me an email. Say, Lady Freedom, I don't agree with what you're saying here, and here's why. I will absolutely give you all of that respect back, right? Because you're coming at me respectfully, and we're having a conversation. Now, this is how we can figure things out. That's the only way we can figure things out, right? But yeah, allowing for them to have that time to do that. And like I said, if their conclusion is different than mine, then that's how it is. They're entitled to that. They work hard for their own channel. Whatever they say on their channel is what they are entitled to be saying on their own channel. I'm not somebody that goes around and tells people how to run their channel. You won't ever catch me doing that. And I hardly like to go into the comments and beat everybody over the head with my opinions, because hey, I could do that up here, and whoever wants to listen to me will come over and listen to me, right? Replay or in chat. So that's where I stand on things. I think we need to be more gracious towards each other. I think we need to recognize that we're all on the same team. We're all trying to find Sebastian. And I think that we need to go after the people who deserve to be gone after. And that's Chris and Katie Proudfoot, right? And maybe arguably not even Chris if he has an alibi, right? Because that's what I'm operating under with Seth, right? For one, I know Seth, right? I can see plenty of interviews with Seth where he has stayed consistent. He's stayed consistent, straightforward, to the point. I want my son found. What is he doing with the funds? Brand new, beautiful flyers, right? So he can go out there. But even more so, sorry, I have it down here, my backgrounds. Let me get my big head out. Right here. Those are double-sided, right? He prints out flyers. He has t-shirts, right? These are the ways to spread awareness. This is how we have to do it, right? This is how we have to do it. They lawyered up quickly, Leslie. They lawyered up quickly. They sure did. Sorry, guys. One of these is like more. There we go. So there's that. CP's not going to buy their interview, in my opinion. I don't think he will. You know, I think he keeps pushing people off. Oh yeah, we'll talk to Katie. Yeah. We'll talk to. Well, let me see what Katie thinks. You know, putting the ball in Katie's court, so to speak. Robini, because Katie was the last person with Sebastian. He wasn't with Seth or Seth's house. That part makes sense to me. Sorry, I must have missed Robini. Why say, well, we want to talk to Seth, but not until after we talk to Chris and Katie? Oh, yeah. That's my understanding, Robini. I'm thinking they want to focus on who was with Sebastian last. You know? They want to focus on who was with him last. And that's who I would want to focus on. I mean, yeah, I could, like I said, I could talk to Seth about a lot of things, you know, but when we see on the America's Most Wanted, we just watched it. Chris's story to America's Most Wanted was that he called Seth and said, you know, Sebastian's missing. Don't be upset. Sebastian's missing. That's what, you know, imagine being at work all night long, right? You get to your truck, you finally get access to your phone, and you see that message. Don't be mad. And then there's no history of this ever happening before, right? So if there was a history of this happening before, it would be something probably more along the lines of, oh my gosh, Sebastian ran away again, right? We can't find Sebastian again. He took off, right? But that's not him. That's not the child that we're dealing with. We're actually dealing with a child who doesn't like bugs, doesn't like to be dirty. And we're supposed to believe that he walked out of the house without any shoes on in the middle of the night by himself. But that's what they want us to believe, because that's only what they showed America's Most Wanted. I used to watch America's Most Wanted all the time, guys. I'm over there rooting with my popcorn. Get those bad guys. Get those dirtbags, John Walsh. Well, you just let two dirtbags go, in my opinion. Especially when you don't want to show the end of the flashlight video. It is what it is. I didn't make up the flashlight video. I had nothing to do with it. So how you blaming me? How you blaming other creators? How you blaming anybody? They need to be forced to talk. They need to be forced into an interrogation with people who aren't their friends. Don't tell me they didn't get special treatment here. My ass would have been in a cruiser. And they would have put me in a room just like they did with Brittany, James's mother. And they would have put my boyfriend in a separate room just like they did with James's stepfather. And it would have been time to get the truth. Talk about a missed opportunity, Sheriff Craddock. Where the hell are you? Oh, were you too busy taking down your nasty comments that you wrote about women and about what you think about when somebody gets violated in a sexual manner in a sex crime? Were you too busy covering your own ass? Because that's what really is upsetting to me, that an officer of the law allowed for this. That an officer of the law is being disrespectful to the child's father. I don't know what CPS report says. Seth has anger problems. All I heard about was Katie accusing Seth of it, and it was reported to CPS and discounted. That's what happened. Yeah, Carla, in my opinion, that's what happened. Grace agrees. Yeah. Because here's the thing. I could go and say anything, right? It's just, I'll give you guys the best example of just something recent. And now this is the way it works just in the court system, right? I went and filed for 2 orders of protection, right? The judge says, okay, come into court this day and we're going to talk to all parties involved and we're going to find out if this is in order, right? And that's what we did. The judge graciously carved out enough time for both of us to tell the story and how we saw it, right? In this form, it was in a written deposition, so that's what they're going off of, right? The McCoys, that is, Fred and Sheila. And so they're going over these documents because they're trying to figure out what happened, right? And so that's what the judge did in our case, right? Looked over the documents I presented, asked the questions, had us both there. And that's what ended up happening with Seth. Katie made these accusations, right? And then Seth had his chance to, rebuttal. And then the courts finally decided, right? Something that was very interesting that the Hatfield and McCoys brought up, and that I do have right off the bat, so give me a second here because I can pull that in. Because I just took a screenshot of it yesterday. Now, we recently played the clip from Smiley Stories World where Smiley said, does anybody have a life insurance policy on Sebastian? It was one of the questions asked by the chat, and Smiley asked them flat out. And Katie, being the brat she was being that day, in my opinion, said, his father has one on him. His father has one on him. And she said it just like that. Snarky, rude, indignant. Well, it's a valid question, Katie. It's actually a damn valid question, in my opinion. But this is it right here. Petitioner, who is Katie, is awarded 100% of Gerber life insurance policy and any and all terms insurance policies in the petitioner's name, including but not limited to employee-related life insurance policies, right? Right above that, you can see that there are benefits given by the U.S. Navy, retirements, stocks, bonds, right? Secured notes, mutual funds, profit sharing, annuities, IRAs, deferred compensation, and petitioner's name, including the Gerber policy, right? So how come Katie didn't tell us about that when Smiley asked her flat out? Because she's a liar. And it's right here in black and white, folks. I didn't make it up. Okay? I'm just presenting it. Just like they were just presenting it. So to go after and attack those people, no way. Oh, God, no. Let them say what they're saying. They're showing us receipts. And when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, because I don't think I actually did see this document. I don't remember seeing that because I would have called Katie out on that months ago. And maybe I overlooked it. Maybe I was on information overload. Sometimes it happens. I wish I had, Sheila here with me to look over these documents like he does. Sheila. But, I'm just saying, because look, 2 eyes are better than 1. 2 heads are better than 1. Right? And if I could say, oh, shoot, look at that. They caught it, though. It's right here. So actually, even if Seth took the insurance policy out, which all of us are given that in the hospital, by the way, the Gerber Life program, that's what they call it. They give you that all with the baby's, information. They give you a folder. I got one with Olivia. Right? And then there's certain stipulations. If you give into it the whole time, it's pretty much meant for college and different expenses, a car, whatever, in order to kind of set your child up for success. But it doesn't even matter who took the policy out. The judge awarded her 100% of it. So come on, it really ticks me off. Chris needs to be patronized, though. He's probably become more aware of the tactic being used on him. He relishes in attention, positive or negative, based on what I've seen of him. I believe that too, KJ Mack. He wants us to talk. He thinks, excuse me, he thinks we want to talk to him, to shoot the shit and talk to him. Oh, hell no. I wouldn't give that person the time of day if I didn't think he had something to do with Sebastian being missing. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't give him the time of day if I didn't think that he was the one that has knowledge about Sebastian being missing. I think he's rude, crude, and I think that he's unreliable. I think he's not a credible source. So no, I have no reason to want to talk to Chris, besides that I might hear a slip up by him. Because I believe he knows, and I believe he has guilty knowledge, and I believe it may be even closer to Jaden Spicer's case than I ever thought. I think quite possibly Chris knows what happened because he has guilty knowledge because he was involved, even if he was in Memphis. Even if he was in Memphis. There was a 3-hour phone call between he and Katie. And I absolutely see where Seclusion Works is coming from. Because, yeah, it does seem like something may have happened and she called Chris, right? Which very well could have happened. Absolutely. But they talked to CP first, who wasn't there, allegedly. Right. And Chris also said that they were on the phone, that law enforcement was on the phone with him on and off until he got home. He also stated that, Robini, too. Thank you. Kiki says, Carla, I remember it was CP that was ordered to go to anger management classes. He sure was. Seth was not, to my knowledge. And if he was, then they were just trying to help with resources. That doesn't condemn somebody, guys. That doesn't condemn Chris even. Yeah, he was made to go to anger management. We all see he obviously didn't take enough classes, or they didn't help. His Eye says, if Sebastian truly is alive and is able to come back when he's 18, do you really think he'd really have anything to do with his mother? In my opinion, absolutely not. Well, maybe not after seeing what she's spread around about him, about how he doesn't smell good and how, even shaming him about liking Taylor Swift. And I don't know how Sebastian feels. I think he loves his mom. I do. Because like I told you guys, when kids go against their parents, it's usually because the other parent is alienating the child and telling them horrible things about the other parent. Because usually even really, really bad parents who are highly abusive towards the child still loves the parents. Sadly, they do. And they just want the abuse to stop. That's it. Just like I believe that Sebastian wanted the abuse to stop from Chris. I think Sebastian would have been perfectly happy had that stopped. But instead, he was walking on eggshells in his own home. Tina says, CP had no problem at all saying he's dead in the woods. And that's my problem, Tina. And that's where, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. This is what scared me when I heard that it was so nonchalant, not a break in his voice, not a like he's about to cry, not like he can't muster the words. Oh, one of two things happen. Thanks, Polly's Cookies. It is. It's tough to see it. It is. And thank you, Robini. Yeah. And also to SI officer. Sometimes we have to have a deeper understanding of these things in order for us to see what we're looking at, right? Again, I myself was the same way. Grace says, CP almost unalived one wife. He would do it to a child also, in my opinion. Yeah, he's okay with hurting children. Again, look at the Haro case. He went through a year of child abuse courses, and it still didn't help. Now we have another child who we still can't find, but we know he's deceased. A baby, guys, 7 months old, is okay to hurt a baby like that. Chris was okay to hurt his own baby. The other little kids were 3 years old and 7, I believe, Isabel. These beautiful little children, 3 years old. And how dare you put hands on anyone's children? I hate to say it, in my opinion, Sebastian has not been with us since that night. I've wondered that too, his eyes. And thank you for putting it delicately. I appreciate it. Because I know, guys, I know what the reality is. I know what we're looking at. I know. But I still won't give up hope. And I'm still always going to look for him. He's out there somewhere no matter what. Robini says, I don't know. KP was awarded the Gerber Life. Oh, I didn't know that she was awarded the Gerber Life policy in the divorce. I think that's something I learned. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. That's why it's valid to listen to everybody's opinions, guys, or anybody that's going to present information, you know, because it's like, you know, there might be 90% that I don't agree with, but then there's that 10% that I do, or it might be switched around, or it might be 50-50, or I might say, well, you know, but I try to consider that they're going over things from the beginning, which is smart. That's smart. Go through it from the beginning. Check it out with everybody, you know, see what we're seeing with everybody, because otherwise somebody could look at their investigation and say, well, they're only one-sided, right? They could look at it and say, yeah, they're not going through everything, you know? And so that would be bad on their investigative skills, right? If you're looking at it as a whole from the beginning. So I'm thankful that they're doing that. And I'm confident that they're going to find out that Seth didn't have anything to do with it. And really, they're more worried about finding out what's happened to Sebastian and not worried about anybody's feelings, because at the end of the day, it's not about people's feelings, you know? It's not. Well, what it was, Carla, is that when Seth and Katie were going for their divorce, Katie had made some statements about Seth and about how Seth was acting in front of Sebastian, how he was disciplining Sebastian. There was a lot that was stated in the form of accusations, and then Seth was able to go back and tell his side of the story. And that's the beautiful thing about the justice system, is if there is justice to be had, both people should be able to tell their side of the story, right? Because in my opinion, there's three sides to the truth, right? There's one person's side, there's the other person's side, and then there's where the truth meets. Because I can perceive something completely differently than you, and we're standing right next to each other in the same situation, right? So it is perception when someone's telling their truth, right? Sometimes I don't like that, because I think that can muddy the waters. I think that when somebody says, well, this is my truth, well, are you being truthful, right? So that's where my mind goes. If somebody says I'm telling my truth, I think to myself, well, are you being truthful, or are you telling your truth, right? But it is, to a certain extent, your truth. It's how you've perceived it. It's how you see the situation, right? But then there's what actually happened. And usually it will meet in the middle if people are being truthful and honest. Where we find, you know, inconsistencies and things like that is when we start to realize, okay, well, this one side isn't telling the truth, right? This other side over here is telling it their truth, which is not the truth, in my opinion, you know? So he was able to do that, and it was resolved in the way that it was. Thank you, Holly S, for your super sticker. I really appreciate you. But that's how it ended. KK made a fool of Seth in California. In my opinion, she was dating CP. That's another thing to consider. Thank you, Grace. That is another thing to consider. Look, Katie was, busy starting her new life, right? And again, if they were going through a divorce, which Seth stated that they were going through a divorce, but they were still living together, that's not only a stressful situation, it could be a toxic situation, right? Because feelings are hurt, the relationship is over, but you're still figuring things out on how to get away, right? How to end the relationship. It's not that easy a lot of times, especially if you have kids. Seth was in the position at that time where he was the stay-at-home parent, right? And Katie was working. So he allowed for her to be able to do that. And she was allowing for him to be able to stay with Sebastian, because honestly, that's why my ex-husband and I worked separate shifts, right? Working during the day, that was his shift. I would go and pick up shifts at nighttime, right? Because that way you don't have to pay a babysitter. It's so expensive. And then to think that you're leaving your child who has special needs, right? Because they already knew about the rare chromosome deletion with Sebastian. I wouldn't want to leave him with anybody either. So I think that that was a good trade-off, and it worked for their family when it worked for their family. When it stops working for their family is when they're going to decide to divorce, and then things can get really toxic, right? Because people are hurt, you know, and it's not up to me to judge them on that, you know, but it does speak to the story. Now, what they're probably also going to see is what happened to Sebastian in terms of the essay, right? And we're not going to go over it again here because we've already done that. We all know that that's a key element, right? That Sebastian was in that household and he was not safe. He was, you know, he was not safe with them. And it just, to me, speaks to Sebastian having very bad situations happening to him in their care. Because if Sebastian was at his father's house for the weekend, I would be singing a different tune altogether. I'd be saying, "Where's Sebastian, Seth?" Right? I would. It's not about who I like better. It isn't. It's about what the facts of the case are. Just like when I was going over Crystal's case, I didn't want to tell Jana that I didn't believe what happened, what she believes, right? That was my biggest fear. Going in and saying, I don't believe what you believe, but I love you and I care about you and I want to help you, but I don't believe what you believe. This is what I found. That was what I was most afraid of, having to do that, right? But it turns out that she was right. It turns out that there's absolutely corruption, and her sister was not treated the way that she needed to be treated. And I'm going to talk about it all day long. I'll never stop talking about it. Crystal is in the intro for a reason. It's because I believe that her case was mishandled. Just like I believe that Sebastian's case was mishandled. Is someone else going to come up with something different? Maybe they will. Maybe they'll show me something different that I didn't see before or that I forgot about. It's a lot of information. Holly says, Grace, I agree. And he still relocated to Tennessee and followed all their plans. I believe they thought he would go along with this as well. Well, that's interesting that you say that too, Holly S. Well, while I finish up, I'm going to get these comments read up because I know I'm behind in the chat. But I want to share this with, I shared it on the page. And I want to share what Momming It Up says here. She did some cutting up of the interviews, which I appreciate. So let me go over here to my posts. And I want to share what Momming It Up did now. I think she did this 5 months ago, guys. I think Mama did this 5 months ago. So just bear with me while I share my screen. All right, shocking statements that fuel speculation. Great title, Maman. All right. Is that Ricky Lake? My gosh. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to quiet this down.
Caller guys this morning and woke up and their 15-year-old girl is not in the bed. We are white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot. My friend is down.
Well, one of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews, okay, and this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media, we were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning. Hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing. Okay. That has always been our pact. You know, we would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey, man, do you want to like phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this as a group? What do you want to do? We've tried and we want to do this as a group. You know, unfortunately, you know, somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. I mean, but it's everybody's getting the word out.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's doing any justice to anybody.
Okay, guys, so I do want to point out that there was a pact in the beginning, and I talked about the pact a lot of times, right? And then Seth even came out and he's talked about how he was asked by Chris, what if this goes south? Now, if everybody's telling the truth and nothing is being hidden, then why would you need a pact with the other parent? Why? Because you all want to get your story straight? Seth doesn't need his story straight. He's the one that has an alibi. They don't. Yet they want to get that story straight, right? And if Seth didn't fall in line, then they were going to smear him, which is exactly what they did. A pact. In a missing child's case, are you kidding me? Women's Warrior says, Lady Freedom, I stood for Seth in my professional opinion, and I gave a balanced argument about the accusations of Seth's divorce. Then I shared Nina's video with them. Oh, thank you, Women's Warrior, for doing that. I know people were talking about that in the chat. I'm not sure if they were able to watch that, you know. I think it speaks a lot. Now, again, a tumultuous situation, you know, a back and forth over custody. We have to consider that. But in the same way, what I also considered was that Nina was, in my opinion, truthful. And there were things that she said that didn't make her look very good, you know, and to me, that's a good indication that someone is being truthful. Both Katie and Chris Proudfoot are total evils. Since toddlers, they get off on torturing Sebastian. You know, I don't know what their background was in terms of like Chris, but I could tell that he definitely has the flying monkeys in his mother, you know, and my ex-husband's the devil from hell. I will say he has completely changed into a good person. Yeah, I can't say the same. I wish I could. I hope for that, though, just for my daughter's sake. But that's good, Carla. Wild Wolf says yes. But, you know, and that's the thing, though, Carla, they have to want to do it themselves. We can't make them. No one can make them. They only have to make that decision for themselves. We all have to make that decision for ourselves to do better, to be better. Wild Wolf says, yes, they said last night that Katie is the one in charge, and Katie is the one that's running the ship, not Chris, in my opinion. Yeah, but, you know, it's hard for me to believe that, Wild Wolf, and the reason is because I think he might just be passing it off onto Katie, you know, because he had no problem getting on and talking to anybody. So why won't he meet them in person? You know, why is he putting it on to Katie? But then again, she's the one that they really want to talk to, and I don't blame them. Polly's Cookie says, Lady, thank you so much for giving our comments your personal attention as much as possible. I don't see any other channel interacting with the chat in such a respectful way. Thank you, Polly. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being real with me in all of your comments, because there's a lot of things that I do not, you know, think of on my own, or, you know, I want to bounce ideas off of you guys. So I thank you guys for that. And thank you so much for always being respectful and kind to each other. I appreciate that as well. KJ Max says, I want to focus on anyone who had easy access to the house via key or code, knowledge of the neighborhood cameras and other surveillance systems in the area. I think that is paramount. I really do. I think we need to be looking at that as well. Those are the things that are going to help us gather more intel, right? Important information. I agree. Oh, Bobby, I hope things get better there. I know it's tough. It's not so easy, guys. It's not. Hey, Nisi Marie. Nisi Marie says no. It's CP want uh, doesn't want KP to talk. That's the reason they didn't call the McCoys, allegedly, in my opinion. I think so too. I think they don't want each other. I don't think they want to talk. I think they're just passing it the buck, right? Like, oh yeah, I'll ask him. Well, you had months to ask him, you never did, right? Apparently, you never asked to begin with. Yeah, Brenda, thank you. What are you going to do if this goes south? The same day he went missing. Same day he went missing. Chewing that gum, chomping on that gum, Grace. I mean, that's the thing. It's so disrespectful. But again, I play that every night in the intro, or I play that all the time in the intro, because he didn't even believe that Katie was telling the truth about the shoes. Craddock did not believe that he was telling, or she was telling the truth about the shoes. And he said it right there. He said, I'm not going to say he's barefoot, right? I'm not going to say that. So right there, that shows that he was side-eyeing Katie, right? I don't like Craddock either, but I will stick up for him when it's necessary. And it's not even sticking up for him, just pointing out what he said, right? Yeah, very disrespectful. Very disrespectful to Seth, in my opinion, as well, Grace. Absolutely. CP doesn't want to talk. She will go off script. The creator won't get a call from CP because Katie will derail their plans. Plus, retired police officer is scaring CP, in my opinion. Hello, I'd be scared too. I wouldn't want Mr. McCoy asking me questions. If I was guilty, oh no. No. I'd want to talk to him if I was not guilty, and I'd want him to help. And I'd say, could you please help me find my child? Please. And thank you for even taking this on. Do you know how many parents would kill to get this kind of publicity for their missing child? They would do anything for it. Anything. It doesn't matter what kind of person they look like to any of us. They're not thinking about that. Chris and Katie are. Right? So let's continue.
No, absolutely not. All it did was just start more garbage and rhetoric and crap. That's all it did. You know, Seth, if he was to listen, it would have to be a conversation, him and I, absolutely nobody around. I wouldn't even want a cell phone in mine or his possession. Nothing.
Right.
Because there's absolutely no way that conversation needs to leave him or myself. If Katie is present, then it would be the three of us. But, you know, it just comes right back to getting all the stuff washed away, all the YouTubes and everything pushed off to the side, and just coming right back to the basics and stick to the basics. You know, it worked. It was great for the first 2 days, and day 3 it fell apart, and then from there forward it has just stayed apart.
Yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
This may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were. What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen.
So my question for Chris right here, sorry guys, that's an echo. My question for Chris right here is what would have made the big difference? What, you wouldn't have disappeared Sebastian? Or what? What, really? Because you know what? It's never going to be ideal for a child who has to get bounced around as it is, right? It's just not. There's a reason why it's called a broken home. Once you divorce from your, the main family unit, that's a broken home. So yeah, there might be things that Sebastian was a little bit apprehensive about, especially when you're dealing with a child who's on the spectrum. He wants structure. He wants routine. He wants things to be predictable. It's super stressful when it's not. Super stressful when it's not. Show Poodle says the simple step of courage individual is to take part in the lie. One word of truth outweighs the world. I'm probably going to say that wrong. Alexander, and I can't say the last name. Is that not a whistleblower in CPS, LEDA office, etc.? Right. We need somebody to come up and stand up for the truth. We do. Absolutely. Leslie, good to see you, Leslie. And good to see you, Lil Redo. I also saw Sweetsy and Lolo. Thanks for being here, guys. Wasn't KP's accusations against Seth similar to the ones that Nina said about CP? And in my opinion, Sebastian being suggested to go to therapy for PTSD was for SA, not for abuse by Seth. Well, I think it might have happened after that, but my thing is that Katie never really specified when this all started. And if Seth was the main caregiver, I can't understand why those the symptoms of post-traumatic stress wouldn't have been present before that, right? Because he obviously grew up with Seth and he spent the majority of the time with Seth. So I think that if those behaviors were coming out, it would have come out earlier, in my opinion, Yeah, Crispy Critter wrote it all. Lil Redo, he actually admitted that. He said, I wrote the parenting plan. What? You wrote their parenting plan? Yeah. Katie's right there with him. They're right there with each other. They're thick as thieves, in my opinion. Thank you so much for being here, Mama Grace. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Sweetsy says in Canada, all the monies, insurance, etc., are frozen in if the person is missing for 7 years or until the person is found. I went through this. Thank you, Sweetsy, for letting us know about that. And yes, you're right. There are stipulations on these types of on these types of policies, right? The McCoys need to watch Nina. I agree, Holly S. I think that they're going to be doing that. I can see them going over everything with a fine-tooth comb. I really can, and I know it's different. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you. Oh, all right, Kiki. I'll see you later. I'll watch the replay if I don't catch it. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Lady, just because CP says he would ask KP doesn't mean he actually asked her to talk to the McCoys, in my opinion. I agree with that, Leslie. I agree. Yeah, it could have been something where, hey, Ann Reynolds, it could be something where they totally overlooked it. Little Red says, I feel like Crispy Critter is afraid to talk to the McCoys. He knows Mr. will see right through their lies. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And I will never discount Miss Sheila over there. She is spot on. She listens to everything. I was watching her. I watch her actually more than I watch Fred. Sorry, Fred. But I do, because I can see her brain turning and her thinking, and then she'll be tapping Mr. McCoy, and it's a joint effort, but it's also, nothing gets past Mrs. McCoy. Nothing, in my opinion, does. I could see her thinking about the things. I can see them working together on these things. And honestly, like I said, if the opinion differs, it's okay. They're still trying to find out what happened to Sebastian. We might even learn a couple of new things, or maybe even some strategies, a different point of view, that sort of thing. SI officer says it annoys me the audacity she shows in the way he speaks to Seth, and yet what they've done so sickening. Oh, I know. Yeah, and that's because we know, there's more to it. Women's Warrior says, Lady Freedom, I just found a little bit of a coincidence, when they suddenly pop up and try and defend the Proudfoots when Seth is making a noise outside the sheriff's office. Well, and I think that perhaps, I'll just say this, with Mr. McCoy being former law enforcement, I'm sure that it's a little bit of a different perspective because he was he's former law enforcement. But I do see what you're saying. I do. Yeah, Lolo, he's trying to talk to CP. I've missed a lot what's currently going on with Sebastian. Yeah, well, there's some YouTubers that have followed a couple different cases. They found Joseph Couch, which was a person who was out in the woods, and they were able to find him. They also were involved in Jaden Spicer's case, and after they spoke with Jaden Spicer's mother, Felicia Gross, and Josh Gross, the stepdad, there was a confession. There was an arrest. I think that they could definitely bring something to the table here, is the whole reason he says, don't be mad because of what you did. Right. And those are the key statements that we have to look at. Just even with Felicia Gross in her letter, she said, do the right thing. That stood out to everybody, right? Like just even normal people like me, just like, what? Do the right thing? Who is she talking to? Does she think that Jaden was taken? What is this? And sure enough, it was her that she was telling herself to do the right thing, SI officer. So I agree. Bet you would not. Why is it so secretive? What are they hiding? Yeah, Washington away, Christy. Well, and see, this is the thing. I mean, little washing it away. Yeah, Little Red. I agree. I understand that completely. I do. Stick to the basics. He would love for the YouTube to just go away unless it's channels that believe and support them. Oh yeah, if they're able to come up there and talk about themselves, they'll go on that channel all day long. Yeah, that's what I mean. They'll go on there all day long, Lolo. I agree. Yeah, not your child, not your business. Right. Hey, Freebird, good to see you. Freebird says, did you see the new video from Smiley's World on the life insurance and how it doubles when Sebastian turns 18? If Katie has him, she would get that money, in my opinion. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about, Freebird. Right here. Yes, Smiley's World. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. That's the first thing I thought of. And that's why I was so glad I didn't go on live last night, because I still had more information. I still had more information to gather. And that maybe it was a good thing, and, that I was so tired. It came from his own mouth. My ears perked up when he said it. It was planned. Tina girl. Yes. The details are in every statement he makes. He tells us we are just have to listen and outrage and outage words together. I'm sorry. Sorry, Little Red. I might have misread that. She does her best. Bless her heart. I noticed that Fred called Faith Sebastian's half sibling instead of step siblings. Oh yeah, they are. They're half because they came from well, excuse me, they're not half because that would make it if they had the same parents in common. So they're step siblings. That is very true. Thank you, Town Chat. The McCoy said they watched Mob Crew, so that was good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're really they're searching for answers. So that's why I'm like, I'm not too quick to be like, well, they don't know what they're talking about, or why are they doing that? Because I think they're legitimately starting from the beginning and working their way up, right? Which is important to do in this case. We have to do that, right? Otherwise, we're not doing it justice. And even so, going back over these things is important. Yes, he sure did. He said he either walked out and got lost in the woods or it was planned and someone lured him out into a waiting car. Yes, Tina. And that is what is so worrisome to me, because people are saying to the McCoys, why'd you put this out now? Why didn't you put it out before? Don't get me wrong, that crossed my mind. But in the same way, I'm glad they did, because here is more input, here is more insight. And this was Chris feeling super comfortable to say that to someone. I mean, just comfortable, just matter of fact, oh, this is what I think. They weren't that candid with Nancy Grace. They weren't that candid with Nancy Grace. KJ Maxx says, I'm either, in either story he gives, the shoes, he would not put on shoes to go out, but wouldn't go out his window because of what's below. Yeah, it surely would. And he surely would. And that's the thing. He doesn't want to go outside without any shoes on. He doesn't like the dirt. He doesn't like the bugs. He doesn't like, any of that. So why would he go out and do that? In my opinion, the McCoys are probably expert interrogators. I think that they really get in character and build a rapport with some of the suspects in the cases. Yeah, and you have to. You have to. You have really no choice, do you? And some people are better at that than other people. Some people can sit there with a poker face and say, okay, and other people aren't so good at it. Freebird says that money should be for Sebastian and his needs, not hers. In my opinion, my husband and I have a bank account set up for our son since I was pregnant with him. That money is for him, not us. Exactly, Freebird. Exactly. It's meant to have something put back for the child, not for the parents to spend. 100%. That's the whole deal. That's the whole deal. Lil Red says, I feel like Crispy Critter lured him out acting as someone else and he got in a car that he was taken out. I feel like that could happen. I do too. If it wasn't for the other light source going back, I would think that. My brain would go towards more of that theory, Lil Red. It really would. It really would. But that light going back, that's what always gets me. Hey, Seclusion, the Nancy Grace made Chris look uncharacteristically meek. Oh, I agree. Well, and I think that they were taking some heavy sedatives. Both of them looked zonked out, in my opinion. Whether they were tired, that remains to be seen. I wonder what else we have been misled about. Holly S. I know, Lolo. That's my thing. I understand that feeling too, All right, guys. Let's go ahead on to this.
But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure. We'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
The problem is you're seeking custody of your daughter, and if you don't want Sebastian around your daughter, just how was that going to work, Chris? Because now Sebastian is missing. That's why people want to know. So that was why I asked.
No, I understand. And I can see where people's correlations are trying to put one and two together. Unfortunately,
Right.
It's two different puzzles.
Okay.
My case with my ex-wife, that is a whole totally different situation. At some point, eventually, I can let that out. Right now, that's still in an ongoing court battle. And to be honest with y'all, because of all of this with Sebastian, it has actually caused some issues in that court case, which unfortunately it is what it is. And hopefully I'll have some good news and I'll let you guys know. Hopefully something here soon.
Okay.
So Sebastian was last seen on February 25th, but was reported missing Monday morning on February 26th. That interview was on March 17th, not even a month after Sebastian disappeared.
We've tried and we want to do this as a group. Unfortunately, somehow somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. But it's.
Angela, what do you all think should happen is to the person if somebody abducted Sebastian?
That is not for us to determine. That is, if somebody has Sebastian, all I'm going to say is that is nothing that we want to be a part of until that is legal. That is law enforcement agency. That has nothing to do with us. We just.
They go to jail, so I don't.
So those are statements by Sebastian's mom and stepfather, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. We haven't heard much from law enforcement in the past year, but they did update. His last known sighting was on the 25th of February, a Sunday, and he was reported on Monday, the 26th, that he went missing. So please share the updated information and flyer in case anybody has any knowledge, so they can call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Again, let me know what you think in the comments, and I can make more.
All right, guys. So that's our friend momming it up. Momming it up over there. She did great. That was 5 months ago, guys. 5 months ago. Okay. So, this has been circulating around a lot. John Check Cafe wants me to Google, can the Gerber plan be turned into cash when the child turns 18 years old? Well, we definitely know it doubles. Oh, it's our business, all right. It's a child that's missing. There's a video with your actions and people in it. You're not going to get away with it. And SI officer, I agree. When it's a matter of public safety, it is our job. It's our duty as citizens to stand up, in my opinion. Women's Warrior says, seclusion, good to see you, sweetheart. I hope you're okay today. I 100% support your theory. I had the same thoughts about it. The Texas Roadhouse convention is important. Texas Roadhouse, I think, video is important in my opinion. It is, absolutely. Holly S says, in my opinion, CP likes to say very shocking and scary things. He does, and I think he gets off on that. He wants to break the internet, remember? See how he double talks, Little Redo? He sure does. Seclusion Works says, dumb question here, not at all, Seclusion. Did anyone perform a toxicology test on the two after Sebastian vanished? No, not to my knowledge, but they should have. Freebird says, so allegedly Sebastian was supposed to be a witness. I believe, well, I will just say this. I don't know exactly what to believe about that. I'm not sure, because it's been said that that is the case, and it's been said that that is not the case. So I'm not sure about that, but it would definitely speak to a motive, in my opinion. Chris said that he laughed internally when people were saying that. I don't think it's funny. I think that Sebastian very well could have been a witness. He's a 15-year-old child living in the home. Why not? I've seen little 5-year-olds bear witness, right? Take the stand against their parents. So when you do not tell the public any information, yet you ask them to help to find your child, the public fills the blanks in with what makes sense. Little Red, absolutely. And we've talked about that several times here. That's just how our brains work, right? If I told you guys I went to the store, and then I came home, but I'm telling you that I lost my child somewhere at the store, obviously, we saw that with the Haro case, you guys are going to have questions. Well, what happened next, right? What happened next? And you're going to try to fill in the blanks. I don't think so either, SI officer. Holly S says, I hear that the TB lured him out. Chris said once that Sebastian and TB went to Culver's, played chess, etc. He always made me feel uneasy. I agree, Holly S. He's a weird guy. He's definitely a weird guy. He wasn't even afraid to smear his own wife in the break room, according to one of his former employees, allegedly in that employee's opinion. It's because Crispy Critter wanted to control the entire situation. I agree with that, but I think Katie also has some to play in the game too, because she was the last one with Sebastian. Oh, I hope they never do either. Oh, Lolo. It should be a cold day in HELL for that. Wild Wolf says, yes, Katie made it everybody's business, in my opinion. She sure did. She sure did. Can't blame anybody else for that. When he gets vague, he is making stuff up, in my opinion. I agree, Brenda. And he also makes stuff up when he says, let me make it crystal clear. Let me help you out here, you know. It's like, you're not helping us out, though. We're even more confused than when we started. In my opinion, Sebastian complained about online school, but teens that age complain about everything. Right. Exactly, Holly S. That's true. And there's going to be things that he liked about being at his dad's. There's going to be things that he liked about being at his mom's. But, you know, Seth also shared with us that Sebastian was coming to him and saying that he really didn't feel like his mom liked him. Right? I don't care about whether if Chris was doing that, because that's his stepdad. But I'm talking about a child saying that their own mother doesn't like them. That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought. And sometimes kids can be in trouble a lot when they're teenagers, but how did Sebastian get in trouble if he had no access to anything and he was stuck in his room all the time? She didn't even give him a chance to get in trouble, in my opinion. It's not like he's running the streets with the boys in town. Come on. Holly S. The Looney loves court. It seems, shaking my head. I know. And that's what narcissists do. They will drag people through court. They'll drag them through court proceedings. You know, there's all kinds of articles about it. All kinds. What do narcissists do to weaponize the justice system? What do narcissists do to jeopardize the court systems, right? And manipulate. That was the second part. You missed the first part. Oh, sorry, Town Chat. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm behind in chat today. Brenda Calvert, she is implying she would hurt anyone that hurt Sebastian, yet she continued to stay with the man that abused her child. That makes make it make sense. Right, Brenda, and that's spot on. I mean, it's okay for Chris to do it, but it's not okay for anybody else to do it, right? Not even Sebastian's own father. That doesn't make any sense to me either. You know, it's like smear them when you can't, smear them just to smear them. Freebird says allegedly the New Mexico court case shows the witness list changes the day after Sebastian went missing. Thank you, Freebird. Unbelievable. You know, that's why we think the way that we're thinking. Okay, Town Chat says, here's the answer. The Gerber plan could be turned into cash when the child turns 18 years old. Trying to let you know to Google it. Thank you, Town Chat. Yeah, and there's more information about it. Yeah, well, and that could explain why he's talking about 18, you know. And it's not two different puzzles, his eyes. I agree with that. I agree, and I meant to stop it and say that myself too. So thank you. Yeah, it's not two separate puzzles. It's a family dynamic, right? It's a child living with her mother that you've already tried to take away from her mother for no good reason whatsoever, just because you want control. And then, in my opinion, you turn around and something happens to Sebastian because he was a witness, in my opinion, to everything that was happening, including the 4 CPS reports that were out against the household. Mr. Chris. Remember, F told her mom she saw Crispy Critter hit Sebastian. Yes, I do remember that, Little Red. Oh, thank you. And also, I remember her talking about there being cameras in the home. And then all of a sudden they weren't. You know? We appreciate you, Seclusion. Very smart analysis. I appreciate your coming up here and sharing it. Thank you. Women's Warrior says, I also think that CP was behind KP side of things in the divorce proceedings, as it appears that it's coming from personal experience and knowledge, in my opinion. He wrote the parenting plan, has to be in control. I agree. And there was times where Katie put him in his place, right? When we listened to the Heather Cohen phone call, right? Not the one where he was bashing Chloe PI, but the one where they were talking about specifically the Life 360, having the upgraded version of it, all of that. And Katie talking about her story of what happened with Sebastian and what she actually said when the thud occurred, right? I don't care what you're doing in there, go to sleep. But that's not what she told Nancy Grace. It was, oh, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And then she's like, no, ma'am. And then she told someone else something completely different. She told one of the neighbors that Sebastian told her to go to bed. Come on. What's the truth? Which one? Pick one. For crying out loud. And you want to get mad at us? I don't think so. You want us to get mad at each other? I don't friggin' think so. No way. Hey, Krista. No way. Oh, seclusion, that breaks my heart. I suspect he was punished for eating. Oh, Lord. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. Good to see you. Sebastian was making too much noise with his paper clips and pennies, in my opinion. Yeah, and they would say that all the time, too. And Seth was like, hey, that was things that he did when he was little. That wasn't even things that he was doing, you know, now. Holly S., a missing kid is everyone's business. And it should be to people who are not guilty. The only people that are going to want us to not talk about it are the people who are involved. 100%, Holly. Thank you. 100% agree. Have you still got your Fury friend? How's he doing? Oh, the furry friend. Oh, yeah. How's he doing? Aw. SI officer says humiliation, physical, mental, emotional abuse, isolate, belittle him in every way possible. Take away his animals that he loves. Throw away his toys. Doesn't help. Leslie says, when Snuggle Struggle said there's no evidence Sebastian ever left the house, make that make sense. Shaking my head, but yet it's not criminal. Exactly. Exactly. And that was brought up too. That was absolutely brought up by the McCoys. You know? No evidence that he left the house, and you should be digging the house up. He's still there then, right? He's still in the house somewhere. And I don't believe that. The flashlight video. Just like that stupid comment, we don't know what we don't know. You absolutely know, so stop the BS. I agree. I agree. And these images, the head halo, the disgusting abuse, wait till everyone is aware of it. I think he did too. I think he did. He admitted that he did, right? He was behind the scenes doing it all. And she was allowing for it. Because if she was any type of a strong woman, she would have said, excuse me, this is between me and my ex-husband, and I need to take care of this. I need to handle this. Excuse me, but this is not concerning you. So, you know, again, it could be a situation where Katie is, even with her training, she's allowing for this stuff. She's allowing for it. He wanted to retaliate, Brenda. He doesn't want Faith. He wanted to retaliate for Nina leaving him, in my opinion. Yeah, because how dare she get away from the abuse, right? How dare she say enough is enough? No. And that's how it was for all of them. And don't forget, that's what Terry Bowersox's former coworker had said. Terry Bowersox goes after the women that leave Chris. Instead of them looking at it like Chris needs to, maybe he should get out of the dating scene and fix himself first, and then maybe he'll find someone. No. He goes from person to person. He was allegedly looking for someone behind Katie's back, too. He allegedly hits on every person who has legs, in my opinion. Freebird says, in my opinion, suspects always take down flyers and billboards and try to silence people. Yeah. I agree with that. What reason would they have for doing that if they were truly looking for Sebastian? They wouldn't. Well, and I think he could have done that too, Holly S. Brainwashed her against Sebastian, which sucks. It sucks that she would be able, that would be able to happen. But I've seen pictures of Katie where she looked like a proud mom. Lil Redo says, remember him saying he couldn't wait until this is over so people could apologize. So Crispy Critter telling us he knows exactly what happened to Sebastian. He knows the truth. Then why is he still missing CP? Great question. Yeah, and who else said that we were going to owe her an apology? Oh, yeah, it was, Gannon Stouck's stepmother who put him in a suitcase and dumped him over a bridge? Oh, yeah, where's the apology for Letitia? Because they ain't going to come over here. No way. I knew she was guilty from the minute I heard her first statements talking about an apology. Please. Ain't never going to happen. She's sitting her ass in jail where she belongs, in my opinion. Seclusion Work says the hard things about this tragedy is Seth suffering and knowing his boy couldn't come to him and say anything. That has to make Seth furious. Well, yeah, and he's trying everything he can do, right? I mean, we're 18 months in, and he's doing everything he can do. He's been out searching. He's had search parties. He's had people threatening him from the beginning. All you have to do is go back and watch Pascal's old episodes, right? Where Seth was coming up there being like, yeah, I had to make sure that everybody's safe. I have to make sure everybody's safe on top of looking for my son. The only people that would want Sebastian not to be found is someone who hurt him or did something to him or has him hiding somewhere. All the changing stories is wild. It is. I mean, even in the America's Most Wanted video, she's sitting there saying, oh, somebody might have took him. Bull crap. You're the one that went back with the flashlight, Katie. You came from your house and then you went back with the flashlight. And yes, I heard somebody say that was set up by one of their friends. I heard that too. Lovergirl27, Letitia Stouch said the same thing about how everyone would apologize to her when the truth came out. Thank you, Lovergirl. Thank you. 100%. We all remember it. We follow these cases, guys. It's not like this is the first case I've ever, this is the first case that I've talked about, right, on my YouTube channel. This is not the first time I've ever watched any of these cases unfold. I was well into Letitia Stouck's case, so far into that case that I was listening to her jail calls, right? Talking about her fucking ramen noodles. You kidding me? Sick. That's what these people ultimately care about. Their ramen noodles. Oh, and by the way, there's going to be people out there, just like we see on YouTube, sending them money for their commissary, trying to get a hold of them, trying to befriend them, trying to date them. It's disgusting. It's sick. These are the sick people, the sickos that we're dealing with. You want me to be nice to them or care about their fucking feelings? I don't. I could care less about their feelings or their friggin' apologies. They can shove them where the sun doesn't shine. Women's Warrior says, the press conference always bothered me how uncomfortable both the women TBI, I think she was the PR. Yeah, she was PR for them. And Eric Craddock just looked very nervous and wanted it over with quickly as possible. I agree. And he was getting snarky with the public. You know? Oh, I got to go find Sebastian. Bullshit, you got to go find Sebastian. Where is he? You told us that back in April that you got to hurry up and not answer any questions because you got to go find Sebastian. Oh, wait, I think you said that on the day 4 presser as well. Unbelievable. Where's my rewind? I want to bring on in the rewind because I'll make it really easy for people. That way they won't have to go searching through my content. I'll make it really easy. Here it is. The rewind. First 7 days rewind on Sebastian's case. And I did this months and months and months ago. And you'll see where Ken Widener was actually having coffee with Chris and Katie like he always does. I'm heading over there right now to go have coffee with them like I always do, right? Heading over to talk with the parents. Seth wasn't involved. Seth wasn't there. He wasn't privy to that information. Chris and Katie were, though. If you're thinking that they're the suspects, why are you over there talking to him, Ken Widener? It's ridiculous. People forget. I don't. I remember him doing that. I remember it very well. And I'm thinking, how is this guy sleeping with the enemy? 2-hour long video, guys. 2 hours long. Now, I found it. Let me just skip over my commentary. And again, I was really new at this, guys. Back then, this was Let's Find Sebastian Rogers, combing over rewinds from the first 7 days, special kids, and narcissists. Okay? This was... Is it going to tell me when? I suppose it's not. On here, it looks a little... Oh, a year ago. This was a year ago, right? Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, Let's Find Sebastian Rogers, combing over rewinds from the first 7 days, special kids, and narcissists. Here we go.
A look at the first 7 days.
Search for a 15-year-old boy in Sumner County. The TBI put out an endangered child alert for him today. Our Lydia Fielder joins us right now live from the command center near Hendersonville. Lydia, is there any update on the search here this afternoon?
Well, ladies, there are even more teams who have joined the search now, up to 150 personnel looking for Sebastian Rogers, going on hour 10 of the search now here in Shackle Island. We want to show you Sebastian's photos. He's 15 years old and he has a form of autism. This photo was taken of him just last night. He was last known to be at home before midnight. Teams have been looking for him since 6:30 this morning. They say they're focusing their efforts on the couple-mile radius around Sebastian's house, which is just up the road. We've seen state troopers knocking on doors, people walking in the woods, horseback patrols, firefighters searching waters, canines and drones, all the while aircraft are circling overhead.
I couldn't recall off the top of my head when the last search like this was. Obviously, this one is exponentially more important, being a child who does have autism. I can't imagine what those parents are going through right now.
The Sumner County Chief Deputy who you just heard from there says Sebastian loves water and he loves to hide in small spaces. Sebastian is 5'5", and they say he's likely wearing all black. Now, many people tonight are asking how they can help. The Chief Deputy says as of now there is no public search party, but he does ask anyone who lives in the area to check their Ring doorbell cameras. If they see anything on there, to call Sumner County. Tracy.
Oh, it's so heart-wrenching to see everyone out there just trying to do whatever they can. Thank you, Lydia.
Is on for a missing and endangered teenager. It continues in Sumner County for now the 11th hour.
Everyone is out searching for Sebastian right now. That search has maintained a 2-mile radius, but once that is cleared, officials tell me they do plan to expand that. And as the day progresses, more and more crews have come out to help with the search for Sebastian. So far, I've just seen a couple of agencies, just to mention a few of them: Metro Fire, State Troopers, TBI, City of Hendersonville, First Responders, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Metro Urban Search and Rescue are all assisting. At this time, we know 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was last seen around midnight in his home wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants with a white stripe, possibly barefoot right now. He does not have a history of running away, but is known to wander and is autistic. Officials with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office tell me if you want to help the search efforts, check your home surveillance video for any sighting of Sebastian.
the way the search is being conducted. Now, search party may come at a later time. What they can do right now is search their Ring doorbell cameras or their Blink cameras or whatever surveillance video they've got, especially if they're in this area. If they see Sebastian, call the Sumner County Emergency Communication Center at 615-451-3838 and let us know.
As stated, you are asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office if you see any or know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts. Again, that number is 615-451-3838. And as always, you can visit our website, WKRN.com, for updates on this story. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
An Amber Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers.
As the sun begins to set out here, crews are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers. As of right now, the search is over 24 hours, and it is an all-hands-on-deck effort to assist in this search. This afternoon, there are over 150 people in the search party. Crews assisting are TBI, Hendersonville Police, Goodlettsville Police, Sumner County EMS, and Rutherford County Fire and Rescue, just to name a few of the many. Officials tell me Sebastian Rogers is an autistic 15-year-old with glasses, dirty blonde hair, and was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants around midnight Sunday night. One of the risks that Rogers was on medications.
Definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously, to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is urging all nearby residents to search their garages, barns, any open spaces that Sebastian could be hiding, as well as checking that home surveillance.
Breaking news this afternoon, the search for a missing 15-year-old boy in Sumner County is now an Amber Alert.
The reason it is an Amber Alert now is because so much time has passed. There's bad weather coming in, and this young man has not had his medication in about 36 hours or more, and he needs it. There are more than 200 searchers currently looking for Sebastian Rogers, and I'll be honest, it's a bit tense. It feels like everyone here has their head on a swivel. Behind me, the Shackle Island Fire Hall is the home base for the search crews. There's a lot of unique ground to cover in this area. This neighborhood quickly goes from suburban to rural. So Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener told me that in order to keep everyone on the same page, they only want professionals searching right now. However, it is so hard to stop people in this community from jumping into action when a child's life is potentially in danger.
Well, you look right there and see, little kid, he likes to get in buildings, they said. So he could be in that barn somewhere, I've seen people looking through all these here. But if he's scared, he's going to wait and come out when nobody's around, probably. That's the reason I'm trying to ride the road to see if maybe there's a chance he'd come out and I'll see him,
So here's what we know about the missing 15-year-old. At this point, we know he.
And guys, I just want to reiterate, just from another case that we had with a missing 20-year-old, right? He was found, and he did come out when he didn't think anybody else was going to be around. So what this gentleman is saying, it could be true, right? And I think he's right to think that way from what we knew in the beginning and what we were being told, right? This is just the first couple days, but we were lied to. So of course we're going to come up with incorrect theories, being lied to by Katie Proudfoot herself, who was last with her son. And Craddock obviously doesn't understand autism. That's all I want to say.
He wandered away from Stafford Court. He is 5 foot 5 inches and 120 pounds. He was last seen wearing his glasses, a black sweatshirt, and black sweatpants. He has autism, which could mean he's drawn to water and closed spaces or places of special interest to him. How you can help law enforcement is by looking in any of your garages, sheds, barns, unused buildings, and checking for him. There's a case, there is the possibility that he is hiding in one of those buildings.
There is an urgent search for this missing teenager who has autism. He's been missing for more than 24 hours.
People can actually join in on that search as well as far as civilians are concerned. But according to this, a number of agencies are jumping in to help Sumner County, including Metro Search and Rescue Team, the TBI, and more. We're here at the command post. We've been here for a while now, and things have been pretty much at a standstill. We can't expect things to pick up over the course of the morning. We saw one deputy leave this area just a little while ago. But yesterday afternoon, they had about 40 people on the ground searching for this teenage boy. Take a look at these photos of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. His family says they believe he walked away from his home sometime early yesterday morning. His parents saw him before bedtime Sunday night, and when they woke up Monday morning, he was gone. They called police for help around 6:30 in the morning, and Sumner County tells us they immediately began searching, and they issued that endangered child alert. And this morning, they continue to extend the perimeter, and they're asking anyone who lives near Beach High School off Long Hollow Pike and wants to help to check their property, including crawl spaces, sheds, small areas, and any other locations where a child who enjoys hiding might be. Law enforcement has interviewed Sebastian's mother, and she's holding on to hope for some good news.
Mom was at the house. We've interviewed her. She's obviously distraught, as any parent would be. I couldn't imagine what she's going through currently.
Yeah, the fact that Sebastian has
So again, not worried about how Sebastian feels, that Sebastian's out there cold, hungry, scared. It's about what the mother feels. Mom's at the house. We interviewed her. Well, great. Now what? You never took her to the station to interview her? You just let her sit in the comfort of her own home? I wouldn't have got that kind of courtesy. Hell no, I wouldn't have got that kind of courtesy. Most of us wouldn't have got that kind of courtesy. How come Katie was afforded that courtesy? And thank you so much, Bless, my friend. Thank you. And welcome in, everyone.
Autism is causing extra concern in this case. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids say children with autism, they wander or go missing at a high rate than other children.
For a missing 15-year-old, now missing for over a day.
TBI, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, Nashville Fire, Shackle Island Fire, as well as Sumner County Sheriff's Office, all coming together to help find 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Like you said, he has been missing for over 24 hours, as they last seen him walking out of his house around midnight. Now, Sebastian is 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He's most likely wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. It's a bit quieter out here right now than it was when I was out here Monday morning, when you could see and hear a plane, helicopter, and drone all trying to locate Sebastian. The TBI did issue an endangered child alert. They believe he walked out of his house and is unable to find his way back without help because he's autistic, which is why they are concerned for his safety. Officials say Sebastian likes to get into small spaces and hide under his bed. So for those who live within 3 miles of the search area around Beach High School along Long Hollow Pike, you may want to check outbuildings, garages, cars, and under desks in case Sebastian used any of those as hiding places. Sumner County Sheriff's Office says that's the best way to help them out at this time. If you do see Sebastian, you're asked to call.
And that was another thing that we were lied to, in my opinion, in the beginning. We were lied to about that in the very beginning. We were told that Sebastian was reported to be hiding under someone's car, right? But then they came out and said, no, that's not true, right? These are things that Katie could come out and unequivocally stop the bull crap with, but she chooses not to, because it's better for her to keep things very confusing in order for her to control the situation. Now, that is another way for people to control a situation. I've talked about it several times on here. Order by chaos. That is how you keep order, in the way that, in the fashion that you would like to keep it in, is by turning everything chaotic. And it's just a tactic, guys. It's a strategy. I said in my post last night, it's not a game, but it is a strategy. It is a strategy. And we have to be strategic, in my opinion.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
The search for a missing Sumner County teen now in a third morning.
So you may have received that Amber Alert on your phone yesterday afternoon or seen the billboards over the interstate. It's all for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. And it's a heartbreaking development because this does mean that law enforcement now has reason to believe that Sebastian has either been abducted or is in serious danger of injury or death. And it has been an all-hands-on-deck effort. On Monday, the Sumner County EMA director says there were over 200 searchers on the ground, plus canines, helicopters, and drones. There's been help from about 24 agencies with rescue and dive teams on standby. We're told nothing is off the table. They've even been playing his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, along the search to try and soothe Sebastian. Now, they've been scouring a 5-mile radius in the beach and Shackle Island area. A reminder, Sebastian Rogers is described as 5'5", 120 pounds, dirty blonde hair, last seen wearing a black sweatsuit. We're told he does have autism, is drawn to small spaces, and is active at night.
I've actually been allowed into some neighborhood Facebook pages, and we're following those and communicating with them. And they've got watches going on in the neighborhoods. A lot of people, review your camera footage and see if you get someone that matches Sebastian's description, and call 451-3838. And
All right, and Ken Widener right here. Ken Widener is confirming that he was in fact in the neighborhood Facebook groups. So he witnessed all of this going on. The lies by Chris Proudfoot saying that he passed a polygraph. He's aware of all of it. He's always been aware of it. He infiltrated the Facebook groups, right? He just said it. Come on. And this is the guy that I thought was doing everything he could. This is the people I thanked in the beginning. Not so much anymore.
come look at it.
You're also encouraged to share his description on your social media. It's now For 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. And it's a heartbreaking development because this does mean that law enforcement now has reason to believe that Sebastian has either been abducted or is in serious danger of injury or death. And it has been an all-hands-on-deck effort. On Monday, the Sumner County EMA director says there were over 200 searchers on the ground, plus canines, helicopters, and drones. There's been help from about 24 agencies with rescue and dive teams on standby. We're told nothing is off the table. They've even been playing his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, along the search to try and soothe Sebastian. Now, they've been scouring a 5-mile radius in the beach and Shackle Island area. A reminder, Sebastian Rogers is described as 5'5", 120 pounds, dirty blonde hair, last seen wearing a black sweatsuit. We're told he does have autism, is drawn to small spaces, and is active at night.
I've actually been allowed into some neighborhood Facebook pages, and we're following those and communicating with them. And they've got watches going on in the neighborhoods. A lot of people, review your camera footage and see if you get someone that matches Sebastian's description, and call 451-3838, and we'll come look at it.
You're also encouraged to share his description on your social media.
It's now on day 3. Peyton Kennedy is live at the command post now in Hendersonville with a closer look at what's been going on this morning.
Day 3 is underway here. We'll give you a look at the command post activity happening right now this morning. And of course, you can understand emotions are running high as it was pouring down rain here this morning, and the temperature has dropped significantly. We want to show you this map as well that details the pathway hundreds of law enforcement members have taken scouring the area for a sign of Sebastian. They've used helicopters, drones. This morning I saw crews leave on ATVs. Plus there's been horses from Hendersonville Police with more from the Metro PD reportedly on the way. He was reported missing Monday morning, last seen in a black sweatsuit. Now we're seeing a number of community organizations reaching out to help law enforcement agencies, including Live Love Nashville, Sumner County Fire Buffs, and Long Hollow Church, who have been feeding folks here at the command post. We actually just saw a couple trucks come.
Did you guys hear that? Live Love Nashville. Live Love Nashville, one of our sponsors for Pig Fest. Okay, I'm not making it up. This is what the news reported. The first 7 days. Okay, just saying. It's just something to point out. Coincidence, maybe. Direct involvement, maybe.
Up with some food deliveries as well. Now, Long Hollow Church held a prayer vigil last night and have offered their campus, which is just down the street from here, as a second command post if needed.
There's some things that we can't do. We're not trained to be on the front lines of that search, but what we can do well is to love those who are. That was kind of one of our first steps forward, was just to come alongside first responder. One thing we can do is put some warm food and be a support.
They've also turned over their surveillance footage to the police department in case anything was caught on those cameras. You are also encouraged to check your home's security cameras. Turn that over to police if you see anything.
For information as the desperate search for a missing Sumner County boy intensifies. Unfortunately, there is still no sign of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, despite exhaustive efforts. It's February 26th when Sebastian was last seen at his home in Hendersonville.
Officials now say they're still treating this as if Sebastian just got up and walked away from his house.
Officials say there have been absolutely no signs of foul play and really no signs of Sebastian Rogers at all. No confirmed sightings of him on any surveillance camera or doorbell camera, and first responders haven't found any evidence in the woods or water or even his home, which they say they have searched 10 times. Now today they focused on bodies of water around the area.
Okay, guys, so I just want to reiterate that as well. Just really quick, want to reiterate that as well. So searched his home 10 times. Within the first 3 days, right? Because day 4 was the first press conference, and this is before that. Searched his house 10 times, right? No sign of Sebastian anywhere. No scent. And they even say that there was no scent. They're about to say it again. So whoever Max was tracking, that wasn't Sebastian. I don't know why she is not sitting in a cell. Red Eye, LAX Boston, thanks for being here. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you, Kentucky for Life. Exactly. Why was Amber Alert issued? Don't they need a vehicle description? Yeah, and why wasn't this in the vehicle description? Why didn't they tell us about the vehicle in the area at 3 a.m.? Great question, Kentucky for Life. Thank you. I mean, come on. Not to mention that there was people out with flashlights in the middle of the night at the same time. Come on. Then you're going to get pissed off at us? You want us to go after each other? I don't friggin' think so. That'll never happen. Not over here. Because guess what? I keep my eye on the prize. That's Katie Proudfoot and her knowing what happened because she was with Sebastian last. Period. End of discussion. It's not even up for debate. She's the one that said it. So no, I'm not going to sit here and debate anything. I'll debate something smart all day long, but not that. Black and white in our faces. Clear as day. Crystal clear.
Because they say Sebastian is drawn to water. Investigators are also asking the community to search their property. People in the community say they've all been impacted by the situation. They add students at Sebastian's school are also worried. Even strangers who live nearby say the situation has kept them up at night, especially because of the terrain here.
I see it's so many woods and so much water here in Hendersonville. It's so much water and so many woods. From like Glenbrook on, it's solid woods. And you're like, there's so many places. And then we passed by T.W. Hunter up here, and they had the new drain ditches laying out there. I thought, oh God, wonder if they searched them, you know? Wonder if they looked in there to see if maybe he was in one of them trying to stay warm, get the wind off of him. It's just too many places he could be, and it's scary.
Now, the one thing investigators did say they found were tracks leading away from Sebastian's home, but they say that lead fell up short. Now, it's unclear how long they'll be out here tonight, but of course, we'll keep you updated.
Rogers has been missing in Sumner County for 3 days, meaning agents think he is in imminent danger. Agencies from all over the state have come out to assist.
So far today, authorities have put out a call for more police mounted patrols as possible, and Hendersonville Police and Wilson County Sheriff's Office have responded to that call, bringing in extra horses and people for that. And also out in the field here today have been drones, helicopters, and all-terrain vehicles. Sebastian Rogers is 15 years old with autism. He was last seen at his home on Stafford Court around midnight Sunday wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, possibly barefoot. 2 of the many concerns officials are facing now is Sebastian.
Okay, guys, I don't want to keep popping on here, but here's the thing. They keep saying that he was wearing sweatpants and a black sweatshirt, right? A sweatsuit, black pants, black sweatpants, all in black, right? Shirt, pants. And then we have Chris Proudfoot, who comes on to Smiley Stories World and starts talking about how they were the Adidas style pants. And you guys got it wrong. Well, you're the one that told the news stations this. You're the one that told law enforcement this to begin with, or your wife did. Quit blaming us for it. Again, every single newscast on this subject, black sweatpants, black sweatshirt, no shoes. Stop with the bullcrap. Stop, because you're the one that told the law enforcement agents that, and they told it to the news, or vice versa. It had to have been that way, actually. It couldn't be vice versa. It had to have been you telling the law enforcement officer, aka Craddock and aka Emergency Sumner Management, Emergency Management Services, Ken Widener. Sorry, I'm pissed. But, you know, you told them that, and then they told the news because you weren't talking to the news. Day 3, you're the ones that spread misinformation from the very beginning. So stop saying everyone else did. You did. That came from law enforcement, which came from you. Now, am I going to blame law enforcement for that one? Hell no. Chris and Katie, where's Sebastian?
Has been off of his medication since going missing, and the temperatures are expected to continue to drop below freezing as the night goes on. I will say I've spoken to a couple residents out here who really just want to help in the search. You can also donate packaged snacks and beverages to emergency crews working around the clock.
To go out in the woods, in the trees, and that to search, so they just need snacks, things they can put in their backpacks and take. So the need became the water, Gatorade, and snacks. It's always better to get the community away from the command center so they can do their job. But this community is so helpful and want to be involved that they just want to come. We just decided to open here to kind of give the community a place that they can bring things.
And as the night continues, there will be a community prayer vigil held at Northfield Church in Gallatin at 6. All are welcome to attend. And we'll continue to be here at the headquarters as this search
continues for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers in Sumner County. The autistic teen went missing 3 days ago near Beach High School in Hendersonville.
Authorities upgraded the case from an endangered child alert to an amber alert. The harsh drop in temperatures and the fact that Sebastian needs his medicine.
Aaron Cantrell joins us now from Northfield Church in Gallatin, where a vigil is getting underway.
On day 3 in crews, they have been out all day searching the area, but community members, they felt the need to do something. So they're hosting this prayer vigil, coming together, hoping and praying that he does come home safely. Now, a lot of people want to get out in the community to help search, but first responders say just leave that to them. But this is the best way they can help, by praying and also just hoping he does return home.
Our big concerns is the weather, the rain from this morning, the drop in temperature, the wind, and then tonight we're going to be cold.
The search for Sebastian Rogers continues. He's last seen near Stafford Court in Hendersonville, wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Hundreds of trained professionals from departments across Middle Tennessee have been conducting searches with the assistance of horses, dogs, and specialized technology like drones. They've expanded their search efforts and have been paying very close attention to bodies of water.
Many people on the spectrum love water, whether they swim or not. Just the calming nature of water tends to be a place that attracts them. Ponds, lakes, swimming pools. Obviously, we're in Hendersonville, so we've got a lot of water around us.
Sebastian also takes medication. So Jessica Moore, the executive director of Autism Tennessee, says it's important to find him quickly.
Someone who is used to routine, who has a daily schedule, who has just different aspects of their lives that's just repetitive every day. It can be very stressful to not have those pieces in place.
Moore thinks Sebastian could be a sensory seeker.
Someone who enjoys a lot of pressure, deep pressure. I think he likes to hide, and that those more confined spaces are calming. Approaching slowly with calm words, with a calm demeanor. I'm sure that he's feeling a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety. At least I would be in that situation.
Yes, now this prayer.
Hey, butterflies are free to fly. Good to see you. I just wanted to pop in and answer your question. So this is from the first 7 days of news footage. So this is strictly news footage. And I went over and grabbed as many clips as I could and put them all together. And so this was from a year ago. I did a whole video on it. It's like almost 3 hours long. But definitely go back and check it out if you want to watch the whole thing. But this is just me playing it through. Now, this is about the third day in, where obviously they're at the church being interviewed. Now, this is not Freedom Church. This is a different church. There was a bunch of vigils held. Some of the things that we're going to notice that is pretty prevalent throughout the news clips here is that, you know, Sebastian was said to have only been wearing a black sweatsuit, glasses, no shoes, right? We don't even hear that he took a keychain flashlight with him. That doesn't even come out until I think March 17th when they talked to Duchess for the missing. So look, you know, this is the first 3 days. We're about to get into the fourth day coming up here. And there was a press conference with Sheriff Craddock and the Munchkin King. That's what I call the mayor, John Esbell. He was there in the kitchen. And so we're going to get into it. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Women's Warrior says, Little Red, I'm rubbish at spelling and I can't see my phone screen. So my comment are useless. That is not true, Women's Warrior. Stop that. Don't worry about it. I need an interpreter for mine. I'm dyslexic too. Oh gosh, I transpose all the time. I do. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, time to shit or get off the pot. I think so. Kentucky for life. I think so. By the way that the officers treated Jaden Spicer's case is exactly what I would expect from, you know, law enforcement officers who care, because no little child deserves to be out there anywhere like that. You know, Jaden's still in my heart. He always will be. His story helped me understand Sebastian's story more, in my opinion. Little Redo says, Women's Warrior, my brain works faster than my hands. I hear that. I pictured a person who was sort of out of control and did not want to be caught, also nonverbal. Right, Holly S. Right. That's what we do. That's what we would picture. Just like if I had never known Sebastian's true story and I only watched America's Most Wanted, I would have thought that Sebastian walked out of the house with a flashlight. So he went to go meet somebody, right? Like a girlfriend or a friend or someone, right? A boyfriend, you know, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, whatever. I would have thought, okay, who lured him away? You know, maybe his cell phone was left behind because he, sent the last couple messages and then he went to go meet somebody. Maybe they're holding those close to the vest. I might think all kinds of different things without really knowing and seeing the flashlight video, so absolutely. Yeah, he is friends with the family, in my opinion, Brenda says. Yes, I agree. So we're going to get back into this, guys.
Vigil is getting underway now. Attend events like this, but also keep sharing the poster of Sebastian, and hopefully he is coming home safely.
Bill with an update from overnight. In addition to all of the state and local agencies working tirelessly on this, the chief deputy here in Sumner County says they are now talking with the FBI as well. He says they are doing everything within their power to find Sebastian. I just spoke with the EMA director, who says yesterday they scoured about 2,000 miles on foot. The director says typically people will only travel 0.2 of a mile, so they have definitely honed in on that circumference as well as inside his home, but unfortunately, nothing. Aerial crews continue the work overnight, and we're told the ground crews are reporting here again at 7 a.m. this morning. That includes officials on foot, ATV, and horses. We've also seen many community groups come together to support these officials. Prayer vigils have been held the past 2 nights. The EMA director tells me that today they are asking for residents to check any bodies of water on their property. The Sumner County mayor says they recognize people want to do as much as they can, so here is his guidance moving forward today.
If you want to search in your neighborhood, want to search on your property, we really ask that you do it in teams of 2. As we do our aerial searches with the helicopters and the fixed wing planes and the drones, whenever we see one individual, we see that as a potential lead, and we pour resources into that. So if you're going out in 2s, that helps us in that manner. But we do ask that really you stay out of the search process, and we leave that to the professionals right now.
He says they are.
Okay, guys, I wanted to pop in here again. Sorry, I have to keep turning this down. So that was Mayor Isbell, right? And he is talking about people searching in 2s and how to put the search together, in my opinion. I don't see why he is an expert on that. I don't understand why he's even speaking on that. It's very strange to me that he would be talking about that. And Dog the Bounty Hunter asked that in Primetime Buzz's her chat yesterday, and that was the reason why I put him in there looking like the Munchkin King, because that's what it looks like to me, right? It looks like someone who is just coming in there. He's supposed to be the mayor, and he's talking about the resources on day 4 and how people shouldn't be searching for Sebastian. I don't understand that at all. Why is he even talking? Why isn't he pushing for this child to be found? But instead he's halting things. And, I don't know, Kentucky, my opinion on this is that I'm not sure if they have a booth inside the event or if they're, maybe on one of the committees, because it said that they were supposed to be meeting the Proud Fate for lunch. So, yes, in her baby voice, he has a child like mine, in my opinion, like he was 5 years old, KP, such lies. Yeah, she made him seem younger. So did Chris. Chris said that his body, or excuse me, his mind had not caught up to his body. That's what he said. I've known men like this my whole life, and they absolutely do favors for each other. Holly S., absolutely. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's one hand washes the other, I'm not sure either, Holly S., but I don't know. I think they might be on a committee. If that's true, I could see them being on a committee if they're meeting for lunch. What else would they meet for lunch for? I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Thanks, Freebird, and thank you so much. I so agree with you. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I do remember, talking on this, and I do remember, and, that's why I was a little disrespectful to the mayor. People said, how come you got him in that voice? I said, because, he's just talking about, we got to search in 2s, talking about how heat signatures are picked up and things. That makes no sense to me. What is he doing? And why was he so involved? Did they have lunch? Just asking. Seems to be a lot of lunches going on, because that's what Terry Bowersox's ex-employee has alleged. There were lunches with law enforcement agencies and law enforcement agents, officers of the law. right? That's been alleged. So it's funny that all these lunches are always being brought up, right? Funny that people are so hungry and like to meet for lunch. And I've even said, look, law enforcement officers are people too. I could have a law enforcement officer that's a friend of mine and we can go get some lunch together. That's nothing nefarious. But then again, if they're all going to lunch with all of these people, that's a problem, especially when Katie was the last one with her son and her ex-husband now has to be out there fighting for his child. Oh, you mean if they already have a booth for Sebastian? Well, I don't know why that wouldn't have been communicated back because they were readily communicating. So that is a good question. I think someone else asked that, Kentucky for Life. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, that's a different perspective and one way to look at it. And that could very well be. That could very well be that they already have a booth up, set up. And so they don't want to have double booths, Yeah, the black is a red flag, Holly S. Hey, Courtney Morris, that's why he knocked out his first cut, because per Chris, she cheated on him. Oh, okay. Oh, Lord, Courtney, that's terrible. Well, and you know what? Again, I think that there's stressful situations, but, if she was the one cheating and it was her fault, she still didn't end up deserve to be knocked around for it. She did it. That's something that you just need to walk away from then. Because if you can't trust somebody, look, I'm not going to go be with somebody I got to be looking in their phone all the time. No way. That's how I became a good investigator to begin with. Investigating what someone else was doing. So no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not nobody's mom. I'm not trying to do that. But yeah, I mean, no matter whose fault it is in the situation, nobody deserves to get beat up for it. That's a man too. You just walk away. You say to yourself, I'm better than that. I don't deserve that. Then you walk away. I hope when all is said and done, when Sebastian is found, they have to pay back all the search efforts times for wasting that money. I mean, I really do believe in restitution in his eyes, and then they need to put it back into these children, in my opinion. They do. Seclusion voice notes would probably be helpful. However, my accent sometimes, things like Alexa speak type struggle with me. Oh, that's cute, Women's Warrior. I love your accent. I've heard your accent because you was on panel before. Yeah, I remember. I love accents, guys. I wish I could do more accents, but I'm not. One of them that I can't do is Irish because that one is hard. But Holly S says, yet he wore a t-shirt to dinner on a chilly night. Right. Well, and that's the thing. Everybody else was wearing hoodies. I did notice that too, Holly S. That's a good point. In my opinion, KP had the house spotless before 6 a.m. call. I think so too. Yeah, we will. And I got your email too, Women's Warrior. We need a strategy meeting on how we're going to get Seth heard and seen and get something done about all of this BS because it's absolutely disgusting and the bad guys cannot win, in my opinion. Well, and that's the hardest part, right? Is because it does kind of feel like they were winning or that they're winning. Especially when we get smug looks from the police officers, which I don't like to report that. I would rather pat them on the back and say thank you any day of the week. I don't like having to report that. Guess who had a black sweats and black hoodie when trash went to the curb was KK or her friend from California who was visiting that weekend. She showed up first that day and he was missing. Well, that's what I've always wondered about that too, Little Red-O, because I've heard that and I heard, she lives like 6 hours away from there. So how could she have possibly not, been there or in the area or involved? Like, where did she go? If I have a friend visiting for the weekend, I'm not going to plan a weekend with a whole day with my son unless we're all in attendance. In my opinion, the locals would be thrilled to have answers. I think so too, Holly S. I think a lot of them are scared, like we saw. We saw that, we absolutely saw that. Bliss Blessings, thank you so much for your super chat. She says, thank you for keeping Sebastian's name out there. He deserves so much more. Been in the bushes, but this is a very well done live. Bring Sebastian home. Thanks, Bliss Blessings. I'm sorry I had to move it up too, guys, but I wanted to make sure, and I'm glad that I was able to watch other things too and kind of find out what people were thinking and saying out there. I'd love to know what Sebastian says about them saying Sebastian loves small spaces. Something tells me that's not true. Well, I'm wondering because that was where they were focusing most of their energy on as well. Even when they were talking about the small spaces, like people could search on their own properties, like in terms of like check under the sheds and check under this, check under that, right? Like, but were they just making that up so people look in the wrong spots? I mean, or they're spending time looking in those spots and not where they should be? It makes me wonder. And he was still talking about that the whole time. Well, even I will say even up until October, but then he started talking about Sebastian being in the woods. And then they did the photo op with SF Investigates with the drone, but we've never like been able to see any of the footage that they pulled or anything like that, you know, like of them actually searching or doing anything. So it's just weird. We only saw that one picture. I guess he posted it on X is how we got the picture, is the best of my understanding. Remember Crispy Critter said vigils are for folks who have passed away. Yes, as the reason they do not go to the vigils. Yes, Lil Redo, exactly. They have said that. And he has said that. Those are for people who have passed away. And we're not doing that, right? But he didn't mind showing up and making a scene in front of the one vigil where Sebastian was actually, you know, being honored. No, they went motorcycle shopping that day. We have a picture of it. You know, it's weird. Any ideas on what the hell we can do to cut through the corruption and find someone to do something? At Women's Warrior wants to know from Seclusion Works. Yeah, I mean, I think we need to expose it and keep talking about it. This is my way of doing it, you know, and that's how I will always do that, because like I said, if there's no corruption, then we're not going to talk about it. We're going to make sure that we glorify those officers, like the ones in Jaden Spicer's case, right? Trooper Gayhart, you know, we love him around here because he found the child, right? Look, I can get mad about something somebody said 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I can get mad at somebody for that, sure. But if he was to find Sebastian, I'm talking about the snuggle struggle, you know, that might be something to where I'm like, oh, it looks like he's turned over another leaf, right? But or a new leaf, but he's not. That's not him, because I also would have thought that if he would have showed just a little bit of respect to Seth, especially knowing that they're both law enforcement officers, I also would have felt more compassion for his situation had it been a hustling and bustling type environment in front of the police station, but it wasn't. It was like nothing really going on. So what is he doing? What are you doing, Craddock? Because you're just sitting there, in my opinion. Then it looks really bad on him. Like, I'm glad we were able to see that. I'm glad we were able to hear people being like, oh no, I'm afraid to be on camera. You know, I don't want to be on camera. Did anyone watch Seth's live in front of the sheriff's office? If so, who else noticed a police cruiser drove by, then immediately after a blue Infinity drove close by Seth? I did. Was it KK? I did not notice that. I did not. And I'm sorry, I am not trying to botch your name. Dathra? Is that it? I'm sorry if I say it wrong. Alan? I will just say her lack of effort is another reason that makes me think she had something to do with it. But I'll have to go back over the footage and look. I was trying to download it to edit it, you know, to put it up in a video. but I couldn't do it. So I'll have to ask Jen if I could just, if she has it or something. Oh, I think a lot of the mainstream news media, Little Red, was ruined by Crispy Critters and their cronies. Anyone else think AMW was ruined by Crispy Critters' attorney selecting what they could ask or say? I do. I do think that. So does Holly, SI officer. Yeah. Anyone else think there was no tips valued on the America's Most Wanted Live? I mean, I am so upset with them for not showing the end of the flashlight video. That is really upsetting to me. Like, I couldn't believe that. I was beyond disappointed. I don't even think disappointed sums up how I felt. Because I'll never watch America's Most Wanted again. No way. No way. Because that is a wrong that they have not fixed, and no one wants to talk about it besides me, I guess. I've heard maybe a couple other people mention it. But Holly S. is, in my opinion, can't imagine. In my opinion, CP can't manipulate the FBI. See, this is a great point, Holly S., that you're saying here. With there's more of us than there are of them. Like, that's why we can't let it go, because they're not as big and bad as they think they are. Even if they have a whole town under control, it's still there's still more of us. Thank you, lover girls. Thank you. Anyone else think no tips were called in? They never followed up to say how many tips they had, Little Red. So that's a good point. Oh, Holly S. I mean, usually Crime Stoppers will pass out missing things for children at festivals. Oh, I didn't think about Crime Stoppers, Little Red. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you. I think it's strange too. I think it's definitely strange, Holly S. Yeah. Holly S. says it's strange to me that they even told the caller they were having lunch with the Proud Feet. Yeah. Yeah. Freebird says, I can do a Russian accent. That's awesome, Freebird. That is so funny. I love it. I just love accents. I don't know. I love Texas accent too, Lil Red. I try to do Chris Proud, but I'm not very good at it, but I do think it's funny. Lady Freedom, do you think Sebastian was trafficked or disposed of? Oh, boy. I've kind of talked about it a little bit. Like, I'm about 80% that some foul play is involved. I mean, because if I didn't think that way, I wouldn't be saying like justice for Sebastian, right? Because I think he needs justice. He needs justice. So, and then I think maybe it's possible that he could have been trafficked. I think the other 20% is like, he could be at a school. He could be at a medical facility, right? Thanks, right, LAX of Austin. But yeah, that's the way I look at it right now. 18 months in, the way that they're acting, the way that they've tried to lie to us from the very beginning, right? And then they come out and they're extremely rude about it. But this is what we were being told, even if we didn't follow a YouTuber. Even if we were just to look at just strictly these videos, right, of the news coverage from that time period. And this isn't all of them, guys. Don't get me wrong. I wish I had every single one of them. Trust me, especially the way my brain works. I wish I had every single one of them in order, chronologically, perfect order to show you, because that's what I would want to present to you. But I was able to pull these in, and it's based on me looking at the YouTube and seeing when it was posted on YouTube, right? And you'll see me like put those in as we go. But yeah, this is from the very beginning, and they were telling us, oh, he was just wearing, all black, right? Which Holly S is like, hey, that's a red flag to me. It's super red flag to me too, because then they change it over and they're like, oh, the pants, with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt. Don't forget, we had the sweatshirt wrong too, and it wasn't a hoodie. I mean, come on. Talk about playing semantics. I want a straightforward answer. Describe the clothes that your child was wearing when you last saw him, Katie. And Chris, shut the hell up. Because nobody cares what you're saying. Nobody cares. We don't want to talk to you. You're not breaking the internet. Sebastian's the one that was breaking the internet. Sebastian was the one where everybody's going over to view what you all are saying because we know you're lying and we want to catch you. Okay? So it's nothing good on your part. There's several reasons people are watching, none of which have anything to do with you. Nobody cares. I heard Cracker Barrel took a blow from changing their logo or something. Oh, I don't know. Cracker Barrel? I like their chicken and dumplings, and they have an awesome chicken BLT sandwich. That is all I know about the Cracker Barrel, and I, want to buy up half of their shop when I go in there. Holly S. says, I've always been worried that CP ran a smear campaign against Sebastian to cops. Well, I've always been worried about that too, Holly S. And that's another part of the puzzle, the puzzle, so to speak, in my opinion, because he was telling people all over the internet that if we knew Sebastian and how he really was, then we wouldn't like him and we wouldn't want to search for him, right? He was telling people that. So I agree 100% that could be very, very possible and even quite probable. So thank you. Brenda Calvert says, I told my ex the day you make me feel I gotta check your phone is the day, I leave you. And it was, well, Brenda, that's what I mean. Because that can drive somebody nuts. You know it? Think about it. You're investigating the person you live with. You're like, I can't trust this person. Here I am sleeping next to him. I mean, it does. You become an investigator, especially when they give you a reason or when you get that little spidey senses tingling and then you go, oh, I better be checking their phone. But then you realize, you deserve so much better than that. You start to realize, I don't want to live my life this way. It's all too much. And you don't want to have to babysit your spouse. You want to be able to trust that person and be a team with them. Okay, check that crawl space in their house. I mean, Lil Red, what else? And I mean, I was thinking that they put him in there, after the fact or something like that, and then they took him out another night or something. The crawl space is a big one to me. But I think the cadavers would hit. See, it's just, we still don't know the condition of the home at all when law enforcement arrived. We know that there was people there that were contaminating the crime scene and talking about their jewelry and, all of that. In my opinion, everyone was going through the motions of what to say, do in a missing case, but 72 hours later, knew more. They had suspicion, but they manipulated by the family and bribery. Well, I mean, we know that they do use bribery as a tactic. SI officer, that's a good point. Oh, there's tons more footage, Little Red. Oh yeah, we have tons of footage. But it's all private footage, right? It's owned by the neighbors, so they would have to put it out there if we were to see it, because law enforcement isn't going to. They don't want us to see it. They were pissed off when the Nick Barris video came out, and that was a picture of, that was him taking video off of his cell phone of the video, and they were pissed about that. They don't want us to see it all. And then America's Most Wanted failed to put it in there. Nefarious is the word of the year. Red eye to LAX. Yeah, I mean, LAX Sebastian, excuse me. Yeah, it is. I mean, I hate to say it. I don't like saying it. I really don't. I don't like coming, up with that realization. Coming to that realization is tough, But I pray he's out there somewhere, alive and well. Yeah, Anne says, I hope and pray that Sebastian will be found soon. Enough is enough. And I agree with that, Anne. Enough is enough. I don't understand what's taking so long. right? They need more evidence. But if they were operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, that means that they botched the investigation. That means that they don't have any evidence because they didn't find any evidence, even though they searched the home 10 times. Smiling Sleuth, good to see you. My main issue is that there's no evidence that he left the house. Perhaps he didn't come home after the restaurant. I mean, that's another thing in my 20%, right? I'm 80% sure that something happened at the house and he was carried out at 3 a.m. But then I have that too, where there could have been something that happened. Actually, one of our friends, Scranton, sent me a video too that I was watching. I still want to pull it in and look at it more closely before I share it. Look, guys, I'm hesitant even when somebody gives me a video like that because I don't know what they've done to it, right? Not saying that, Scranton's sending me bad info. I'm not saying that, Scranton. I love you. Thank you for sending it. But here's the thing. It was footage from the Texas Roadhouse, right? But if it's being sent to me and somebody else has taken it into their editor and, even zoomed in on it, it's been modified, right? I call it enhanced. Other people call it other things, right? But that's just my kind of rudimentary way of saying it. But nevertheless, I'm very hesitant because it's not something that came from the original source that I'm then manipulating. So I know it's original when I get it and then I manipulate it. It's different than if somebody else manipulates it and then I go in and I manipulate it. Then it's like, okay, it's already changed so many hands, right? And so in my opinion, that does, mess with the integrity of the video or the photo or anything, So, but yeah, I don't know that, Smiling Sleuth. That's a good point to always remember too. Little Redo agrees. We don't know. And that's what Little Red was talking about with the trash. Excuse me. Because, yeah, there's video of Sebastian taking out the trash, but nobody can tell who it is, right? So they say it's Sebastian taking out the trash, but we don't know that for sure. We haven't been able to examine it ourselves. Okay. Excuse me. And this is where SI officer says they can very well compress a video from 2 locations in a scene to study. So yes, it's possible. Just let that sink in, guys. They could take a video, right, from 2 different areas, 2 different scenes, and compress it, right? Thank you, SI officer. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this on that note, but just think about that too, guys. Now, this is day 4.
The professionals right now.
He says they are working with Sebastian's family as well. We're told
and still no trace of the teen. Here's Kelsey Gibbs with what we've learned so far.
A community on edge, hoping and praying that Sebastian Rogers returns home safely. They say the teen has not been spotted on any surveillance cameras and there have been no clues of his whereabouts. People just want Sebastian home, especially those in the autistic community.
Autistic kids go missing and it's like as an autistic person, it's a punch to the gut, right?
It was another busy day searching for the teen. Law enforcement has drones, canines, helicopters, and even horses. But officials say right now, what they need is the public searching their property. There's been no sightings on home surveillance video of Sebastian so far. And the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canines. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in a span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home. Law enforcement says no amount of information is too big or too small.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
Law enforcement telling us that the family is cooperating with authorities and they again are under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home.
Expecting any moment right now an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
In a few moments, I'll go through some slides and show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds, and if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond. And then we'll go into, when Chief's ready, we're going to go into pictures and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay.
Home. Law enforcement says no amount of information is too big or too small.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
Law enforcement telling us that the family is cooperating with authorities and they again are under
home or a tarp that's in your yard. Check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds, and if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond.
Okay, guys, sorry, I just wanted to stop there because they're talking about footprints around the pond, right? So if you're looking at the ponds, look for footprints around, because now on day 4, they're thinking Sebastian's still barefoot, right? They have to be. He didn't say look for footprints. He said look for actual footprints, right? Sorry, I don't know how to say that any better, but just the way he said it, right? So they're actually looking for a kid without any shoes on that's going to be attracted to water because they're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off without any shoes on, but then more so, or even so, that he's going to be drawn to the water because of his autism. So they're operating again under the assumption that Sebastian is just going to be drawn to the water. Who gave them that idea, right? Besides his mother. Also, we hear them talking about the small spaces. Hey, Daisy dude, good to see you. Only 4 hours late. I've been on too long, but we had a good conversation. Good to see you, and thank you for being here. So, I mean, you know, where's the log of tips? And they never do show us, Red Eye. They never tell us. He said that they're going to have a full workup on it, and they never did. They never showed it to us, right? Yeah, the card team. Okay, the card team, I'm not sure. I think it is in these clips, but I think that was talked about a little bit later. But they didn't mention it in these first 3 days, but I believe it's going to be in with one of these, because I do remember that the card team was definitely brought out during the first 7 days, you know, during the search. Let's not forget CP's bad attitude when he went to work that morning and he was released from work. They never knew he was married or had a stepson. It proves he was up all night and there at 3 a.m. Well, I agree with that, his eyes. And, you know, also, it's one of those things where, you know, they said that he was let go from the job site at 11:30, but it wasn't because he needed to get out of there and cut out early to go look for Sebastian. They didn't even know about Sebastian being missing, according to what's been alleged. Yeah, I mean, I think that's very strong and something that we need to keep on considering. You know, not to forget about it, because there is so much information. It can be an overload. It's definitely an overload. I wish we could FOIA the files, but they will not release it. No, because it's still open. Yeah, it's still open. I know, Lil Red. I know. As a crane operator, Chris was reckless, talking on the phone while working, and one could hear his radio crackling. I know seclusion works, and he also said that, you know, being on a construction site is boring, and that's why he's, you know, over there on the phone and he's talking to YouTubers while he's, you know, operating a crane, which everyone I've talked to says that that's a huge no-no. But Chris goes by his own rules, right? I want to see the CPS reports, Daisy Duke. I do too. If it wasn't for it breaking my heart, because I can't even imagine. Seth said that if we were to read them, that it would cause us to lose sleep. GA64, good to see you. Yes, he was relieved. He did not leave like a normal person would with an emergency of a missing child. Amen, GA64. Yeah, Daisy Duke, I wonder about that too. I wonder about her being the one to take it out, or somebody in her party, you know. I do worry about that. Hey, Christy, good to see you. Hal, Eric, was you in on this? I know, Christy, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder, really. Craddock is pushing a narrative and ignoring the other possibilities, in my opinion. Well, and that's it too, Freebird. I see that too. Like, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. Like, and it gets a little bit worse from here, because, you know, they're pushing this narrative of what they think Sebastian did, and it's completely opposite. Because if that was true, the radius that they searched around his home, he would have been found. I mean, like I always tell everybody, go outside and try to walk around your block without any shoes on, you know, but don't blame me for what happens to you. But like, seriously, our feet are tender. You're not going to be able to walk very far. We're used to not walking just without shoes, right? So I mean, if somebody could do that and show me, I guess I don't recommend it, but I'm just saying, I mean, we all know he wouldn't make it far without any shoes, in my opinion. Christy says, for one, where the hell did they take the home cameras, or why the hell did they take the home cameras down? Right. And Katie works for Brinks, and Katie's there with her son by herself, right? Because her husband works out of town. But you don't have any cameras up. Okay. Put the mother in jail and charge her. Red Eye LAX to Boston. I just want them to take her in for questioning. Proper questioning. I might even settle on Mr. McCoy going after her. He doesn't want to go after her. I know that, but sorry, I've been revved up this live. But no, I mean, I'd maybe even settle for him questioning Katie, right? Or a normal channel again, I mean, that was the thing. But everybody was so nice to them. Like, everybody was so, even when Chris was up there just fighting mad, acting a fool, everybody was so nice. Oh, Chris, we're sorry. Oh, we're just trying to clear the air. Oh, Chris. And he just sat there and he loved it, in my opinion. So we're going to go ahead, guys, and get this.
And then we'll go into, when Chief's ready, we're going to go into pictures, and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day one, and all of the rings you see are a fixed wing aircraft, TBI's fixed winged aircraft, and they use a FLIR, and they do a continual circle on a 2-mile ring. And the video quality and the pictures that they produce are amazing. And the lines that you see that are going all over the place, the green and the purple and the blues, those are helicopters, THP Metro. And then all of the lines in the middle, when you draw that in, those are our foot searchers. So in the first 2 days, we logged over 2,000 miles of personnel on foot doing searches in those search areas. If you want to go to the next page. So that's day 2. And you can see we're continuing to expand those search areas, and you'll see clues, you'll see markers. If a searcher finds something, they mark it. We send a detective or detectives to that scene or to that area. And if they find evidence, we haven't found any evidence. And but if they find something
That's Ken Widener. Ken Widener of Emergency Management System for Sumner County. So he's an emergency management for Sumner County. So that's Ken Widener. You also have the mayor, John Isbell, is up there, the little short guy. Then you have Craddock, who is up there, and then you have Ken Widener, who is Emergency Management Services. I think I said that correctly the third try.
Thing that they think is substantial, CID investigates it. Going to the next day, that's the next day TBI was back. That second day we had really bad weather with rain, and so these are the rings from TBI again, and they did some almost tri-oval type figures when we were looking at particular areas, and they were looking at streams at that time, and a lot of helicopter, and then more ground troops, and then we got one more day. And then today we're expanding west, and you can see those areas that personnel are searching. And so what we do is we get them in, and we've got an app that they utilize, and they create tracks, and you can see the tracks in those sections as they do the search. And we've got several other things going on. We're utilizing drones, K9, and UTVs, ATVs, horses, aircraft, and anything at our disposal to get Sebastian located.
Like Director Widener said, what you didn't see on there was any drone track. The drones aren't tracked on Sartopo. What you didn't see on there were several assets that didn't have the app that day. So what you're seeing is what we know we have tracked. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family's been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement in our investigation. We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the public is out there and you have a house close by or not close by, right? Check your property twice a day. If you find something, call us. If you have trail cams out on properties that you hunt, check them. If there's an image that you think could be Sebastian, call us. Anything, any tip that you have, call us. We want to bring Sebastian home.
And when the chief says, even if it's not right here, so I actually spoke to the incident commander of a search operation that happened west of here, and a 14-year-old went missing, was found 9 days later, 6.2 miles from home. So we're looking at, we don't want to go out too far, too fast, but even if you live in Davidson County, if you live in Robertson County, if you live.
And guys, I just want to point out, I just want to point out right there that when the picture came onto the screen, I had put in a lot of pictures of Sebastian, but I noticed that a lot of times there wasn't pictures of Sebastian during these press conferences, just not even one on the podium. And I just wanted to point that out too.
Anywhere in Sumner County and adjoining counties that you think he could have made it to your property, search those streets, creek streams, tributaries, ponds, barns, outbuildings, vacant homes, anything, any place that you think he could be.
One tip, if you're searching your property, is to search it in pairs. If we have aerial assets up and they see someone walking alone through a field, we're going to deploy resources to make sure that is not Sebastian. Secondly, if you're out searching your field and something happens to you, someone needs to be able to call for help and tend to you while we're on the way to help you. So if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, we put rain gear on and we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature is going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So.
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him walking?
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
But there hasn't been one video that you guys had that you said that's...
There's not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera. Gotcha.
Was any of the canines able to pick up on a scent or something that can lead you to maybe a direction where he might have been?
We've done that. We've actually cast the dogs at intersections to see if they take us. And our dogs are scent specific, and we have scent articles from the home, and they have not. We have gotten some tracks away from the home, and we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously.
You mentioned that you've covered about.
I'm gonna pop on here again and just say too that the dogs are not scent specific, right? And this is what Ken Widener says, and it's hard because, you know, we're getting a lot of information in a, you know, small amount of time, and they're going over these maps and showing what they've done and answering questions now from the press. So with that being said, you know, I know it can kind of get mowed over, but Jules, who's in here a lot, you guys know Jules, the dog handler. She's also, you know, a decorated military personnel. And she tells us a lot about the dogs and about them being scent specific or otherwise, right? There's a lot of different ways that these dogs are trained, even down to finding things like batteries and that sort of thing, like electronics, things like that. So it's amazing what they can do, but it depends on what kind of dog is being used, right? So if you're using a cadaver dog, they're trying to sniff out, and they're trained to sniff out people who have expired, right? Or again, we're going to see them looking over for things like drugs, right? They do a really great job at that too. They have great sniffers, right? And I just wanted to shout out to Nick the Hat. Thank you, Nick the Hat, for your super chat. Thank you so much. And Green Hearts for Sebastian, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. But yeah, guys, I mean, so this is what we're looking at on day 4. And they're saying no, you know, there's no scent, right? And then he talks about how the dogs are scent specific. So, you know, they've taken items from Sebastian's home. And hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. And they're letting the dogs sniff them, but the dogs were not tracking Sebastian per se, because they're not scent specific. And I hope I'm saying that right. In my opinion, there's enough brilliant minds in this chat that we should be deputized to investigate this matter of what happened to Sebastian. I agree with that. That's why I love, you know, going over the chats. I know Polly said thank you for doing that, but I appreciate you guys. You know, that's why, because I feel like I would miss too much stuff if I didn't look through, you know, and I already still do miss things, by the way. But just depending on how fast the chat is going, how many people we have. But I always like to see what people have to say. Daisy Duke says we need that and send to the FBI our dog. Well, and see, this is the thing. I mean, it's odd. I know they know about this, by the way. Dog does, because he brought it up. I mean, you see the mayor right here. He's the little guy right here. And then that's Craddock, and then that's Ken Widener, right? And I mean, look, they had horseback guys. They searched that area 10 times over, right? But then they, you know, even went out a little bit further, because we're going to hear Ken go into that. I think it's day 5. Excuse me, day 5. So, but yeah, I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. We'll all be Barney 5. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Hey guys, I mean, look, if it wasn't for the YouTubers, Gabby Petito would have been out there longer. Her parents say that all the time. Another person I want to point to is Nate the neighbor. Even though he did fib, right, in the Chris Watts case, he still had the footage that broke the case and showed that Chris was loading people in. You know, we didn't know that at the time, but was loading people into his vehicle, right, which was his little girls and their mom. And, you know, Nico, baby Nico, who wasn't born yet. So, you know, if it wasn't for YouTubers that, because they got a confession out of Chris, right? So why do they don't need anything more when they get a confession like that. I mean, he's willing to take the rap for the whole thing. And he did. But, which he's right where he belongs. He's a monster and a half. And I think he should have been charged for baby Nico's death. I do. But just, you know, we can't underestimate ourselves here. We can't. We have to understand that we have a lot more time on our hands than maybe somebody does. We don't look at it like a job where we clock in and clock out, right? And not that police officers do that either. There's a lot of them that take it with them, take it home, analyze it later. People who are retired doing that as well. I mean, you know, it's just something that you have in you where you want to get down to the truth. It's just something that you have. Everybody has something to bring to the table. Detroit Rock City says, what did CP threaten Seth about keeping his mouth shut about? The conversation with Bobby and Carter. Yeah, because Heather Cohen said, you know, they're back to going straight to Seth and not going through me anymore. And he said, well, if Seth opens his mouth, he won't open it again. About what they have said to him. So basically, whatever Bobby and Carter told Seth, if Seth opens his mouth about it, he won't open it again because Chris will take it into his own hands to help with that process. Allegedly, in my opinion, is what I gathered from that. You know, but good point, Detroit. You know, these are the things that we remember, right? Because some of us, I mean, when we hear this, it's like bone chilling, right? Because he'll say that openly to a private investigator. It's almost like he knew he had them in his back pocket, in my opinion. What was said in front of Bobby and Carter, what is he hiding? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why what was said? Exactly, Lil Red. I mean, Daisy Duke says, Red Eye would be too. They know what happened or where Sebastian is, in my opinion. That's why he's not doing a presser. Right, yeah. Well, he's super uncomfortable here too, guys. I'm glad you said that, Daisy Duke, because look at Craddock. I mean, he is super on edge, in my opinion. He doesn't have a good poker face. Talk about, you know, playing your hand. I see right through him. I'm looking at him like he wants to get the hell out of there, you know? He's giving me anxiety by me looking at him. And I'm like, I'm feeling smothered at the moment, and that's how Eric Craddock looks. He looks like he's smothered by the media. Oh Lord, and our watching eyes. Okay, we'll get back to it, guys.
2,000 miles, correct. What's the word on the amount of volunteers and people helping?
We'll address that later. We still got plenty of, and what you got to understand is span of control and manageability. And I know there's a lot of talk out there. You know, you need to get more people out there, but we've got to do it coordinated, and we've got to be able to monitor and ensure the safety of our searchers. So right now we've got so many public safety assets that we can track and we can communicate with that we are in good shape right now. And we are discussing the possibility of going into volunteers.
We have begun the conversation of coordinating with local volunteer groups. Should we need them, there's a plan in place. What I don't want is to have 1,000 people out in the woods, someone get injured, and now we have to deploy resources to them that should be deployed to get Sebastian home safely. As of right now, I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to world-renowned detectives from the Middle Tennessee area, and every one of them has said we're doing everything that we should be doing. We're doing everything that we can. I'm open to ideas. If someone's got an idea that we're not applying yet, let me know. I'll apply it.
You guys have clocked in and searched so far?
2,000 by foot the first 2 days. We're not tracking hours now. We'll put all that together. We'll do an after action report. But now we're going through the day, preparing this afternoon for tomorrow. We've got a team that's doing that. We've even got the tax assessor's office working with us on additional mapping for streams and creeks that we want to make sure we're covering. And I'll tell y'all, we're hitting streams and creeks heavy. So that's something we need done is creeks, streams, tributaries checked, because the watershed from the Tyree Springs area coming down in here. One thing I've learned about autism is the stamina, the pain threshold, the drive in these men and women, young boys and young girls is greater than ours. Okay. So the particular case in northern Mississippi and West Tennessee, this young man walked until he passed out. And when they got to him, he was laying face down, and they were like, "Oh my!" But he was unconscious, and they've done stories on him, and so that's something we're looking at, and we urge people to get out and check those locations. A lot of farms in Sumner County, a lot of creeks in Sumner County. Check them.
I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm really focused on getting Sebastian home, and we need to get back out and make sure we're doing everything we can. I really appreciate you guys being here covering the story, and as soon as there's an update, I'll let you know. Thank you. Thank you.
As the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers now enters day 4. At this point, they say Sebastian walked off. The family is cooperating with the investigation.
Round-the-clock search has not stopped since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was reported missing from his home in Sumner County early Monday morning.
Now, previously, the community was asked to not interfere with the search efforts, but now the sheriff's office is saying that those who are willing to join the search can do so in pairs. You are asked to avoid coming to this command post, though, so that they can continue staying in touch with official law enforcement enforcement agencies. Earlier this morning, the EMA director suggested looking to bodies of water for footprints or clues. We saw Hendersonville's mounted patrol officers along a creek in the wooded area behind the command post. We also drove through Sebastian's neighborhood, which is very close to here, and saw the TBI agents walking into wooded areas behind those homes. This morning, I've also seen the TWRA with specialized ATVs, state troopers, Sumner and Wilson County sheriffs, as well as Hendersonville, Gallatin, White House Police, Sumner County EMS, just to name a few. Yesterday, the EMA director says all of the agencies walked a total of 2,000 miles and searched Sebastian's home at least 10 times. The TBI has told us Sebastian's parents are not in a position to speak or share more about him right now, but lead agencies say they will continue searching as long as it takes.
There
Again,
have
a
been no
reminder.
sightings of Sebastian on home surveillance cameras so far, and the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canine. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in the span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from his home.
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel. That's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
Now, we have seen law enforcement officials from Gallatin, White House, all over Sumner County, as well as the TWRA helping in this search. We've also been told by law enforcement that Sebastian Rogers' family is cooperating with officials.
Now, the fourth day of searching for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has come to a close. Officials are asking homeowners in Hendersonville to check for even the smallest signs of the boy who has autism and officials think wandered off.
We were all very concerned from the get-go. Jesse Gibson says since Monday, he's been doing what the sheriff's office in Sumner County has pleaded with homeowners to do. If people aren't really searching their property, he may be right here and we don't even know it.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night.
That includes areas around water like creeks or ponds, looking for any small sign that the teen who has autism may have been there, like a missing shirt or footprints. It does change things in the sense that it makes me feel like they're getting more desperate because at this point in time, everyone thought he'd be found by now. The sheriff's office says they're still working on the assumption that Sebastian walked off sometime before early Monday morning. There are boats that he could easily crawl into the back of, that there are sheds that he could easily walk into. There's so many areas on our properties that a 15-year-old boy who may not be in the right state of mind could really hide away in. I just want to see more people be aware and be on the
wrenching. You don't want anything to happen to anybody, let alone a child.
The heartache is deep in Sumner County as a classroom chair has sat empty all week long, one that belongs to Sebastian Rogers, a missing 15-year-old with autism. He hasn't been seen in 5 days.
There's still an active scene out here, but we do know that the Franklin Police Department, they got a call from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday asking if they could send out a dive team. And there was a small police presence outside of the Rogers family home today. There were members of that dive team. Also, there was a raft and an ATV, and officers were just looking at the area, just hoping to look for anything that could lead to Sebastian. It's a busy day inside Warsham's General Store.
Kids are buzzing in and out of here.
It's going to be 4:37.
Some people call it the foundation of the Shackle Island community.
Teachers are grabbing breakfast and lunch.
But this community hasn't felt stable since Monday, after 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home on Stratford Court.
My entire school is in a constant state of prayer for him.
Patricia Shemansky is Sebastian's former 8th grade teacher at T.W. Hunter Middle School.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
She says Sebastian may have autism, but he's extremely high functioning.
He has a great sense of humor, loves to laugh. He's a jokester. He's extremely smart.
Feeling helpless as they wait around for answers, her school decided to honor Sebastian by wearing his favorite color.
You have to pick a pencil, you pick the green one, you pick a folder, you pick a green one. So he always picked green, so we knew it was his favorite.
This week, multiple agencies have searched thousands of miles for Sebastian using scent-trained dogs, horses, and technology, but still no luck.
Typically, autism children are drawn to water. So if there's a pond or a lake on anyone's property, to look those places.
Andrea Haynes also knows Sebastian likes small spaces.
Sebastian came to my classroom because it's a small classroom. He always was smiling and always had a great imagination when it came to drawing. I also have such hope in the team that I saw going out there. They are taking this extremely serious, and from what I saw them doing, they're leaving no stone unturned. We love him, that we're all praying for him and wishing for his safe return.
So in addition to those teachers, we saw several community members out here today wearing this exact color here, green. They're just sending their hopes and prayers that Sebastian.
Using every tool they have. On the 5th day of searching, Sebastian Rogers was last seen on February 26th at his home in Hendersonville, where he is believed to have walked away from. The quest to find him has been extensive.
Well, Haley, we know investigators have shifted their search efforts to the west of the original search grid. We also noticed some activity around Sebastian Rogers' home today. There was a bloodhound sniffing around the property and also crews in wetsuits with oxygen tanks. But since we've had no update from law enforcement at all today, it's unclear what they were doing there or why. Now, we do know, despite the 5-day search, investigators say there have been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian on surveillance cameras or doorbell video, and there's been no evidence found in the woods or bodies of water. One woman on the board for Autism Tennessee says autistic children often leave their caretakers to get away from certain stimuli or to go towards something they're drawn to. She knows firsthand because she's an autistic self-advocate.
It's so easy to put myself in that person's shoes, to say, like, I was young and I was not an eloper, but I understand the impulse and the feeling. And so, yeah, I've just been sort of feeling very sick and afraid. And I want a good outcome, but there's no guarantee.
Now, law enforcement have reiterated that their parents have been fully cooperative and there's no reason to believe any foul play. No word on when the search or how it will work.
Are coming together wearing green in support of Sebastian Rogers. This was spearheaded by the Facebook group Finding Sebastian Rogers, which has nearly 3,000 members. Green is believed to be Sebastian's favorite color. That's what led to this idea. News 2 spoke with 2 mothers who say watching the search for Sebastian has been heartbreaking. But by wearing the color green, they just hope Sebastian knows how much he's loved.
I told her that. She said, Mommy, another day. They didn't find him yet. And I was like, yeah, baby, another day. And she's more emotional than I am. So she almost cried. But she was like, yeah, absolutely. I'll do it. And I'll tell all my friends at school.
And a couple of the kids in my class came in wearing it. And one of the little girls, I was like, oh, I love your green. And she's like, my mommy told me today that we are wearing green because Sebastian is still missing.
Now, if you wore green today, you can share your photos with us on Pix, P-I-X, at WKRN.
Unfortunately, this morning, we have not been told of any leads or pieces of evidence, but we have been keeping track of the activity here at the command post and beyond. So earlier this morning, around 8:30 a.m., we were able to join members of the Greenbrier Fire Department as they searched a wooded area on foot. It's about 3 miles south of this command post. So like all of the agencies that are searching on foot, they turned on their tracking devices so they can maintain a map of what has and what hasn't been investigated. Then around 10 a.m., we were led to some activity outside Sebastian's home. The EMA, police, plus ATVs and a raft were all parked there, and a dog was sniffing around the property. No word as to what exactly they were looking for or why that specific equipment was there. But beyond that, there is clear support from surrounding county agencies as well and community members who are encouraged to search their property in pairs. Now, as well as that, if you could continue checking your surveillance and trail cameras, they appreciate it. And if you have any information, you can pass it along to the Sheriff's Department.
Coming together to help the first responders who are searching for Sebastian. Live Love Nashville will be providing dinner tonight for those crews. Nearly 100 people will be fed.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and pop in really quick. So this is the actual search that happened at 10 a.m. that they just spoke about in the video. This is Ken Widener with EMA, which is the Emergency Management Agency. He's the director, and he's out there letting the dogs sniff around. Looks like a bloodhound, so they're trying to pick up a scent around Sebastian's home. So this happened day 5, and we're seeing it here. It was fruitless. I mean, they didn't find a scent as far as we know. And as we all know, here in the future, us Monday morning quarterbacking here, it looks to me like they didn't find anything, because even in the newscasts after this, they're saying there was no scent. Now, there may have been a false positive. I don't know. I don't know which dog this is. I know they brought in tons of dogs, but this is the footage of Sumner County officials looking.
Sebastian Rogers was last seen early Monday morning at his home in Hendersonville, and there's been no sign of him since.
It's cold and wet out here, but first responders say they're not giving up in finding Sebastian, and neither are his friends. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers still missing after 5 days. The community desperate for answers. Rebecca Goodard's son is in Sebastian's class at Beach High School.
Being a mom of children with special needs and autism and the cognitive impairment and things, it's like I'm living my worst nightmare. I'm watching it unfold.
Investigators looking for Sebastian around the clock using canines, drones, and helicopters. Rebecca and other neighbors searching too.
I took Monday off of work and I looked in every outbuilding, every creepy barn and chicken coop. that I've ever seen from a road in this area.
Sebastian's parents not talking to the media. Deputies say, though, that they are cooperating. Rebecca says she's only met them at school a few times.
I do drop my kids off at their classroom, and so I see him and say hello to him, and he's a very sweet, kind, seems to be a happy boy.
Crews say they've collectively searched thousands of miles for Sebastian. People here not wanting to rest until he's home safe.
I think no matter what happens in Sumner County with this, Sumner County needs a lot of prayer and comfort right now because it's been a big week.
Right now, deputies aren't asking for volunteers, but what they say that you can do is check out your home security cameras.
Every day, every night, nonstop, 24 hours around the clock, it seems like.
Neighbors, friends, and local and state agencies are going to extensive lengths to find a missing 15-year-old in 5 days since police say Sebastian Rogers seemingly walked away from his Hendersonville home. Investigators say there has been no sign or sighting of him since.
Well, Haley, new agencies have now joined in on this effort, including Franklin Police's dive team and the Greenbrier Fire Department. Now, we have not received any update from law enforcement at any time today, but we have been able to keep an eye on what investigators have been doing today. Now, earlier this morning, there were crews around Sebastian Rogers' home. A bloodhound was sniffing around the area, and a dive crew put on wetsuits with oxygen tanks. It's unclear why they returned to that area, though. We do know search crews moved their efforts west of the original search grid today. Yesterday, they focused on bodies of water, even draining a pond east of Sebastian's home. 200 people have been on the ground each day, and many are flying helicopters and drones in the air. Police are asking neighbors to not join in on this search, but they should check their own properties every morning and night. Residents have been looking for any disturbances and have been checking small spaces where a child may hide on their property. Sebastian's neighbors say the whole community has been worried.
I know me personally, I have kids that are in elementary school and middle school. Every day we drive by the command center. My kindergartner says, "Mommy, have they found him?" And I say no. And she says, "It makes me sad, Mommy. He's probably really hungry." And I said, "I know, they're still looking." And it's a daily thing. So I can only hope for the best so that I can give her a positive outcome.
At last check, Sebastian has not been seen on any surveillance camera or doorbell video. Neighbors are holding regular vigils for him.
It's been nearly 6 days since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home in Hendersonville, and this morning the search continued.
Well, Blake, despite the thousands of miles that officials have searched, there still has been no sighting of Sebastian Rogers. But folks here in Sumner County are not giving up hope. It's been an extensive and all-hands-on-deck effort. Anything from helicopters to bloodhounds to dive teams and more. Sebastian is 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He's most likely wearing a black sweatsuit and glasses. Now, there is an active Amber Alert for the teen with autism. Officials say it was issued due to the cold and rainy weather, as well as how long he's been missing, especially without his medications. Volunteers and community members are also pitching in, hoping that something positive comes out of this horrifying situation. Right on day one, I mean, there were agencies coming together for sure. I'd say half a dozen, but now we're over a dozen. And like I said, I saw people as far as Collierville coming in, and that's over 3 hours away. So definitely everyone coming in to help find Sebastian Rogers and really hoping for that positive outcome and doing everything they can, hopefully, to find him.
Meanwhile, the search in Sumner County for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers enters another critical day.
It's just like unbelievable. You would never think that, you'd be missing, and especially for as long as he's been missing.
6 days and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. Search crews have walked thousands of miles this week looking for him.
We're just gonna walk straight out to the...
They've used specialized technology and sent trained dogs to help navigate the rural terrain.
It's just been a lot of search and rescue all over the property.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants people to review footage from their security and trail cameras, focusing on the time frame from Sunday afternoon through Monday morning, asking people to look for any movements, vehicles, or people.
Like, they came and knocked on our door and was like, "Hey, we're going to be searching this property. You have ponds."
Brooke Clark lives near Long Hollow Pike, the area where Sebastian was last seen. The Sheriff's Office has told her and others in the area to look in their sheds, garages, under tarps and dense brush, any place a child might seek shelter or could become trapped.
A lot of places you can hide. I mean, we've searched the barns. I went around saying his name.
Clark says everyone in the community is worried.
We have a strong community. I just really hope that they find him safe. Just praying.
Video to share with the Sheriff's Office. You can upload it directly to them. We have information on how to do that at News Channel.
1 week since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing over in Sumner County.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office tells us that a group of local investors invested a minimum of $3,000 toward any information that would help investigators in finding Sebastian Rogers. I now want to bring in EMA Director with Sumner County, Ken Widener. Ken, as we near this week-long search effort, where are you focusing starting today?
Well, we keep expanding. So we've expanded west and we're expanding north. We just keep expanding the search area and we're bringing different teams in. Yesterday we had a group from East Tennessee come in. They're mountainous experts and they do caves. And so we've had any cave that we've marked, we've had them in those caves. City of Gallatin has done all the storm drains in the area with cameras. So we keep expanding and just throwing everything that we can at it to try to get him located.
In terms of the search, you said you've been expanding. About how much ground have you covered?
We're close to 5 miles now. Now, the further south you go towards Hendersonville, we get into the city, and we would expect he would be located or seen if he were in the city. And we've gone into the city, sort of in the fringe, in the more not as urban areas of Henderson. But we've been all the way to the lake on the streams that travel to the lake. We've been to the lake.
And you have over 300 searchers here.
Well,
yesterday.
We had 330 on the ground, and then we'll run the numbers later today on how many come in today, and we run that as the day goes on.
43 years in law enforcement. What does this experience look like in terms of people coming together to help out in this one mission to find Sebastian Rogers?
Well, one thing about Tennessee and the Southeast is we're always going to have people that want to help, and we get calls from across the state for people that want to come in and help us, and the thing that we've got to do is be able to manage that. So we track everybody that's on the ground. The first 2 days we did 2,000 miles of people walking, and we haven't run those numbers for the entire duration of this operation. But it's great, and to be able to call in specialized groups that do the things that we can't do is really good. Oh yeah, just the drive to find him. We'll go talk to the parents in a little while, and every morning we sit and talk to them. We're going to do everything for them and for Sebastian to get him located.
Thank you so much, Ken. If you do have any information, you're asked to reach out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Also check those cameras, like they said, Sunday to Monday, Sunday afternoon to Monday.
Of the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Emily, I'm told that close to 300 trained search and rescue volunteers have been out here on the ground all day trying to find Sebastian. That's hundreds more than the 80 or so that we saw during the week. Now, this weekend, the National Guard was called in. TBI has been involved all week, and agencies from Wilson, Knox, and Williamson counties are all here to help Sumner County. They all want you to know they are all over this area, checking and double checking every inch of space. All week, they've used specialized technology, canines, and sheer manpower to cover the ground here. TBI has been involved, and the county has been talking to the FBI as well on advice for how to move forward here. And the community has been asked to both check their properties and check their video camera footage from Sunday to Monday. Everybody has the same goal. Sumner County Fire saying at this time, try not to get in the way of the professionals.
The agencies have been training for things like this for years. They have the Emergency Management Association of all of the different counties in any state.
This is what they do. They are ready for these kind of events. They just ask for patience of everybody to let them do what they've been trained to do.
Now, they are wrapping up search operations for today. I'm told they'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning, but that they are going to be scaling back some of the search operations going into this week. But as of now, nobody has seen Sebastian.
As we reach day 7.
Kinley, search efforts are starting to wrap up on this day 7 of the search. As you can see, the sun is starting to go down. That's when these searchers come in. They'll be back out around 7 a.m. this morning. And today we saw cave specialists out here as well as canines. Also, I want to show you to the side of me, you can see the National Guard members Kinley just mentioned. They've been going door to door, trying to raise awareness and ask anyone if they've seen anything. Also today, we're told that DOC guards joined search efforts. Now remember, you are asked to check every inch of your property day and night for any signs of Sebastian. You remember the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said leave no rock unturned, really focusing on areas like barns and tarps, just anywhere he could be. Also, we learned today that the reward for information in this case has been raised to $3,500. Again, that's from Nashville area business owners. Also, of course, today as we reach day 7, we're seeing lots of food donations working to keep these crews going as they're working tirelessly day and night. Here's more on some of those volunteers working to help out with these efforts.
Just need to make sure that they are able to sustain while they're out in conditions that aren't just walking down the road. They're out in the woods, they're out in the creeks. Some have been in caves. So you just want to make sure that they're ready to go out there for that.
Year-old Sebastian Rogers last seen at his Hendersonville home on February 26. Investigators say there's been no sign of the boy ever since. Let's go.
Our first responders say they did not take this decision lightly, but they have literally exhausted every single resource they can think of to find Sebastian Rogers, and all of them have fallen short. Sumner County officials called a press conference earlier today to announce that they were scaling back, but they walked away before we could answer or ask any questions, rather. Sumner County's emergency management director says today they have crews looking within a 0.3 of a mile radius from Sebastian's home. They already have searched this area 4 times, thinking maybe he would return. Throughout these 8 days of looking for Sebastian, investigators have used drones, fixed-wing airplanes, helicopters, ATVs, canines. They've searched on foot and horseback. They've drained a pond east of Sebastian's home and have even looked extensively inside storm drains. Investigators say they've thrown everything they can at this search.
If there was a resource we thought we could utilize to help locate Sebastian, we've used it, and we will continue to do so based on the leads that come in. The Sheriff's Office continues to urge families to check your properties. to check your cameras. No detail is too small.
Now you can see behind me the command center at the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department is pretty much cleared out, at least compared to days prior. They will still operate from this facility, but it won't be manned 24/7.
Mounted patrols are on standby today to help with the search for Sebastian Rogers. Now, there's been no sign of the teen since he disappeared more than a week ago. Then yesterday, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office significantly scaling back their search to focus on the investigative side, with one of the volunteer mounted patrols who says he's on call for the time he and his horse are ever needed again.
Yeah, so you're hoping that every day that you go out there, you're expecting to find something and you're thinking this is the day.
Every day since Tuesday last week, R&M stables have assisted in the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. But on Monday, authorities announced resources dedicated to search parties would be scaled back to allow for an investigation. The owner of R&M Stables, Ron Shalasta, tells me his service horse, Trooper, and ranch hand Brian Feltz are just waiting for the call from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to get back out and help where they can.
There does come a point, and of course, you want to keep exhausting every possibility. We even covered some trail that we had previously covered.
Riding through creeks, rocky terrain, and people's backyards, being mounted on a horse gave Ron and his team an advantage that people on foot and in ATVs didn't have.
You can get up to those higher elevations where it's very difficult for somebody who's doing that on foot, where ATVs can't get through the brush.
Through an app called Equilab, volunteer-mounted patrols' steps were tracked in their assigned perimeter. Trooper and Ron navigated an estimated total of 37 miles together in the search for Sebastian.
Chief Craddock said, hey, can somebody ride from Command Center all the way down to Hendersonville Mounted Police Barn? And our horses, Jeff Duran and Brian and I, we were in the water that whole afternoon. And so the banks were saturated. It was a rough go.
Now, with the search efforts scaled back, Ron says the community of Sumner County won't give up on finding Sebastian.
Are really people behind them, the prayer warriors in our community that are praying for them. That's what you have to say.
Really couldn't agree more. I'm so. Okay, guys, so that was just me. That was just me on my last video that I made up. There's still more to that video, so definitely go check it out. No more from the news, but I did some other commentary and things like that. Oh, let me go ahead and take this down. So that was the first 7 days of news coverage, of course. My Cash App is, hold on, guys, let me put the banner on. There we go. It should be the $ Lady Freedoms, but we'll see it pop in over here. And thank you guys. Thank you so much. I need to get the links. I'm so bad at that. Hey, Prayer Warrior says, I see this live started 5 hours ago. It's a marathon day for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yeah, well, I didn't expect it to be this long, but I forgot how long the video was. So it was like an hour long, and then we've been talking. I'm glad you're here, though. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Red Eye LAX to Boston. Thank you so much. I'm looking over Valley Gal. Good to see you. Yeah, and I saw that too. Brenda said while LE was busy looking for a runaway, CP and the Sox were off to get his RV. They should have surveilled them, and the case would have been solved in day 3. I agree with that. I think that the investigation was one-sided. Just a one-sided investigation. And thank you, SI Officer, and also Town Chat Cafe. Thank you, guys. And thank you, Lover Girl 27 too. I know it's kind of hard to remember all of this, right? Because this was a long time ago. Brenda Calvert says the teachers talked more positively about Sebastian than his own mother, in my opinion. And I think so too. Those were his teachers. And I forgot all about that. His one teacher said that he liked the classroom, or he chose her classroom because he likes little spaces. So that was probably something that was true. And thank you guys for all of your comments. Sweetie, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. Sweetie says, when my parents' truck was found, the dogs found a scent inside the truck, but not outside. It told LE that the truck was driven by someone else. See, and those are the things that they can find out just by the dogs, right? I mean, how smart is that? Thank God for those dogs and their handlers, you know? His scent. Sorry, Sweetie meant to say. Yeah. So, I mean, it's they definitely can figure things out based on the scents and where they're leading to.
Most definitely. And I agree with that too, Social Butterfly. Disneyland, traveling everywhere. It's so weird that they would even leave the house where Sebastian went missing from, in my opinion. Well, guys, I have been on here for extremely longer than I wanted to be. But I'm glad that we had this to go over and talk about. And we will later on too. I'm going to do a night show. I do 2 shows now, you know, pretty much stable with the at night show, late night show, 11:30 Eastern. And then I try to do it. We'll probably do like an earlier morning show tomorrow. It just kind of depends on how everything goes. Thank you, Social Butterfly. Thank you so much, Freebird. It was so nice to see you guys. And like I said, I catch more people during the day or different times. So I just kind of trying to catch more people that are available to chat because I do love listening to your comments, watching your comments. Seclusion Works, thank you so much for coming up here. Invaluable information and made my live a lot more interesting because I'm not the only one talking. So thank you so much. And I appreciate all of your feedback. I do. Let's just remember, you know, who's missing. Let's remember that, you know, if we're going to go after anybody, let's go after the one that was last with Sebastian. And let's show each other a little bit of grace. I've read that one comment, Daisy Duke. I can't believe that with GW. But, well, I mean, I can. But thank you, Sweet Sea. Absolutely, I always will. I mean, we got to find him. The more pressure we put on, the better. And I think what Seth's doing with putting on the pressure is a good thing, in my opinion. Definitely can't hurt anything. You know, I mean, I guess I just feel like they're very oppositional as it is. And I do have something to share with you guys later on tonight too. I wanted to save it for tonight's show. So thank you, Adam Forever 21. So do you. Hugs right back to you. Thank you guys. Thanks, Brenda. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys all being here, and I will see you later.